Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sustainable Investment in Forest for People, Profit, and Nature of the 50th World Forest Congress. My name is Natalia Granato. I'm a forest engineer, and I serve as the manager of Sustainability and Forest Affairs at the Brazilian Tree Industry, the association that represents planted forest-based industry in Brazil. I also serve as Vice President of Forest Women's Network, an NGO created to discuss about gender equity in the forest-based industry in Brazil. It is a pleasure and an honor to be the master of ceremony of such important and long event today. So thank you for choosing our event among so many other relevance in this Congress. I wish we have a very rich conversation that make us leave the room with more enthusiasm and energy to go home thinking about actions to deliver. I want to share with you a very positive message to start our session. I always say that it is very comfort working with forest-based industry. I strongly believe on this because there is no more sustainable sector than ours. Thanks. We are the ones who will have solutions for climate change, for biodiversity conservation, for water regulation, for bioeconomy, and several ecosystem services. It's our pleasure, duty to spread this message, showing our passion about sustainable forests and sustainable production. We all know that there are a lot of issues to be faced, but the forest-based industry is the best. The sustainable forest bioeconomy is the path. Wherever we find problems, let's make the journey easier for this sector in order to put into practice what is needed to be done. Let's be a transforming player in this process. There is a sentence in Brazil that says, "The excellence is enemy of the good." So let's choose the good way and get started. We can do the adjustments we need to do along the journey. Having said that, as you all know, the pandemic has closed all of us at home for almost 2 years. So I kindly invite you to stay here right now, actively listening and watching the panelists. I also invite you to use the hashtag #ForestInvestment on Twitter and other social medias. And now I'd like to remind the speakers that this event is being translated, so please speak slowly, especially for those like me that are not native speakers in English. And now I would like to invite our speakers of the first session. Two of them are already here in the table. We are waiting for one of them, and also for Mr. Minister Lee White that will join us later on. So our first session today is the investment in forests, an opportunity for transformation. So together with me here, we have Mr. David Brand, CEO of New Forests, Mr. David Gans, Executive Director of HICOF-TC. Very hard to say that, I mean. Ms. Kavita Sinha, Director of Private Sector Facility, Green Climate Fund, who will join us later. And also the Minister Lee White, Minister of Water, Forest, the Sea, and Environment in Gabon. So let's get started, and I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. David Bren, CEO of New Forest.
Okay, well, thanks very much, and pleasure to be here today, and thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to come and talk to you on this important topic. I'll primarily address today private investment in forestry, and in particular institutional investment into forestry. Institutional investors include pension funds, insurance, reinsurance companies, foundations, endowments, medical benefits trusts, large-scale diversified portfolios that are investing across a range of different asset classes, and forestry will be one component of those portfolios. But what's important is that those investors control something in the order of $75 trillion of assets, and so if we can get even 1% of that into forestry, it can have a very important implication, particularly as we're trying to push the idea of land use and forestry as being a key engine in the decarbonization process. So to kick off just quickly about our company, New Forest is an investment management business that I founded in 2005. We manage about $6 billion of assets across 1.2 million hectares of forestry assets, conservation projects, as well as processing and international trade. We operate dozens of forest carbon offset projects across our land base, which includes North America, Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, and most recently we've entered into Africa. The company really has three key themes in our investment programs. One is the role of forests as a natural climate solution. The second is the role of the forestry sector in the transition to a circular bioeconomy, and the third is the role of forests and forestry in supporting rural community benefits. So the traditional forestry asset class really came from the growth of trees and harvesting of timber generating a return to investors, and steadily built up from, say, 1985 up to about 2006, 2007 through a rationalization of the U.S. Forestry sector. But over time, some of the characteristics of forestry as an investment became more evident. It's interesting that the return from forestry tends to come from the process of tree growth. And so there's no inherent correlation between the growth of trees and other markets like the stock market or bond yields and so on. And so when you're building a diversified portfolio of investments, it's good to have different investments that are uncorrelated. And forestry has made a positive contribution to that, and that's why it's been favored by these institutional investors over the last 20 years or so. And as people have gotten more comfortable with forestry, it's begun to expand internationally. So we currently have probably 60% of forestry investment in the United States, about 25% in Australia, New Zealand, and the rest in Europe, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa. But what's interesting now, with maybe $100 to $125 billion of institutional investment in forestry, is that the asset class is starting to evolve and change, particularly with the opportunities in the decarbonization and climate change mitigation area. If you look at the world today, most major economies have set net zero emission targets for 2050 with relatively strict objectives for the interim period of 2030. Hundreds, if not thousands, of corporations have set net zero targets. Portfolio allocation now by these big institutional investors is also including a decarbonization component. So you end up with risk, return, and carbon liabilities as being three elements of investment design now. And with the forestry sector potentially able to deliver something like 25% of the decarbonization pathway, that's a huge demand for more capital to be allocated into the forestry sector. And on top of that sort of straight benefit in terms of removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere or avoiding emissions through conserving natural forests, we have another big piece of the forestry sector, which is the transition to a circular bioeconomy. And forestry produces sustainable, renewable, recyclable materials. It can substitute for plastic, steel, concrete, polyester. Almost anything that can be made out of fossils can be made out of wood and wood biomass. So we have this tremendous opportunity, again, to scale up the forestry sector and make more of an impact. And again, that all needs capital because reforestation is a very capital-intensive activity. And land use change has challenges. When you look at large-scale reforestation of 100, 200 million hectares of the world, that is a very major undertaking. You often are dealing with vested interests, you're dealing with traditional land use practices, and so we need a mindset of partnership in terms of engaging with communities, ensuring that these investments are creating real community benefit and opportunities, as well as the environmental and commercial returns to investors. And, so we need to think in terms of this idea of shared value, where the returns to the investors are as important as the benefits to the communities where we operate. And I think as well, the rising area of climate finance, I think there was over $1 billion of voluntary carbon offsets traded last year, and predictions that it could reach tens of billions of dollars in the coming years. Also is putting pressure for very high rigor in terms of the quality of the credits and the counterparties. So I guess just in closing, as a company, we've tried to push some of these new investment strategies forward using blended finance, climate finance, looking at ways to engage with communities in terms of land access. And ultimately what this is leading to is an evolving land use-based investment strategy that engages with communities, brings new investment structures like blended finance, and can hopefully allow the asset class to grow, expand, and have a greater impact on some of these major issues in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David Brand. As you can see, there is no diversity here in terms of men. The same name, So now I invite Mr. David Gans, Executive Director of RECOFTC. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you for the introduction. Let me start by introducing the name and how to say it properly. It's just called RECOF. We dropped the C. It's a silent C. It stands for the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific. And it's a pleasure to sit here on this panel with David Brand. He's one of the Board of Trustees for RECOF. Again, RECOF without the C. I've been the Executive Director for 5 years, and it's a pleasure to be representing a wonderful international non-government organization that has been functioning in the Asia Pacific for 35 years. So it's a great pleasure today to speak about the innovation required for the forest sector really to deliver on transformative change. And David Brand already touched on what's really needed from the investment side. I'm going to be speaking more about the people side for this panel. And I'm a true believer in the potential of the forest sector. I am actually a forester by training. I've spent most of my career working on climate change and biodiversity conservation, but joined RECOF really with a true passion for community forestry. And I've witnessed firsthand the transformative power of community forestry in the Asia Pacific region. And I'd like to share some of those reflections with all of you today. In the Asia Pacific region, the forest sector is changing rapidly. It's changing in terms of the political dimension, as well as the institutional dimensions, and I'll speak to that in a second. Many countries practice community forestry in different ways. Their approaches are highly diverse. Even the title of community forestry changes, whether it's village forestry or social forestry, but the approaches are very much the same. It's about collaborative management, whether partial or full devolution of management rights. It's practiced on public land for the vast majority of the region and has some form of communal tenure or ownership but it requires collective action. And community forestry also includes larger areas of smallholder tree plantations on leased land or on private land. So there are different dimensions and different characteristics of community forestry in the Asia-Pacific region. What I'd like to emphasize is the potential, and the potential is growing. Community forestry has grown rapidly. Many countries have set targets to grow community forestry, and in Southeast Asia alone, we've seen the amount of forests managed by communities has actually doubled in the last decade, from 2010 to 2020. And by 2030, we could actually reach 30 million hectares of community forests, a 5-fold increase in only 20 years. So the potential is tremendous. This growth means that the transformational power of community forestry is immense, at least in Asia. And in my colleagues here, can see a transformative potential for community forestry, not just in Asia, but around the world. And I know FAO is doing a very wonderful job on knowledge management, extending to the different regions that are represented here. Our real challenge is to unleash the potential of community forestry, and most importantly, the potential, leadership, and knowledge of Indigenous and local communities around the world. And we saw this in Glasgow. Last year was the year of nature, but I would say it was also the year of Indigenous peoples and local communities. We not only saw this in Glasgow, but we also saw this in Marseille at the World Conservation Congress, and we saw this also in Kunming for the Biodiversity Summit, all of which emphasize the importance of Indigenous peoples and local communities around the world. I believe we can do this by enabling strong, resilient forest communities that function as centers of nature and economies. It is by working with these forest communities that we can realize our goals for circular economies and sustainable wood. Across the Asia-Pacific, countries are developing and implementing innovative policies and regulations. They include environmental and natural resource codes, forestry laws, protected area laws, customary tenure laws, and even clean air acts in different parts of the region. We are seeing the growth of civil society and local community engagement in the design and implementation of these laws, and their contributions are making policies, laws, and regulations even more relevant and practical for community forestry to evolve in this region. We have to ensure that the benefits flow fairly to communities and those who need it most. We've seen for decades plenty of promises, plenty of commitments, and the money has not flown down to the community level. I still want to reflect on some positive trends in the region. I'll start in Cambodia and then talk about Thailand. The first is really about the innovations manifested in Cambodia. In Cambodia, the government aims to achieve a target of having 2 million hectares of land managed under community forestry by 2029. And prior to the COVID pandemic, there were only 362,000 hectares managed under CF, community forestry schemes in Cambodia. That was 18% of the Cambodian goal, but we're very anxious to see them achieve that target of 2029 and 3 million hectares. The evidence in Cambodia is clear. Community forestry in Cambodia is enabling the poorest communities to build secure livelihoods and manage their landscapes effectively, making them even more resilient and centers of economic activity. We saw this during the pandemic, but also as they're coming out of the pandemic, these communities are very resilient. Thailand is another example of how innovation is releasing the power of communities. In Thailand, the Royal Forestry Department, which is represented here at the Congress, has registered 11,327 community forests under the 2019 Community Forestry Act. Again, the legislative reforms in the region are really making this a transformative period of time where we can capitalize on community forestry. And they have a target of 3,000 more community forests in the next year, so let's hopefully help them get there. The transformation is urgent, with growing concerns over deforestation caused by expanding local and international demand for forest risk commodities, strengthening and expanding these models for sustainable community-based forest management will certainly help stop deforestation and stabilize and expand the forested elements of our landscape. We've already designed and tested many of these models of community forestry that can be integrated into a wider jurisdictional level approach. And we'll be hearing about this throughout the Congress about jurisdictional approaches, not only in Asia Pacific, but around the world. If we apply these jurisdictional models, we can strengthen integrated landscape level management of resources, boost the compliance with timber legality assurance systems, and increase participation of local communities in legal and sustainable supplies of wood, fiber, and other commodities. Following Glasgow COP26, we see increasing interest from the private sector in direct investments in communities through carbon markets, landscape restoration, and secure supply chains for their forest products and other commodities. I want to just emphasize 3 of the things that we need to realize for the potential of these investments and empowering forest communities and smallholder groups to contribute to the transformation of the forest sector. First, we need to strengthen community forestry as an integral part of countries' efforts to achieve sustainable forest management while promoting gender equality, as our moderator emphasized, and social inclusion. We need to improve community forestry contributions to local and national economies by engaging in legal and sustainable wood value chains. And lastly, we need to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as efforts to reduce deforestation and forest degradation by integrating community forestry into jurisdictional or landscape level management of natural resources and integration also into the NDCs. Boosting support for community forestry will not only help countries as they emerge from the pandemic, but also strengthen economic resilience from other shocks, other future shocks, whether in the form of other pandemics or continuing impacts from climate change. We've seen this around the world, but certainly in the Asia Pacific, community forestry has helped with that resiliency. The science and economic forecast tells us that these kinds of shocks will become more frequent, and community forestry offers a route to addressing these causes and limiting the consequences of these global challenges at the same time, and a very important opportunity for transformative change. As I close, I want to share with you that I'm constantly amazed at the strengths and leadership of forest communities. They are well organized, they are indeed resilient, versatile, adaptable, and often terrific organizers and brokers. With investment, forest communities around the world can be our steadfast partners in resolving complex and tractable social and economic environmental problems. We see them as a very important part of the solution. In this discussion on investment, my advice is to scale up community forestry, a proven nature-based solution. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today and for your time, whether you're online or here in person. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now I'd like to invite, and we are delighted to have here with us, Mr. Lee White, the Minister of Water, Forest, the Sea and Environment from Gabon. Please, Mr. Lee White, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry to be late. I was in the other room. I'm going to talk about Gabon. Gabon is a somewhat unusual country where we are 88% covered in forest. So, the forest is, traditionally the forest is our larder, our temple, our hospital. The the peoples of Gabon have evolved in the forest. But today we're a country which, whilst we're 88% forest, we're also 87% urban. So almost all of our people live in urban areas, in cities. Funny noise? Aha. So as a forest country, a high forest, low deforestation country, over the last 3 decades, we've steadily improved forest governance. When we came out of the first Earth Summit in Rio, we set in motion an evolution in forest policy. We passed an environment law, then a forestry law that makes sustainable management of forestry concessions compulsory. We passed the National Parks Law, a Sustainable Development Law, and most recently a Climate Change Law. We were very active in the REDD process back in the, around 2005 to 2010. We then somewhat moved away from that. We decided that for a country 88% covered in forest, unless the forest is intimately integrated into our national development policy, then our forests were not going to survive. And as we look at the importance of the Congo Basin forests, which lock up 8 years of global carbon emissions. So if we lose the Congo Basin, we lose the fight against climate change globally. And if we lose the Congo Basin within Africa, the Congo Basin's the heart and lungs of Africa. We lose the rainfall in the Sahel, we lose the rainfall in Ethiopian highlands, we lose the Blue Nile, we lose agriculture in Egypt. And so in many ways, Gabon and the other Congo Basin countries have no choice. If we don't maintain our forests, then the world is heading down a very slippery slope. So how do you do that? You can't do that by relying on handouts from REDD. It just doesn't work. The commitments that we heard back in 2009, 2010 for tens of billions of dollars just never materialized. And so what Gabon has done is tried to develop a sort of indigenous forest economy vision for preserving the rainforest. We're looking at 2 major challenges as we develop our forest policy. One is we're an oil economy. Actually, 60% of our revenues currently come from oil. And obviously, that oil economy is going to disappear. The atmosphere has been so filled with carbon dioxide that nobody's going to be buying our oil in. And nobody can tell you when, whether it be the IMF, even the oil companies. Is it in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? The oil economy will shrivel. But basically, it's doomed. And so we have to adapt economically to climate change by shifting from an oil economy to a sustainable economy. And as many, perhaps most African countries, we have a very young population. So we have twice as many children and young people in school and university as we have jobs in our country today. So we're going to have to double the number of jobs over the next 10 to 15 years if we're going to maintain peace and security in Gabon. And we believe that a sustainable forestry and timber processing economy is probably the best bet we have when it comes to transforming our economy into the future and creating those jobs. When you export logs from Africa, like Gabon did for 110 years, you are only benefiting from the cutting down and the logistics of transporting timber to the port. That's about 8% of the forest economy in our case. So you're retaining 8% of the jobs in the economy, and you're gifting 92% to whoever buys your logs. If you ban timber export, as we did in 2010, and then you begin a forest processing industry going from first to second to third level transformation. At each transformation, basically, you double or triple the number of jobs and the economy. And so, literally, you can multiply your forest economy by a factor of 10 to 20, and you can multiply the number of jobs by a factor of 10 to 20. And so we're banking on going from 30,000 jobs today to 300,000 jobs in 10 years' time, to a $1 billion economy today, to a $10 billion economy into the future. And the beauty of forestry is that it creates jobs in rural areas, but if you create transformation hubs in peri-urban areas, you get a sort of a double benefit. You create jobs for the young people in urban areas, and the jobs are, go everything from fairly, kind of manual labor to highly skilled. We just signed a contract to put a big guitar making factory into Gabon. So the skilled labor of creating guitars out of Ovenkol, one of the hardwoods in our country, is a very rewarding job. And so you're creating a range of different jobs. And if you put timber processing hubs into peri-urban areas, you can also create a circular economy where the waste from one factory becomes the raw materials for another factory. And you go from 30% efficiency and transformation to we're up to about 85% efficiency now in the use of wood in our big timber hub outside of Libreville. And as we open the Congo Basin's first particle board factory, we should get to the point where almost all of the waste wood is going into fairly high-value products. And so it's a work in progress. We are looking to basically to give, as I said, we're a low population. So if we create 300,000 jobs, that's 600,000 adults, if those people are married, whose livelihoods will depend on the forest economy. In a country where today there are only 900,000 people enrolled on the electoral register. So over half of the people of Gabon, potentially, in 10 years' time, will have their livelihoods linked to our ability to manage the forests sustainably. We all know here at this Forest Congress that if your timber isn't legal and sustainable and carbon positive and biodiversity positive, then there are stronger and stronger lobbies that are going to stop you selling your timber. So those, basically we're going to get to the point where half of the Gabonese adult population are pushing me, the Ministry of Forestry, to get forest management right and to make sure we don't have illegal forestry, make sure that we're carbon positive, make sure that we're biodiversity positive. And so hopefully an example of how you can actually involve a whole nation of a rainforest country in the forest economy, and that way create a constituency that will ensure the sustainability and the survival of the rainforests of the Congo Basin. I think we've made a really good start on this. I'd say watch this space. The next 5 years are going to be critical, and one of the key issues is investment in this timber economy. So we're not here asking for increased donor finance from the developed world. We're here encouraging private sector investment in sustainable forestry and timber transformation to save the rainforest and fight climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister Lee White. Very inspiring speech. And now I'd like to invite Kavita Sinha She is Director of Private Sector Facility at Green Climate Fund. Welcome, Kavita. You have the floor.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As was explained, I'm Kavita Sinha. I'm the Director of the Private Sector Facility at the Green Climate Fund. Great pleasure to meet you, fellow panelists, and it's a great pleasure and an honor to be speaking on behalf of the Green Climate Fund here. As many of you know, Green Climate Fund is an instrument of the UNFCCC to provide high-risk-bearing patient capital to mobilize financing at the scale and rate that is needed to address the climate crisis. The IPCC's Sixth Assessment Board, the Working Group 3's report is out. We are not on track. That goes without saying. The money that needs to be mobilized is not there yet. No amount of public finance, and the Minister from Gabon stated that no amount of public finance or grants is going to do the job that needs to be done in the time that it needs to be done. Private sector support is critical and crucial, and one of the roles that we play at the private sector facility is to be able to enable the risk-adjusted returns for the private sector to bridge the hurdle rates that they are looking for making the investments in developing country markets, oftentimes which are filled with perceived and real risks. Risks of legislative uncertainties, risks of tenor issues, risks of unknown markets and still maturing markets, risks of demand, risks, reputational risks as a result of some of these risks that are already there. Not to talk about the general perceived risks of developing country markets in a general business sense in any case. What GCF does is then use its high-risk-bearing patient capital to be able to then deploy it in a four-pronged way, which addresses all of these risks in a systematic manner, enabling the private capital to move in there. And we don't just want to be able to enable the private capital to make the risk-adjusted returns that they need to do, but also GCF would like to deploy its capital to not just do harm, but also to do good, so as a force of nature to actually do good. Because forests, as you all know here, I come from the private sector, you are the foresters here, as you know, also supports a lot of people, many of them very vulnerable to climate, women, indigenous population, and other small entrepreneurs, micro-enterprises and others. But we would like to deploy our capital not just to help the private sector make the risk-adjusted returns that is required for them to make investments. Profit-making is not a bad word, but how you make it is what we hope to do, and actually use it as a force of good. So in order to do that, we deploy a four-pronged approach. The first prong is on enabling the countries and the institutions in the countries to build the capacity to absorb the private finance that will flow, whether from local markets or from international capital markets. And that can happen through integrated policy and planning. That can happen from ensuring that the policies in place value the risks of non-sustainable forest actually brings with it, and internalizes the positive goods that sustainable forest can do. So if policies can do that, it creates a pull for the market to come in as a result of that. And we are doing, for example, using a readiness grant support for Papua New Guinea to help them develop a carbon registry, which has the integrity and the trust that the private sector is looking for in order to develop that. And it enables the country then to develop alternative financing sources to be able to then not be dependent on this whole dependency economy of grant-based capital. The second prong is the supporting deployment of capital for innovation, whether it is innovation in technology, innovation in policies, or innovations in financial instruments. For example, one of the projects that we supported last year, which is through our partners IDB in the Amazon forest, they are looking to support, through the IDB lab component, equity for micro MSMEs to develop bioeconomy enterprises through equity. So it's very small amounts of equity going into the lowest value chain in that process, all the way through the medium-sized economies, medium-sized enterprises which have the capacity to raise capital in the capital market, but have never done so for products, sustainable non-timber, in that case it was non-timber products. So we are supporting the entire value chain through innovative financial instruments at different parts of the value chain, depending on the capacity of that part of the value chain. So that's one type of way we are supporting. The third one, which we are mostly known for, is the mobilizing capital at scale. And there we do by deploying we, as you know, are capital agnostic. We have multiple instruments, financial instruments that we can deploy depending on the risk and depending on the value that we're trying to create. So we could deploy reimbursable grants for the private sector. We could deploy equity. We could also do loans. And we could do that in multiple different ways, as first loss capital, or subordinate debt, mezzanine debt, depending on what their needs are. And we could also do guarantees. So we combine many of these instruments, many times different ways, to ensure that the capital that is being deployed enables the mobilization of future markets, not just the project that we're doing, and that's the paradigm shift that we try to create. And our final prong is then supporting countries to develop their own local markets, to embed green considerations into that. For example, we are supporting Bhutan for Life through a $43 million grants to create the ecosystem of over $100 million through multiple different approaches within their own system to stimulate other PPP or other innovation in ecotourism and investments such as that. So GCF, as a partners network of partners, which includes accredited entities through whom we deploy the funds, believes that it's only through working in this network of alliances and partners, building on each other's capacity, we will be able to scale and deploy what is needed to be deployed in the time that is needed to be deployed. GCF would welcome suggestions from other people in the room here on what more we can do to catalyze this. We have, other than the accredited entity, which is our business model currently, launched a new model called the Project-Specific Assessment Approach, the PSAA, that comes into effect from 1st of April 2023. And that will enable us to work with first-time partners in very innovative approaches, which are in the countries that we work, either national, subnational, or regional entities, to do one first-time innovation project. This, we hope, that will enable us to partner a lot more with local entities as well as with international partners. We look forward to hearing from you and ever ready to be able to do what is necessary. Forestry is a great sector to do the mitigation that is required. It does not replace the mitigation that will come from a fossil fuel sector, but it's a very important component. We stand by to support that and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavita. Now I'd like to thank you all for this first session. It was very fruitful and very rich speeches for us this morning. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to invite the moderator of the next session. The next session is going to be Financing Green, Increasing Finance Flow for Forests. And now I'd like to invite the moderator, Mr. Garo Batmanian from World Bank. He is Global Lead for Forest, Landscape, and Biodiversity. I also apologize for not having time for questions and answers for the first session, but we hope we have in the second one. So thank you, Mr. Garo, and please, you have the floor.
Just a second. I would like to, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Everybody's watching this. Closer? Okay. I can also speak louder, but if I speak too loud, then you don't need the mic. I would like to invite, this is going to be a hybrid session. Some of our panelists, for different reasons, were not able to attend, so they will join online. But I want to invite here, so that I don't feel alone, and she doesn't stay there in the audience, I want to invite Martine Sobey, Head of Strategy, REDD+ and Multilaterals for UK International Forest Unit. I will do her introduction now so that when we give her the floor, it will be easier. Martine has over 12 years experience in climate change, forest, and sustainable land use as a policymaker and advisor. She joined the UK Departments for Business, Energy and Industry and Industrial Strategy, for us known as BEIS, in 2019, leading UK forest partnerships in the Amazon biome and the strategic direction of teams and programs in Colombia, Peru, and Brazil. In her role as head strategy for the UK's newly formed International Forest Unit, Martine is part of the senior management team responsible for expanding strategy, that's what we want to hear, operation, delivery, and governance for the unit, which works to protect forests and the climate, biodiversity, and livelihood benefits associated with them. We do have 2 or 3 other panelists that will join us soon via video, and I'll introduce them at the time of it. I don't want, you are here to hear them, not me. I just want to make a couple of remarks. First of all, the title. We, in the world, have 2 different names that are actually a reason to be different. We talk about financing green and greening finance. And I think it's very important to say what we are doing today. Greening finance is all the investment that it is on activities like energy or agriculture that can be done sustainably, but are not necessarily done that way. And that will be greening the finance. So it's the financing of of investments that maybe it's in agriculture, but they could do it in a way that is zero deforestation. That would be greening the finance. Or something that, you're investing in energy, but you do it in a way that is no longer fossil fuel based. Those are greening the finance. Here, we're not talking about this. On this session, we are talking about financing green activities which are inherently forest related, the type of investment that we're going to talk about here, which is the object of this Congress. However, I also want to make a point that is broader than forestry. And this is something that I think we have to make it clear, and it's good that Martine is here. We have sustainable forest management in areas that, in tropical areas, we heard the minister from Gabon here. They do have half of their country certified. That's not planting trees. We can have agroforestry is a type of investment on forests. We do have nature-based solutions, which are other problems in other sectors where we can actually invest money to provide solutions which are green by nature, nature-based solutions. And a lot of them are restoration, investment on forests, etc. And they are economic opportunities. We will talk about them this afternoon. So this is why I like that, and we talk about this with the organizers, that is increasing financial flow to forests. And this forest investment activities is not only forestry in the strict sense of plantations. And we do have other ways of doing this. And I'm glad that we have a list of speakers which cover different aspects of this and come from different perspectives, from bilateral agencies to financial banks, commercial banks. Without further ado, I'd like to invite then the first speaker. He's going to connect us from online. I hope he's online. This is not favoring anybody that happens to be, this is the way it's organized. He's not somebody from the World Bank Group, but He's the Asian regional lead advisor on the IFC. IFC is International Financing Corporation. Is the arm of the World Bank that finance private sector. So I think it's important to hear how we do that. And for that, I have my good friend Toyin Nguyen to give his presentation. Look, we are friends, but you have 7 minutes like everybody else, okay? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Garo, and thank you for inviting IFC. So as Garo introduced, IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank. So I won't show my presentations, but just walk through quickly the key points to share, and we can discuss if time permit after. So, you know, in any market, we see a dynamic of supply demand. And what for us is very exciting about this green financing and financing green is that, you know, from COP26, as people were calling it, the Davos of COP, we actually find that very encouraging, where for the first time you have this intergovernmental meetings on climate, where many of the participants were CEOs of banks, of financiers, and of corporates, multinationals, and regional companies. So there's obviously a lot of demand these days for green financing, for financing flow to find green assets. And this is where it becomes very exciting for climate assets in general, but then specifically for forestry assets, because there you can have both the mitigation and developmental impact and the carbon credit. And how do you make that, mobilize that momentum to do it in the right way? So that's basically the setting the context, right? There's more and more multinational, usually from the OECD countries, looking to buy green assets, invest in green assets, including nature-based solution, carbon credit. And this is where many of those green assets, including forestry assets, are going to be coming from the emerging markets. But how to link that financing demand to the supply of good, sustainable green forestry assets in a standardized way with good taxonomy, good definitions to avoid greenwashing risks, right? So that's going to be key. So I think, you know, if anyone tracking the space, the surge in what I call generally sustainable financing, climate financing, you know, whether it's green or blue or sustainably linked, this is growing very fast. On the other side, if you look at the availability of climate assets, including forestry, these are also developing, but the supply is more limited because doing them right takes a lot of standards on environment, social governance, so that the right financing can flow through. So this is where this ability to grow good, sustainable forestry assets across the value chain, not just primary forestry, but up to the processing and value-added segments. I think this is going to be the value of those assets are only increasing. So as IFC, you know, sustainable financing has always been our core, and therefore helping setting the standards first through our performance standards in terms of how we finance, what do we do with ESG sort of high level of quality, but also working with international organizations like ICMA and LMA to set the standards, help set the standards for green, social, sustainably linked bond, blue bond principles. And I think this is going to be very key as basically the conduit, because if you have all this money from Western companies, whether it's for carbon credit or for investing in these type of climate assets, you're going to need to set very clear standards so that the flow can be traced to exactly the right type of assets. Because once you start get greenwashing, muddling the environment, the financing environment, you're going to then have a loss of investor confidence. So, you know, taking one step back, forestry asset beyond the climate demand is extremely valuable now. There's 5,000 different products from wood. Demand for industrial wood is expected to triple in the next couple of decades. There's fiber deficits, especially in Asia, and more this need for buying good nature-based solution carbon credits that is associated with REDD+ assets. And here is where you have both win-win, right? Because if you do this right, you have very good developmental impact for smallholders. Other speakers have spoken about good quality jobs and trade and export, but then you also have good impact on climate, on biodiversity, on mitigation. So just, again, I want to emphasize the setting the standards is where multilateral like World Bank, IFC, and working together with partners like GCF and others to really then help mobilize the private sector to bring financing into these forestry assets in a very meaningful way. And then last, I just want to share very quickly, one of the best examples that we have seen within IFC and World Bank is our engagement in Laos, PDR, where, for many decades, the government there had honestly just focused on mining and hydro, but only recently, I would say in the last, 5-6 years, taking a very serious view on how to build the forestry sector as a driver of growth. So IFC, we work with private sector forestry firms, we work with local communities on the linkages, and we help support market enabling regulations, together with the World Bank, which now has launched a very large project in landscapes to also mobilize the standards and capacity in country in order for part of the output being private sector, being able to invest more in sustainable industrial tree plantations, as well as nature-based tourism. So I'll stop there, and thank you again for the organizer for inviting IFC to share our views. Thank you, Garo. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tien. This was very good, and it was on time, so this is excellent. I think you get a view. I just want to highlight one thing that which we discussed yesterday in other sessions, and my vice president, also our vice president mentioned, is a landscape approach. So you have a program this large, like the one he was mentioning. You do plantation, but you also do forest management, and you do tourism. So you have different types of land use, some that combine and generate enough revenue when they are combined. So instead of thinking a project as a single-headed one type of investment, you can think of a broader one. And even in the private sector, you can think that way when you have large expanses of land in countries like Gabon or Laos or Brazil, where you have different types of land use that can be combined to generate economic profit from different type of activities and also for different type of population, because then local communities tend to benefit from certain ones and not other ones, etc. So thank you very much. This was very, very good, and again, very good on time. Do we have the, well, I'm going to, both of them? Okay, so I go first. No, I'll go to, yes, let's give somebody that in the room first. Martine. Please, I've already introduced you, so if you could go ahead and give your presentation.
Thanks, Garo. Well, pleasure to be here and truly hybrid. The tech works. Yeah, this is the new normal. So thank you very much. And yeah, I'm representing today the UK government's new International Forest Unit, and this is an exciting moment for us. It's a long way from Glasgow to Seoul. It's many thousands of miles, but the creation of this new unit in and of itself is testament to the increasing significance of forests in the climate agenda. We recognize that there is no pathway to 1.5 degrees without transitioning to a more sustainable land use. So I'm really happy to be representing the unit today. And we heard from the earlier panelists, Minister White and the GCF colleague, that donor funds are limited. This is very true. We recognize this. Our finances from the UK government are a drop in the ocean. But the first point I want to make in response to this panel is that, as donor governments, we have a special ability and responsibility to lead. And so, as the COP presidents, and if we could go to the next slide, please. As COP presidents, we use that presidency very deliberately and intentionally to shine a spotlight on the forest agenda. And our former panelists used the phrase, the Davos of COP. We were also proud that it was referenced as the Paris moment for forests. We spearheaded the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use, with over 140 leaders coming together, which represents just over 90% of the world's forests in terms of land area. And they've committed together to halt and reverse forest loss and degradation by 2030. This is important, this is significant. Never before have so many countries come together to do that. And the declaration has a specific commitment to ensure that financial flows are aligned to the 2030 goal. So I'm going to break that out a little further, and that's what this slide sets out, and I'll go through it quickly, otherwise I'll be penalized by Garo, I think. So in terms of the finance itself, what does it come with? Well, we mobilized donors from 12 donors to put forward $12 billion of public climate funds. This is the biggest ever public commitment for forests. In addition, donors pledged 1.7 million to protect indigenous peoples and local communities, and support their role as guardians of forests and nature. 33 financial institutions and counting, with over 8.7 trillion of global assets committed to eliminating investment in activities linked to agricultural commodity-driven deforestation, alongside the billions of private finance mobilized to support the forest economy. There's a lot of numbers, I appreciate that, but the point is, they're significant because this is about channeling money in a different direction. And COP26 demonstrated a real commitment from governments and the private sector, including financial institutions, to shift the financial system towards forest protection and more broadly to a nature-positive economy. So for us, of course, the work isn't over until COP27. And we're using the remainder of our presidency time to scale up and support the delivery of these commitments. So the second point I want to get to is it's not just about what we invest, it's the how. It's the how we invest. So if I may ask the organizers to go to the next slide, thank you. On this point, as governance, we have a role to work with the financial sector to first of all realize and capture the value of forests, and to take nature account into the decision-making, into the risk frameworks, into the measures of success. And this isn't about corporate social responsibility, this is about changing the market. So in the UK, we're developing tools to drive transparency in the financial sector, including requirements for UK financial institutions to have a robust transition plan in place, how they'll decarbonize as we meet ambitious net zero targets. And the other, of course, is the really critical task force on nature-related financial disclosures. And we've been supporting that with targeted funding, and we're pleased to also be supporting the Africa Voice pilot program to test really whether the framework is fit for purpose in African countries. And the third point on financing green is also really about how do we use our ODA resources, our climate finance, that respects taxpayers, but that of course is smart and that really leverages private finance to provide that nudge, to provide that, that acceleration of proven solutions. So if I may go to the next slide, please. We've committed, as the UK government, to doubling our climate finance, so £11.8 billion. I'm not actually sure what the moment is at dollars. It's about $13 billion, I think, with at least £3 billion of that towards nature goals, and at least half of that to forests. And exactly to Garo's point earlier, what we aim to do is to stack in our interventions across a broad spectrum of entry points into jurisdictional approaches. So we don't just take a project-specific lens in any place. We make sure that they add up to more than the sum of those individual parts. And I just want to introduce you to, if I may, just three of what we see as our really flagship programs that we're really proud of. One of those here on the screen is Partnerships for Forests. And this is all about building partnerships between the private sector, public sector and communities by incubating innovative forest-friendly business models in Central, East and West Africa and Southeast Asia and Latin America. It's mobilised over £400 million of private investment and helped to put 2.9 hectares of land under sustainable management practices. And in Pará state, which is one of the worst deforestation hotspots in Brazil, where I was a few weeks ago, the program, for example, is providing smallholder farmers who struggle to access seasonal labor costs. This is really a massive barrier, and other panelists I know are very aware of this. But this is one of the areas, for example, where Partnerships for Forests is working. Another program I want to just introduce you to is mobilizing finance for forests. This was introduced last year, and we're really proud of this one. This is a first for us. It's our first blended finance program. And this is a really, really critical role for governance and for donors to be really leveraging our concessional finance. I won't go through all the details, but £150 million program to increase private sector investment in activities to combat deforestation, and happy to talk more about this offline. And the third and final piece is the LEAF Coalition. So, as many of you will know, this was launched this time last year, just over a year ago. And it provides finance to tropical and subtropical countries that successfully reduce emissions from deforestation and degradation. And private finance will be provided only by companies already committed to deep emission cuts in their own supply chains. And last year at COP, the coalition was able to mobilize already very quickly $1 billion in financing. So we're excited by this early progress of LEAF, but this is just the start. And significantly greater finance flows are needed to enable us to meet that Glasgow declaration. And I'll stop there. I hope I was in your time limit, Garo. Back to you.
You went a little bit over, but we don't count. Thank you. I think this is a very good point, and I just want to bring back a point made earlier and now again. The jurisdiction approach is very important, and the jurisdiction approach can help us also bring REDD credits and REDD plus money, carbon credits, etc. However, the work inside the jurisdiction, there is a place for the private sector to work. The entire jurisdiction is occupied by someone that has a land use. So when we're talking about that, and somebody manages in democratic countries, most of that land is in some private hands, and they have to be managed properly. So the jurisdiction approach comes with the framework on how to use the land, policies and programs, and that's what we are working on. But the work on the ground actually is done by the private sector in many cases. So I'm just trying to make this link that when we're talking a jurisdiction approach, this is not an either or. It just helps to frame better where the private sector can invest. So we can come with leveraging, but the private sector can and should invest, and we hope you can promote green financing at that level as well. So it's just, otherwise people start thinking that, well, we're talking about jurisdiction approach and the private sector is off the hook, and or it cannot do anything, and this is important to highlight. But without the jurisdiction approach, becomes haphazard because somebody does one way, somebody does the other way, or you don't generate scale enough to make a difference from ecosystem service point of view, or climate change point of view, because one guy is doing fine and the 10 neighbors are not doing fine. So that's also important, okay? So thank you for pointing the three programs. So I think what is the beauty of what BEIS is presenting is that the three programs are complementary in each other. One gives the register approach with LEAF, the other ones was leveraging with the private sector, and the other ones come with the TA and other programs. So that's the way we all have to think about it, and there is a role for each one of us on that view. On that note, I would like to invite, I have to keep checking over there to see if they are there. There? Pierre is there, okay. So I would like to invite Pierre Rousseau. He's the senior He's going to give us a presentation. He's an independent consultant for finance and sustainability. His main clients are large financial institutions, amongst several mandates. He's also the senior advisor for BNP Paribas Corporate Engagement Department, project advisor for DEM Group, and senior advisor to the CEO of innovative nature-based businesses such as Terra Gran and Blue Finance. In addition to this consultancy role, Pierre has founded and supervised as executive chairman Norman Plastic, a social business providing marine services for sustainable coastal tourism, fighting ocean plastic pollutions, building resilience ecosystem for marine biodiversity. So he works both on the blue and the green agenda, but today he's going to focus more on the green one. Pierre, I trust you're there, so you're on the screen now.
Yeah, you hear me?
And you have 5 minutes. Yes, 7 minutes. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Go ahead. We can see you now.
Okay, I hope you can also see the slides that I would present.
We do. Thank you.
Okay, so very good. So very nice to have you here. And after talking a little bit about the public sector, I would like to focus also on the point of view from the private sector, and to say that there is a lot of opportunities that may raise from the private sector, and especially the entrepreneurship. And I would like also to focus on one of the things you mentioned before about the natural-based solution and the ability to create new businesses, and new businesses driven by entrepreneurs and sometimes corporate. But sometimes even those people, they will need additional tools than the existing financial tools. Why? Because if they have to build those businesses, they have to go to transition, to transformation. And as we're talking about nature, we do know that there is a cost for transformation, there is a cost for transition, and the tenure could be very long. So the catalytic process is very important. Identifying also if they develop business that they're also working for public good, that we measure an impact, and we need data. So what we need also, we need to see and we need to realize that the existing finance today, and I'm well placed, I worked for a bank for 35 years, that the existing finance is not enough. We will have to be innovative. We will have to create new structure. And most of the time it's not new product, but we have to create new solution, bringing together existing setup from the investment and from the financing side. If we want to create scale and we want to be resilient, which means resilience has to be ecological, social, but it has also to be financial and economically viable. If we want to be impactful, we need to be transparent and we need to be traceable. We will need data, we will need digital, so you need to bring all this together. But before you go to finance, you have to bring the finance solution at one stage between the different components of the blended finance part. So bringing together investors, bringing investor who can be equity investor, angel investor at the beginning, and after that carrying some catalytic from philanthropic and from public. And then after that, when you have business, you create a mechanism where we can follow to the next step, which will bring equity and debt. So you need for that, and if you need to go to the transition, you need also to take into value the externalities. So carbon is probably one of them. We talk about offsetting carbon, but I do believe that we need also to take the idea that we can use carbon as a guarantor to develop business. Why we need to sell something which will have a high value if we can keep an asset, carbon as an asset, that we can keep in order to finance new projects. So we need to be quite innovative in solution. And for that, it's true, you mentioned it, we need guidance and we need empowerment and we need some frame. Legal and documentation is also a challenge that we need to address. The documentation sometimes can be a killer for many projects. I would like to present to you one project that I'm working on, which is the Terra Green project in South Africa. This is an entrepreneurship, starting and putting in place this process. And I think we have here a good example where we can put agroforestry. As you mentioned before, we can bring the forest and keep the forest and rebuild and restore the forest and build around that permaculture and agroforestry. So here we're talking about planting 200 million plants, including crops and fruit, but also integrating bamboo into it around 40% in order to generate the economical value of restoring all this forest. Another thing that I find interesting here in the innovation is to use the carbon as an asset in order to find concessional loan to finance, instead to sell the carbon credit offset. On the other side is about integrating the communities. So the communities will be the shareholder, the woman will be empowered. And then after that, you have to create and you have to integrate the entire process by creating an economical value out of your natural infrastructure that you're building. And of course, you need to bring all people together. The territoriality is very important. I just show you here of financingly, we need to put together everything. So we start with an entrepreneurship with promoters and angel investor. Then after that, you need to create the catalytic process, maybe through a foundation, through a trust, through different instruments, where you will bring together the public good and the civil society into the process. Then after that, you need to create and secure. If you want this to be economic, you need to integrate the economy, both with the corporates and the investor. And then after that, you have to create the different channel. But what will help you to do that is because you will generate here 20 million tons carbon every year that you can capitalize, and you can use this as a guarantor, as an asset that will help you to move from one type of investor to another type of investor. So this is the kind of innovation where we need to build a collective finance with a catalytic process. Of course, you need clear governance and you need full transparency for this type of things. This is to explain to you that there is one thing that we need to start also, in addition of the existing financing tools, to rethink the model and change behavior. Because if we want to do that, this is to do everything that finance is not doing today. It's not to be project-driven, like you mentioned before. It's to be collaborative. It's to be landscape. It's to be innovative in solution, not innovative in product. It's also to think about scenarios. We are thinking too much from the past. We need to think from the future. This is what TCFD is doing. We need to start and anticipate the future. We need to measure the impact, so we need data. We need also to change of mindset in terms of short-term thinking and long-term thinking. And finally, we need to be fully transparent. Everything is about three things. It's about reallocating capital. It's about bringing digital and data. And it's about creating partnership, because like the previous person said from IFC, everything is about to avoid one thing, is the greenwashing. But we can incorporate entrepreneurs, we can incorporate corporates, we can incorporate investors which are looking for profit. And I will not say profit, I prefer to call it performance. Why? Because the criteria on evaluating the performance of a company may change as we are moving in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. This was very interesting. As you saw, as an example, he raised $2 billion for one project, and most of it, if not all of it, from the different type of private sources. So it can be done if we plan properly, and I'm glad we brought it here. So I think you saw today 3 different presentations with different aspects of it, which they complement each other, and I think this is very good. I want to open up for questions from the audience. I have a lot of questions, but I'm the guy that asks a lot of questions all the time. People know me. But I want to open up for you guys to have an opportunity of asking questions. Everybody shy? No questions? Okay. So Oh, I should have said that we had 4 people to speak, but one of the speakers were not able to connect, so we have a little bit more time. So that's what we can have. I hope we can make a more of an interactive section. So also, if the panelists want to ask a question to the other panelists, please welcome to do so. But I'll start with a question to Martin. How much a role should the government, we're talking about private sector investment and the need, if you look at the Biodiversity Convention, they say we need $200 billion a year of investment, new investment. How much of a role should governments play in catalyzing increased investment in sustainable land use and forest management? Is there more that could be done from a donor country and the forest country perspective, from both sides?
Well, I mean, the answer is yes, on the donor side, always. I mean, I think Pierre put it nicely as well. I mean, this idea of collective finance, we need all the parties to come to the table, right, in this transition. So whether it's governments or development finance institutions, civil society, communities on the ground, it's still a risky sector, and the revenue streams are less well established than many other sectors, and projects are typically smaller and harder to exit. There's lots of evidence, and this has been, I agree with Pierre, we want to use a different lexicon to the past, but we're still stuck with some of these problems. And so, as in the role of donor governments, what do we need to do? Okay, well, we have to be better at using our blended finance. That's really key. That helps to overcome inefficiencies in forests and land use and the food system as well. Lots of those inefficiencies are still, I think, problematic. It has the potential to mitigate those risks and enhance returns for private investors. And I gave you the example earlier of one of our programs there, and that's providing concessional capital, but also guarantees. And I think another area that's, we've touched on it, but is also about the project pipeline development through targeted technical assistance. And this can be really effective, but we have been, I think, rightly criticized as a donor for. We've had successful pilots, we've had successful interventions, but then we don't scale them, and we have these proven, discrete examples, but then we're not so good at really putting them together and collaborating. So I agree with Pierre as well, this point on partnership is crucial. What's another? I mean, I think as well, it struck me what Minister White was saying from Gabon earlier. They're here, his team is here looking for private investment into, his vision for the future economy in Gabon. And sometimes I think we still talk 2 separate languages, and our words come past one another and they don't really, actually engage. And so for us as donor governments, we have to listen. We can't rest on our laurels and assume that we understand still the forest country perspective. So that's, continues to be a priority for us. And that means tailoring our approaches to individual forest country needs to support whether it's regulatory reform, whether it's addressing financial risks. We have to have very bespoke approaches. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, maybe I have a follow-up question to you, just that you elaborate what you mentioned at the end, which I'll come back to Pierre on this one, is that the financing of government financing donor financing, shouldn't just be on actual projects or other reforms that create a level playing field for investments, because I don't think we talk much about it, and maybe it would be good if you agree with this, talk about it. Because when we're talking about investment, people here in the crowd may think, okay, we are investing for somebody to buy trees and plant trees, but not all the investment does have to be this way, because you mentioned government reform, some structural investments. Does that make sense? Is that something that the governments can help do?
In terms of supporting individual countries with reform?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this has been a big area for the UK in the last 15 years, It has been governance reform through I mean, this isn't significant public finance allocation, but it's vital. I mean, it has to be, whether that's in a post-conflict setting or, you know, a country which has very dynamic subnational, you know, politics in place. You know, this has been a really significant priority for the UK's approach to supporting, I think, forest, you know, sustainable forest objectives. So yes, I mean, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, thank you. It's just, I think it's a point that we have to make, that sometimes the investment from bilaterals or multilateral like the bank are not necessarily investments on the field itself, but to create the enabling environment to increase investment. So thank you. I'll come to Jan. He's on the screen. Thank you. When IFC, like any other institution, but when IFC wants to work with the forest sector client, not always the project is already green and sustainable. So you have the standards and they don't meet the standards. So what is that IFC does to generate broader nature positive results from the investments you make? From the start point of identifying a client to actually developing a bankable project that generates good results. Oops. As he was going to speak, he's just...
Sorry, Garo, I think my...
I can hear you, but you know, your screen is frozen. No problem. But we can hear you. If you can speak, that'll be fine. No?
Yeah, sorry, Garo.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead.
I just got, yes. So I think I caught most of your question. So first, I mean, as we know, right, we're part of World Bank Group. There is a nexus between climate and development. You know, our core mission is poverty reduction. And so as you know, World Bank Group is starting these country climate development report. So obviously, climate is a very core vector for poverty reduction, both on mitigation and adaptation. But we always have to keep this in mind, right, in terms of financing green, that the project both has a climate positive impact as well as development impact. Second, you know, again, back to the core principle of setting standards. You know, IFC performance standards on social, on biodiversity, you know, on governance. These things are the bedrock of what we do, and we have been able to leverage those standards into private sector global financing, for example, with the Equator Principle for international project financing. So hopefully we can also leverage those standards and create new taxonomies. So then when we go in and look for a project, as you say, one, we make sure we can channel our financing as well as others we mobilize from the private financial investors, that they know ultimately the assets at the end of that funding usage is of quality, right, in terms of the standards. And so maybe one last point I would raise also, I like very much the peer's point about looking at the future and how to create look at new ways of doing things. So, you know, again, green forestry assets have always been around for, centuries. They're becoming more important. But what we find very exciting is that there is now a new direction for, fiber-based material to be part of the circular economy. So two years ago, we made a very big investment in Brazil with Lenzing to basically use sustainable forestry for lyocell, which is fiber-based textile. And so we see this as a big trend where how can we use more of the sustainable fiber in order to replace things like polyester, maybe more water-intensive cotton, and be a contributor to another, a raw material that has, been a bit more carbon heavy. So maybe I'll stop there. Thanks, Garo.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Looking at different types of work. You need to say something? What? Okay, go ahead. Okay, while Pilar goes to read the question, I just want to thank you. And I think it's good to talk about this innovation and different types of use. It goes back to, it's not strict sense forestry is different uses and different ways of doing it. Please go ahead, read your question from the
Yes.
audience.
Thank you very much. There's a question from the chat from Hector Gaeta. That is, which tool would you consider to be the most difficult to develop in a project of this type, and why? I think it goes for all the speakers.
Okay, actually, that's a good, let's start with Pierre, because that's a good question for Pierre. He presented a project, and so what was the most difficult challenge you had to put that project together and get the financing for it?
Okay. I think probably we can ask this to the CEO of the project who is in the room, and he's losing and he's making gray hair. But I will take it on a finance point of view, and because there is a lot of the project itself, you have a lot of issues by building up the project. But I will focus on the finance side because we're talking about finance here. The first things in finance, first, it's the lack of knowledge of the investor. We still have to educate investor for the natural infrastructure or for considering nature as an infrastructure. And we need to educate. The people are still not considering, it's amazing as we consider building and bridges as an infrastructure. And when we talk about a forest, a lake, or a natural infrastructure, the people do not recognize that it can generate as much as revenues as an asset that the human being is building. So that's the first thing. We need to continue, and this is a role here for the government, and there is a role here for the regulators to put this. The first things that I will say is that regulators in majority are focusing on the risk and not on the opportunities. So in the short term, we need to rebalance. I don't say we don't have to follow the risk. I have managing risk in my life for 30 years, but what we have to do, we have to rebalance and show more opportunities, show more projects to develop, and we need to incentivize those projects to be developed. Today, we look too much at the risk and not enough at opportunities of redevelopment. The world is not linear anymore. The world is a world where we have to disinvest and reinvest. We have to disinvest for fossil fuel, and we have to reinvest in nature. That's it. That's what we have to do if we want to solve climate, biodiversity, and social inclusion. So this is why we need first this. The second, another big challenge, and you know there is a long list of challenges, and I think we can spend a lot of time, is the legal documentation. You know, a minimum, a small project of a natural infrastructure bonds that I have made recently, 1,280 pages of documentation. How can I replicate that? What is the cost of transaction? So we need to create infrastructure regulators, and government need to create platform for simplifying this type of development. If we want to put people collectively, public and private and philanthropists, in order to move forward, we need to do that. And the third big ones, there are many others, but I think for the sake of time, I will third. We are lacking of catalytic funding. And people who have to play catalytic funding, maybe from the philanthropists, we need more philanthropists to be focused on that area, on climate and forest and natural infrastructure. And we need more DFIs and MDBs to work on this. I know that there is a lot done. We have heard about what IFC is doing, but there is a need of more capital for catalytic funding. We can make concessional loans guaranteed by carbon capture generation, and we can get refunding for the business that we can develop. We can create new models. We can create new models of creating this catalytic funding. It's not only grants which is wasted. Most of the time, it could be mechanism of loans, mechanism of financing that we can put in place, and there is not enough such kind of process today. That's the main challenge, I will say, that we are facing today. And if we can accelerate that, I do believe that we can probably create more scalable projects. One of the things also mentioned is that the lack of large project. We have too much small project, And because the projects are small, we need to aggregate them to interest the investor, which is complexifying everything and creating a transaction cost, which is very high.
Yeah, thank you. Totally agree. How about from Bayside, from the donor country side? What are, the bigger challenges? I think what Pierre said kind of universal, but is there anything specific from government side?
I mean, I think I agree with Pierre on the catalytic funding. I mean, last year felt like a watershed moment. We saw at COP, financial leaders and CFOs talking without minutes, and this was really significant. But I think the philanthropic sector is still perhaps a little slow into this sector, so I think there's more work there. And I think there's another issue and I'm actually interested with Pierre's program, this project in South Africa. There's a lot of opportunity in terms of the non-timber forest products, but there are a lot of small projects around the world in the different forest biomes, but how do you get access to market for those? And that depends also on investments in the other critical components of infrastructure and the enabling conditions, which we touched on earlier. And I mean, Pierre, it'd be interesting to understand how you've addressed that in TerraGreen. But this for us is a really big barrier, and that means that you can't just work in the silos. It's not, for us as a donor, yes, my team and my division is focused on forest and land use, but we also need to work in a complementary way with the other sectors, whether that's cold storage and power or, all of these components. So we have to see this is still a big barrier, this siloed way of working. I think it's right that we've pushed to the top of the political agenda, forest and land use in and of itself as a sector, but we also have to remember those important interfaces.
No, I fully agree, and I want to complete maybe by telling you that to answer your question is to bring
Pierre, can you hold just a second? We have another question here, so you can make your final remarks as soon as we get the final question, please. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anne Arvola from FenFund, a development financing institute from Finland. Thank you, Pierre. I think you pointed very well many of the critical issues in terms of investor perspective. So my question is actually about your project. To what extent you are able to compete with other market operators already? So in commercial terms, how competitive are your products already? Because I think that's often something the investors will pay attention to. The project shouldn't be too dependent on the grant part of funding, at least for too long.
Thank you. Very good point that I think we touched superficially, and we can just end with that one. I was told we were running out of time, so we can give quick, short answers. That'll be very well appreciated. Pierre, you first.
Yeah, we'll try to combine the answer. I come back again about the need to bring corporates and investor at the same time as we are building up the catalytic side. So your point is very good. Both sides, first of all, to guarantee the economical view. So when we are doing a project like that, we are doing at the same time a real business model, which is an economical business model and is based on the off-taker that we decided to get out of the project. So the economical resilience is critical. This is one of the points I do insist on. And the second one is the investor, the private investor, the financial institution. We need the asset owners, as we call them. We need to educate them much more, as I mentioned before, and we need to bring them in sector where they've never been before. If you look at natural infrastructure, or it's like the blue economy, where I'm also actively involved, investors were not traditionally in that space, or they were marginally in that space. So we need to bring them and tell them that working and financing a landscape, as you mentioned pretty well, the landscape concept with general source of cash flow is as good as financing an automotive company. And this is what we need to prove them, and this is what we need to work on. And we need to bring them not when the public funding is done, but when we are building the project at the same time as we are doing the catalytic, we need to bring the investor that will take the relay of the catalytic.
Thank you. You have your final word before I wrap up, if you wanted to, or nope?
No, I don't have more to add, but I'd be very happy to talk with people in the room. And yeah, it's been
I'm going to wrap up by trying to answer your question as well, because one of the things we do in the landscape approach is important, is that, and Martin mentioned from the other angle, that we have to look at the other sectors. So when we are using a landscape approach, we also have to look whether this is a profitable enterprise that can be a profitable compared with the other enterprises you can do in the area. If I can make a forest project 8% profit return, but then agriculture makes a 20% forest return, it's not going to help. But maybe the 20% may be subsidized by the government. So you have to look at these other things. That's where there is a combination between what organizations like the World Bank or BEIS, or UK-based government, or can work together with IFC, with people like Pierre, to develop packages that in the beginning, we need the grant money, but it has to be designed in a way that the grant money is almost like for first loss because it's a pilot, but we have to plan it from the beginning. And I think the example for Pierre is that he started a pilot and he was able to scale up. I think the challenge we are having is that we start as a pilot and think that it's going to replicate itself. And the pilot maybe work under certain conditions, and we are not working to get those conditions. We have to work more on creating those conditions outside the project so that the projects can be naturally replicated. I have an example of a project in Mexico. They are doing very well, but then the next community tried to do this with a commercial loan, and then the commercial banks did not give them a loan, although it was profitable, because they didn't have collateral, they don't have all these other things that, you know, the bank rules at the time did not allow them to have. So it's something we have to do collegially, integrated way, but we also have to look at different types of land use and calculate the offsets. But I hope you had a very good session today. Natalia is standing at the podium, and if I don't shut up now, we're going to have a problem. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tien and Pierre. Very good. Your participation, same for Martin, and I hope you liked the session. Thank you very much, and we're breaking for lunch.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all the panelists, the audience, and the moderator. It was really good. Just a quick information about how to have food. If you go straight down to the shopping center, you can find food to buy, okay? We will be back before 1:45 p.m. when we will start the afternoon session. So see you soon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had time enough to have some lunch. We are ready to start our afternoon event, which will goes on until 7 p.m. today. And our panelists are already on the table, and we do have one panelist participating from online. So I'd like to welcome everybody again. And for those who are joining us now, welcome and thanks for choosing our event this afternoon. I'd like to introduce to you my boss, José Carlos da Fonseca Jr. He is the Executive Director of the Brazilian tree industry. And with that, I trust that he will present our panelists of this session. I'd like to remind you that this session is being translated, so I kindly ask the panelists to speak slowly, and I wish everyone a very nice session.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Not really a boss, a colleague from IBA, the Brazilian Tree Industry, and we are very proud to have you here today as our MC. And thank you all for having us, for hosting this session. The two morning panels were very interesting, and we hope to keep up the same good quality in these discussions ahead of us. So now we will devote our attention to forest sector and ecosystem restoration. The private sector can bring significant contributions to ecosystem restoration. A few forest companies are already engaged in ecosystem conservation and restoration and do develop operational and financing approaches for successful restoration. Despite this, it is noted that forest-based companies are generally not well represented as official partners within global and regional ecosystem restoration initiatives. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration may represent a new opportunity for the private sector to increase their visibility and their engagement in ecosystem restoration. A recent analysis shows that ecosystem restoration can be part of a business rationale for the private forest sector, and that it can provide multiple benefits and mitigate climate risks, among others. Ecosystem restoration also appears to be a good ally for long-term sustainable supply of wood and non-wood forest products, as well as forest ecosystem services, key ingredients for a circular forest-based bioeconomy. In this context, this session we are beginning now will give the floor to thought-provoking presentations about the contributions the private sector can make to ecosystem restoration. It will provide the opportunity for key stakeholders involved in connecting the private forest sector with ecosystem restoration to share their views and ideas on how to best catalyze engagement of forest-based companies in this very important endeavor of ecosystem restoration. We have a very rich and stellar panel of speakers here today, and I will start by presenting our first speaker, Mr. Garo Bantmanian, Global Lead for Forests, Landscapes, and Biodiversity at the World Bank. Among other responsibilities, Garo is the World Bank focal point on the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, CPF, and the chair of the Finance Task Force of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration Initiative. Garo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Fonseca. It's a pleasure to be back in this room, but it's a pleasure to participate in this session. We agree that I'll go first because what I want to do is basically, in a short time, put the context of what we're talking about, ecosystem restoration, so that we can better understand where the private sector can fit in. So I'm just going to make a very quick presentation on the continuum of ecosystem restoration as we see it, as part of the UN Decade for Restoration. May I have the next slide, please? So what is ecosystem restoration? This is what the UN, the World Bank is a partner, is a core partner of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, and I represent the bank in this initiative, and I also chair a task force on the financing ecosystem restoration. for this, the UNDECADE initiative. So the definition that we have at UNDECADE is, it means assisting in the recovery of ecosystems that have been degraded or destroyed, as well as conserving the ecosystems that are still intact. Restoring is, the first part is very important, that we cannot keep restoring if at one point we don't also protect and conserve, because then it's always trying to catch up, right? Restoration is critical to efforts to address convergent environmental crisis, climate change, biodiversity, and ecosystem services, and to achieve the SDGs. We heard that a lot yesterday. Now, what does that exactly means? I can show you in the next slide. The society, next slide? Okay. The Society of Ecological Restoration has come up with what we call the restorative continuum. It says restoration follows reduced impact, remediation, rehabilitation, and ecological restoration. And I want you to notice that only the far right part of it, fully recovering native ecosystems, means trying to bring back as it was before, All the other ones are not like that. And that's where I think most of the private sector can work on. For our purposes, restoration starts on where I put an arrow on the rehabilitation part, which is repairing ecosystem functions. Because if you restore a forest, at least that forest should be providing the part of the ecosystem services that was providing before. Once you start doing that, we call it restoration, even if you don't have all the species, even if you don't have... So if you look at from there forward, repairing, initiating, partially recovering, fully recovering, you can have plantation, you can have mixed plantation, you can have agroforestry. All those activities, depending on the assemblage of species you use and the practices that you use, can qualify and will qualify, or I should say do qualify, as ecosystem restoration. So I'm begging you to not consider ecosystem restoration as this was a rainforest and I have to bring it back exactly to what the rainforest was before. So in this continuum, there is a room for us to work the investment and the economic part that the private sector can make of it. The other aspect that I want to talk about is an example that we have in Ethiopia. If I can have the next slide. Well, before I get, they also have the 10 principles that underpin the UNDECADE of restoration, which is basically that it's scalable, that we talk with others, that that we have our activities, so it's not like somebody imposing top-down. And I want to go to the left corner, which is knowledge integration and measurable goals. If we are saying we're restoring for ecosystem services, we better know and report that which ones we're doing for. So it's important to have those. Next slide, please. So I'm giving you an example on the World Bank project that we have on sustainable landscape management in Ethiopia, because that's one of the things that I feel that the private sector and us, together with the private sector, can think about. When you have a program or large land holding, you don't plant everywhere. Sometimes you do a restoration in the same property you have, and I know 500,000 hectare properties in the Amazon. Some places you do reforestation, some places you do restoration, some places you do forest planting, and some places you do forest management. And that's part of an integrated landscape use. So in this case, in Ethiopia, we are looking at the jurisdictional scale, and I want to point out that we have a program there that with the government and the companies and the communities, we apply landscape management to 1.1 million hectares. Only 180,000 of it is land restored. But then you have another one, is 123,000 of forest that was already there, but now is under management. So it's not an either or. You do this as a combination, and all of them become economically viable. And if you see, nearly 3.3 million hectares have a certificate for the communities that are managing the land and they have the land. So this gives an idea that you have to have this broader view. So in this particular project, we improve the climate resilience, the land productivity, the carbon storage, increase access to diversify livelihood activities, and then everything is started with a structural issue, which is securing land titles, because otherwise the community, nobody plans long-term if you don't have control over the resource, and that's basic. That's part of what we do. But this gives you the idea, I'm going to wrap up again, that there is a continuum. Part of the continuum goes from activities that are economically viable, and they fit in a landscape, and you have a mix of activities that can work. So when you look at the categories of sustainable finance, you see there is a piece that is part of the interface between biodiversity finance and climate finance. So it's, of course, green finance. With that, next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Garo. Very interesting and indeed thought-provoking presentation. We'll now pass on to Mr. Esben Brandy, who is the head of business development at BTG Pactual. Esben has 20-plus years of experience in global timberland investment. Very nice to have you here. Esben, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. My name is Esben. I'm a forester, and I work for. Huh? Cool. So my name is Esben. I'm a forester. I work for Timberland Investment Group, which is a subsidiary of BTG Pactual, Latin America's biggest investment bank. We specialize in forestry asset management. We do that on behalf of institutional investors, pension funds, insurance companies, trusts, endowments. These institutions have been focused on traditional timberland return characteristics, stable returns, diversification, and we manage today around 1 million hectares of forests across the Americas, half of it in Latin America, and $4.5 billion under management on behalf of these investors. So you can think, why take a money guy focused on providing an appropriate return from sustainably managed forest to talk about restoration? Because traditional restoration has a very limited opportunity for economic return, or at least that's a perceived notion. So why me? And I'd like to provide 4 important arguments for why I think restoration is important to an investment strategy and can complement those strategies. And let me start off with providing an example. We are developing a strategy in Latin America. We are collaborating with Conservation International, the big green NGO, where we are seeking to deploy capital on behalf of these institutional investors at scale. At scale, $1 billion scale, a scale that is meaningful for the planet, for biodiversity, and for climate mitigation, but also relevant to the investors. Because to many of these very large institutional investors, they don't have the ability and manpower to do very small investments. So we need to find something that is relevant to them, but can be done at scale. So the strategy that we are developing now is essentially a strategy where we are buying degraded and unproductive cattle farms and cattle pasture. There's unfortunately more than 150 million hectares of these types of cattle farms across the continent, most of it from deforested areas. they don't provide much economic activity. There's not much investment into them. So what we will do is that we will buy them from rich people, from dentists, whoever just sit with this and doesn't invest in these farms. And then we convert them to sustainable tree farms focused on developing the basis and the natural resources to develop a green economy from forestry products. Everybody here understands the importance of forestry products to transition into a green economy. So we would develop these highly efficient plantations which will sequester carbon out of the atmosphere in an incredibly efficient manner. That we will do on half of the footprint, half of the farm. And on the other half, we will restore and allow the natural forest to come back by itself. We will take away the cattle, we will fence it off, we will maybe take away some of the invasive African grass that has been planted by the cattle farmers, and we allow the forest to rehabilitate. We will probably have to do some work, but luckily for many of these ecosystems, we don't need to do that much. And then we will both have the opportunity to develop green economy, but also to restore and facilitate the restoration of the ecosystem. So that's what we are planning to do. And so why the restoration part? It doesn't provide us with much economic activity. It doesn't provide income, doesn't provide many jobs. So let me go to the four arguments. So first argument is we have investors out there that is now demanding business not as usual. We have more than $10 trillion committed to become net zero. We heard earlier today, some $8 billion committed to stop deforestation in their supply chains and investments. We have a number of investors that now are committing to becoming nature positive. And all of this, they demand investment opportunities that have positive co-benefits alongside appropriate returns, but also addressing climate change. So it's an investor need and an opportunity for us as managers to develop strategies that fits these return characteristics and wider societal goals of the investors that we serve. Second argument is risk mitigation and our license to operate. If we don't address restoration and legitimate biodiversity and societal needs for a resilient environment where nature can allow its natural place to redevelop, where community can get co-benefits from the restored natural forest, we're in a situation where we don't have a license to operate. And without that license to operate, we sit with a significant risk. Taking it a little bit to the extreme, it only takes a match. And our entire investments of billions of dollars in freshly developed, beautiful tree plantations is up in smoke. We do a lot, and our investors would maybe be a little bit afraid, but we do a lot to mitigate natural occurring fires and everything that we do, fire breaks and everything. But if you don't have the local license to operate, you are at a significant risk. So that's the second argument. The third argument is it actually reduces the restoration costs incredibly much. If we take a standalone restoration project, you have to set up the fire breaks, you have to take away the cattle, you have to monitor, you have to have fire towers, you have to have fences, you have to have people running around looking that there's no legal activity going on. All of that is very expensive. But we will do all of those things in our commercial tree farms, anyhow. We will have fire towers to look after our plantations. We will probably have some of those restoration areas inside our forests, so we don't need the fences, because it's naturally fenced our plantations. We will have people coming to our tree farms every day, every other week. So we don't have those additional guard costs. So altogether, I think if we're looking at cash cost per hectare dollar restored, it might be a fifth or 10th of a standalone forest restoration project done only, and that excludes the cost of the land. So if we take the cost we have and the cost they have, it's very, very small compared to if we integrate it with our forest operations. And then maybe the last point is actually good for our returns as well. Because since this is a reforestation strategy and a restoration strategy, we are developing carbon credits and carbon revenues because we are sucking enormous amount of carbon out of the atmosphere, both from our restored forests, but also from our very efficient tree farms, which is essentially the world's best carbon capture machine by far. So we generate lots of carbon credits that we wish to sell, and a lot of the people that wants to buy these carbon credits, they're focused on high integrity carbon credits at scale, but with very high integrity. And most importantly, with significant co-benefits. And if we have the combination of restoration and reforestation with a focus on green jobs, tax revenues, we have the ability to actually get both and sell those combined carbon credits at a premium price. So that's why it makes a lot of sense to us to develop restoration in combination with our reforestation projects. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Esben. Very interesting presentation. It shows that it pays off to engage in restoration. It's good business, it's good for nature, it's good for people. Very interesting. Now we'll go to our third speaker, Ms. Nelly Ndvluvu, who is online. There she is. Nelly has a long history of working in the paper and forest industry in various managerial positions. Welcome, Nelly. You have the floor.
Good morning, South African time, and I think it's afternoon time on your side. It's good to hear the speakers talking about ecosystem restoration, and today I'm going to be sharing about how we are contributing to economic restoration in ecosystem restoration within Mondi, South Africa, within our South African landscape. So I'm going to start off by just giving you a little bit of an overview about our South African forestry industry, and I'm not going to be long, just to paint a picture. Forestry products contribute about 4.5% of the total manufacturing. In fact, this has tripled in 10 years, and we're now about 25% of the agricultural GDP. It is estimated that South African industry is contributing or employs about 62,000 people. And that also relates to about 20,000 small-scale timber growers within South Africa. In forestry is quite well regulated in a sense that we've got Forestry South Africa, which is an association representing about 93% of the industry players. And what's nice about that is that we collaborate in terms of common issues such as research and development, pests and diseases, amongst other things, including education, training, and legislation. And the pictures they are just showing basically the extent and the landscape within forestry. If you go to our second slide, so how are we doing this as Mondi Zimele, or as part of a fully integrated company called Mondi South Africa? Because we're in the forest, pulp, and paper in the space. Our objectives really are to develop and support emerging forestry landowners, timber farmers, but in particular, because forestry is in a rural landscape, we're wanting to grow and really support small-scale timber growers, whilst making sure that we're facilitating sustainable market access and therefore contributing towards job creation and development. And we do this by providing a number of services. And these include supporting our small-scale growers by giving them seedlings, firefighting management, and various other forestry extension support. However, this is not without any challenges. One of the key challenges is that we seem to have a lot of unproductive and poorly performing plantations. And that's really because of lack of government support. It's mainly the corporates that are supporting your private farmers as well as your small timber scale growers. We also, because we're in the tropical space in the southern region, we are suffering from a lot of pest diseases and fires. And obviously the small growers do not have the capability nor the infrastructure to be able to handle this. So which means that they tend to rely on forestry corporates a lot. There's also lack of agroforestry initiation. And like I said earlier, lack of funding support, with only us being the provider and support. That being said, there are opportunities. Right now, we're busy working with CMO as part of the restoration exercise to increase the certification in terms of FSC certification within our small growers. We are trying to make sure that there is diversification within forestry, in a sense that because this is the source of income in a third world environment, which is requiring a lot of support in terms of jobs and income and all of that. We're trying to stimulate agroforestry so that people can make income and also be able to secure food, whilst at the same time making sure that our forestry is available and is being grown so that it is sustainable. We also provide support such as funding and various other blended finance opportunities. And what has resulted in our support in terms of our forestry development is that we now have 3,362 growers on the program who are managing about 14,700 hectares. And those growers really have an average size in terms of hectares of between 0.2 to about 10 hectares. And what we're able to do successfully is then we're able to secure fiber of about 100,000 tons per annum, which then comes back onto stream. And what's nice about that is then the small scale growers are able to generate income, which can be in the millions. And also we're now stimulating smaller businesses by making sure that we now have harvesting, transport, security companies that are able to look after this plantation. And we really believe that this approach and this model, if properly funded, could go a long way in making sure that we restore the ecosystem that we need to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Very interesting presentation to complement the first two others. And we have seen here from different perspectives and angles that complement each other, how nice an opportunity we have when we discuss and study and get deeper and deeper into ecosystem restoration. So I appreciate, we won't have, unfortunately, time for Q&A, but I'm sure that our panelists here will be open to receiving afterwards questions and inquiries of any sort. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Congratulations, you guys. And let's now come to a closing and back to Natalia.
Thank you very much. It looks like this session was about the title of the entire event, Sustainable Investments in Forests for People, Profit and Nature. Very interesting indeed. So I'd like to invite my colleague to be the moderator of the next session, which is called The Future of Forest Investment. So please, Lindo Bull, from FAO, you have the floor, and she will be our moderator in this session. She will present the other panelists of the session that's gonna start right now.
Thanks, Natalia. Mokina and Sham, do you want to come up? Ludwig, you may as well come up now too. Yeah. Hello. Nice to see you. Oh dear. Okay. Can you hear me okay? I'll take this thing off for this. Hopefully my lipstick's not smudged. Can you all hear me okay? Yep. Okay. So it's my really deep pleasure to welcome you today to the second of our keynote speeches for this Sustainable Investment Forum. I'm really excited about the panel that I'm going to present to you today. If I take the time to reflect on the messages that, I've heard over the last sort of 36 hours or 24 hours really actually, here at the World Forestry Congress, we've heard the world is in trouble. We have these multiple environmental challenges that are pressing and critical, and what are we going to do about it? And well, the time is now. We have to work on these now, but we know all of that. And we've heard forests are a critical part of the solution. And, as foresters, we all celebrate that, but we've known all of those things for a very long time. But I'm really excited about what I've heard earlier today, but also what I heard in some of the presentations yesterday. And these are the things that really keep me motivated from day to day. First of all, I think governments are more energised about the forest sector than perhaps I've seen them over the course of my career. And I think they increasingly know that we cannot reach climate goals without forests and forest products. And we had the wonderful speech earlier today from Minister Lee White from Gabon, which worked to that point. And then the private sector is creating sustainable investment vehicles that I think would have been unheard of just 10 years ago. And this whole day, we're celebrating innovative forest products in all parts of the globe. And while on this last point, we have work to do, the role of communities and smallholders is increasingly being recognised as absolutely critical, and efforts are being made to improve the benefits that they receive from profitable forest investments. So to build on that momentum, I think we have an absolutely brilliant panel here with us today, each of whom is going to provide us with vision and insights to further guide the practical, innovative and transformative approaches that the forest sector can continue to use to realise its potential. And the people that we have with us, we'll have a video online from Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, who is the CEO of the Global Environment Facility. But I'm most pleased to have with us today Shyam Satkuru, who's the Executive Director of the International Tropical Timber Organisation, and Mokena Mekeka, who's a principal with Dalberg, and I've had the pleasure to work with in recent times. So before we get started, could I ask for the video from the CEO from the Global Environment Facility to go up on the screen, please?
Dear heads of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, organizations and representatives of major groups, ladies and gentlemen, conserving healthy forests is not only possible, it is also an obligation we collectively need to assume if we want to maintain the ecosystem services and all forms of life needed to survive in this planet. The pandemic has been a stark reminder that the world was on the wrong track with the clash between economic systems and the natural world, causing a global zoonotic disease outbreak. For many decades, nature destructions and forest loss has been one of the main causes of biodiversity loss and has contributed significantly to climate change, land degradation, food insecurity, and poverty, affecting in particular the most vulnerable people living in or depending on forests and natural ecosystems. By considering the real and comprehensive value of forests and by promoting and implementing adequate policy reforms, we can redesign markets and deal with institutional failures that have led to deforestation and forest degradation. The approach needs to be integrated and inclusive to achieve the required transformation of economic systems. The Global Environment Facility has supported sustainable forest management since its inception more than 30 years ago, providing grants to implement projects on the ground in all the developing countries. Combating the biodiversity loss, climate change, and land degradation, the GEF project have included many different strategies, such as forest protection, forest restoration, community-based forest management, comprehensive land use planning in landscape approach, and sustainable use of natural resources. During the last 4 years, the GEF invested nearly 1.2 billion in forest-related projects. Building on this long experience and thanks to a record pledge of over 5 billion for the next funding cycle, the GEF will increase its support to forests notably through different integrated programs focused on the Amazon, Congo, and critical forest biomes, food systems, ecosystem restoration, and net zero nature positive accelerator. Forests continue to be at the heart of the GEF integration agenda going forward. It is in our next 4-year funding cycle that the GEF will be working to help countries set strong and coherent policies that can prioritize a green, blue, clean, and resilient future. For this future to happen, a particular focus on forests will need to recognize the importance and promote the conservation of primary forests and local communities' livelihoods. Safeguarding our forests, their rich biodiversity, and supporting the sustainable livelihoods of those who depend on them is central to this agenda. It's time to stop harming the planet and lean into activities that will heal it. I'm sure the CPF, through its global scope, shared vision, and the complementarities of its members, is a critical ally of the global community to meet this goal. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Oh gosh, thanks everybody. Now, before I hand over to our excellent keynotes here, I'd like to invite Ludwig Liagra from Rio Impact to share a few words with us. I've been working with Ludwig at, sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I am Lyndall Bull and I'm a forestry officer at FAO, for those of you who don't know me. And I've been working with Ludwig for, must be nearly 2 years now, at FAO, in collaboration with Ludwig for, on the topic of ecosystem restoration. And together with my colleague Pilar Valbuena, don't say that very well. Together we designed the program that you have today, and Ludwig is the chief author of the invited paper that we wrote to accompany the session, which you can find a copy of if you go into the session on the website of the World Forestry Congress. So I just invite Ludwig to give us some overarching words on, I guess, the vision of that we have for today's investment forum, and after that we'll move on to the keynotes. Thanks, Ludwig.
Thanks a lot, Lyndall, and great to be with you today. I think we have a small presentation. Great. Yeah, some food for thoughts for the session today. In fact, and I'm saying that under the control of our colleague Martin, who will speak later from UNEP, because we had a great study this year on the state of finance for nature that tells us we need to multiply by 3 the amount of financing needed for forest-based solutions by 2030, and even by 4 by 2050. So that's a huge challenge that we have in front of us. We need to get close to $200 billion per year by 2050. That's a lot. And how do we get there? How do we get there? Maybe you're going to see on the next slide how we can get there. On the next slide, so that's a little bit what Garo Batmanian was telling us today about these two sides of the same coin, the greening finance and the financing green. It's important to green finance, and we see very important initiatives. We saw today from the representative from UK, the Task Force for Nature-Related Disclosure Initiative is very important. We have more and more financial institutions that green their financial practices with ESG standards, do no harm disclosure requirements, and so on. But we are still not there. If I really make this very simple, green finance would look like the small icons you have on the top today. Where are the trees? Where is biodiversity? It's there, but it's more addressed from the risk side approach, how to avoid harming biodiversity and forest. But how can we move the capital towards forest and biodiversity? I think that's the big question we already started to address today. The financing green. How do we finance more the nature-based solutions, the forest project, the biodiversity and pro-nature projects, so that green finance can look a little bit more like the image below, you know, with more trees and biodiversity. So on the next slide, we're going to think, how do we make that happen? How do we finance green much more prominently in the future? Well, we had already some answers today, but I think there are some drivers like we need to prepare many more investment-grade projects. We need more technical assistance facilities, project preparation facilities, you know, to help structure these bankable projects that we need. We also will have to invest more into guarantees, insurances, first loss equities, and so on, like risk mitigation tools and approaches. And working on blended finance models. We have some great GCF examples, GCF project examples like the Arbaro Fund. I think Yannick Lemarek mentioned this yesterday in his remark. From the GEF non-grants instruments as well, we've got the Landscape Resilience Fund that was launched last year. That is also a good example of how you can blend finance for these kind of tools. But of course, this will not be enough. The private sector and the finance world need to work closely with public institutions. We need more engagement of public institutions to frame these ESG standards, the sustainable finance taxonomy, the compliance markets for carbon, for example, but also providing these guarantees that we need into this blended finance model. So that's really a partnership work at the end of the day. But in the equation, and on the next slide, I think we need to not forget the vulnerable people and local communities, IPLC groups. Still, less than 2% of climate finance flows reach small farmers. That's the data from an IFAD study of last year. I think that's an alarming figure that we need to take into consideration very seriously. When we map the application of benefit sharing mechanisms for REDD+, for example, we can see all the countries in red and orange, so that's not to name and shame, but that's to give you a panorama of where the benefit sharing mechanisms are in design, already in operation, or not yet there. And we can see, okay, we have more work to do if we want to share well the benefits of REDD+. We have more work to do also to implement the free, prior, informed consent, the mutually agreed terms with local communities. I think that's key. C4 ICRAF is building on a very powerful concept, I think, still for a few months, the stewardship economy. How can we make stewards at local level? How can local populations be empowered to become the stewards of their economy and become really the allies of the financial institutions, of the corporations, to really work together and succeed in this paradigm shift that we need? I think the Mondi scheme that we just saw with the small growers being supported by this Mondi scheme is an excellent example of that. On the last slide, I'd like just to remind us that forest is a key sector. Forest ecosystem services total economic value is $7.5 trillion US. We know that from the SOFO that was released yesterday. And with that perspective, we know that forest will play a key role to ecosystem restoration, to deliver on the biodiversity benefits, on climate benefits, both for mitigation and adaptation, will be a key ally for a bioeconomy from sustainably harvested wood and non-wood forest products and forest ecosystem services. So for all that reasons, we need to pay very close attention to what the forest sector can deliver. It has a lot to offer, for the paradigm shifts we need, and I'm sure our distinguished speakers will lead us on ideas and ways that we can shape the future of forest investments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ludwig. And if you liked what you heard, go to the page of the website for this session and you can have a look at the invited paper. We will also write an outcome statement for the investment forum. So in due course, that will get uploaded as well. So yes, thank you, Ludwig. It is now my absolute pleasure to pass the floor to Shyam Satkuru, who's the Executive Director from the International Tropical Timber Organisation. Shyam, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lyndall. And can I say how privileged I am actually to be with all of you here. Shall I start again? Thank you so much, Lyndall, for that nice introduction. And may I just say how privileged I am to be with you, to share our thoughts today, and congratulations also to the rest of the distinguished panel here who will complement what we're trying to achieve. Now, I come from this very small international organization called the International Tropical Timber Organization. We consist of 74 members, almost a 50-50 divide between producers and consumers. It was established approximately 39 years ago, and we are mandated under the International Tropical Timber Agreement of 2006. Which is the third agreement since the organization was established. Now, being an intergovernmental organization, naturally, we are also a member of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests that Ludwig and Lyndall have already mentioned. We are one of the 15, by the way, and one of the smaller ones. Now, we work a lot together on forwarding the interests of the forest sector. And if I don't have to make it obvious, the International Tropical Timber Organization obviously is mandated on tropical forests in all 3 tropical regions in the world. So in other words, our membership covers 45% of global forests. So 45% of global forests are tropical forests. ITTO's tropical producing members out of the 74, they account for 80% of the global trade in forest and wood products. So that's a big number. Now, we saw from Ludwig's slide of the sad percentage of investment that has gone into the forest sector. Very sad. Barely 3%. But guess what? We all have that hope because looking at how much the world is in trouble right now, particularly with climate challenges in terms of climate mitigation, adaptation, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and everything else that is attached to that, we have barely 8 years to go, and there is no better time and no better place for forestry at the moment. We are in the right spot to accelerate these investments, and of course, the whole point of my presentation today is just to give you a rough idea of what it is that we should be looking at. Now, please, as I go through my slides very, very quickly, please don't assume that I don't or ITTO does not support ecosystem restoration or the conservation of biodiversity. Those are absolutely key elements. But they've had a lot of attention over the last 3 decades, and attention in those sectors are always growing because it's one of those that people are attracted to. You know, human nature. They're naturally attracted to biodiversity, animals, flora, fauna. You talk about trees. Now, the foresters, I'm not a forester, but I love trees. So foresters also love trees. And when you look and talk about trees, you're not just looking and talking about trees, because those trees are part of these ecosystems. Those trees give those habitats the biodiversity possibility. Those trees help to manage that cycle of biodiversity evolution. Now I think I'll go on to the next. Now, with the GEF, thank you so much to the keynote from our GEF CEO earlier. They focus more on primary forests. ITTO does both. We focus on primary forests as well as production forests in our countries. So the production forests are an important element of what we are discussing here today, and it's also a key topic that's undergoing quite a lot of attention here at the World Forestry Congress. Now, these are the ITTO pilot programmatic lines, as you see them on the screen, and they're all there. We do the legal and sustainable supply chains, conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and forest landscape restoration and resilient livelihoods. We very much subscribe to everything that has been said in the session before this, session 3, if you were here to listen to that, and all the rest of the sessions that are complementing this investment theme. Emerging issues and innovation, of course, we need to keep our eyes open on anything new that can happen. The problem is this: a lot of the emerging issues are actually existing issues. It's just that they become emerging issues when it becomes like crisis level. Then the world wakes up. I'm sorry for being so frank, but this is what happens again because of it's just the way mankind reacts to different issues. Right, now, where are we? Let me see. The next one, please. Next slide, please. Or can I control that from here? No, I can't, right? No, can I have the next slide up, please? Okay, now this is the ITTO's Legal and Sustainable Supply Chains program, which will bring you to the actual topic that I think we should be looking more into, because not many people have actually looked into that. The Legal and Sustainable Supply Chains program naturally focuses on what it is. It's quite self-explanatory. All this will be your bedtime reading for tonight to find out a little bit more about this. You will also find the information on our website, www.itto.int. Everything is there. The next slide, please. The outputs of the LSSC program, of course, as you can see, we have done already a number of projects that have been successfully concluded. Some of them are ongoing, and they mainly focus on the value chains. Tracking mechanisms, we talked about data, we talked about the need to trace back, we talked about sustainable production. I'm going to take you to the next bit that tails on from sustainable production. Next slide, please. The outputs again, we involved and included incentive mechanisms. By incentives, I don't mean harmful subsidies. We all know, the whole world knows that they need to move away from that. And in coming up with legal and sustainable supply chains for the forestry sector, we need to have cross-sectoral complementary policies. The different sectors that occupy land, it's not just forests. We have forests, we have agriculture, we have farming, live farming. We also have mining. Let's not get into the technicalities of what lies above ground and what lies below ground. They all occupy land. They are land occupiers. All these sectors should be working complementarily to each other rather than seeing each other as enemies. And I think the IPCC is beginning to see that, because the last 2 reports, the penultimate report actually acknowledged that the use of wood products can help so much in climate mitigation and adaptation. Wood products as well as non-wood forest products, because forests play that multiple role. They're carbon sinks, they're sequesters. Use of wood products becomes perpetual carbon storage for the life of that wood product. We can't run away from that, that's a fact. It's a scientific fact. Next, please. So these are the studies that ITTO has conducted. Please take a very good look at them, because they do give very good pointers on the do's and the don't do's, on the doables and the not doables. Next slide, please. And further, this is all the ITTO information that you can read for your bedtime reading. Next slide, please. We're a partner of the Sustainable Wood for a Sustainable World, together with the CPF. We have the FAO, and everyone else was involved in this. And it's a great move because you can see which SDGs it connects to. Forests fulfill practically all 17 of them, even the ones underwater, because that becomes our coastal regions. Next slide, please. So moving forward on the sustainable investments, I said sustainable strategic investments. I think you can still read the text on this. as I speak, but please don't focus on reading what's on the slide, because I'll summarize that for you. The sustainable strategic investments basically means working with strategic partners, particularly those who have had live experience of successfully conducting scalable and replicable projects on the ground. So some of our small projects in the past, please don't forget the work that's been done over the 20 or 30 years ago. We don't need to reinvent the wheel on many things. We need innovation, yes, naturally, but the successful projects can be scaled up to fulfill all these big multi-trillion projects that the world is talking about. I'll be frank with you, ITTO has not seen them. We have no idea where those billions and trillions are flowing to. So some of our consuming members, of course, may have an idea because they actually contribute to these large funders. But what I wish to plead to all the donor communities is, please also remember that the small projects can be bunched to make a big project. If you want a 50 million proposal tomorrow, we can come up with it. Not just ITTO, I'm sure our World Bank colleagues and our colleagues on this panel will work together with us. The second is the tropical timber industry also includes the forest industry. So it's quite wrong to just say tropical timber industry. I'm sorry, that was my bad because I didn't focus too much on the text myself. But that needs transformative investments. Again, here is multi-stakeholder process. Work with the parties who have done and have concluded these projects. And we need sustainable production and consumption. That's the bit that no one has really looked at. Production has been ongoing. The sustainable production and the implementation of sustainable forest management has been ongoing for the last 30 years. No one has been looking properly at the sustainable consumption. We need market measures that complement both supply and demand. Demand side alone is not going to solve the problem because in most cases, they are unilateral. Unilateral measures have no place, actually, in partnerships and collaborative work. Lastly, sustainable business development. Again, that will say what it is. And I stop there. Thank you very much.
Shyam, that was just fabulous. Thank you so, it was fantastic. Thank you so much. There's so many pieces of that we could pick up. But I mean, I'm 100% with you on so many points, but particularly our need to better promote and understand and invest in the issues around sustainable consumption and production. And that's something that occupies my days as well. So thank you. And now I'd like to move to our final keynote speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Mokena Makeka, who's a principal with Dalberg. Over to you, Mokena.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Yeah. Fantastic. A very difficult act to follow, I might say. Oh, but you do better. I want to thank all of the organizers for having me here. Thank you, colleagues, for the presentations and wonderful inputs. Looking forward to sharing with you some reflections, particularly looking at the African continent, and perhaps giving a slightly different lens in terms of how it's normally been perceived in relation to forest opportunity and forest economies. First slide, please. Okay, we can pause.
Or you could keep talking.
Yeah, yes, I can keep talking. So this presentation is really triggered by a number of reflections. One is understanding that historically the planet is facing a particular challenge with regards to economic development. And what we want to ensure is that no continent or no parts of the planet are left behind. In many respects, if we think of the first, second, or the third, or the fourth industrial revolution, many parts of the global south are still in the second industrial revolution, with limited access to water, secure energy, food security, etc. So the big dialogue has been in the thoughts of many people, which is when we talk about this transition towards a more equitable future that is also carbon-oriented, how do we begin to create the type of environments in which no continent is left behind? In this respect, I've been thinking and sitting down with a number of my colleagues at Dalberg and other organizations, WWF, FAO, World Economic Forum, etc., to say how can we imagine a different type of abundance by looking at Africa's contribution with regards to the climate-smart forest economy. So I'll give you some quick statistics. Between now and 2050, the African continent is expected to double in population. The implications of that are quite significant if you look at what does that mean with regards to green livelihoods. 40% of the world's major cities will be also within the African continent too. We talk about this demographic bulge or a demographic dividend. The challenge will be what are the type of construction solutions that will be required for the cities of the future? How will these future generations consume, as has been described by my colleague here? But also, what are the implications for Africa's existing forests, particularly with regards to understanding that there is a role for mass timber and the bioeconomy for economic development as a whole? So we began to draw some very strong conclusions that there are a couple of factors that we could take into consideration. Bioeconomy cities are the future. Go back one slide, please.
Are you sure you don't know the attitude that well?
No. No, actually, back to the beginning, and I'll go very quickly. Yeah. So this presentation, and I'll move forward given conscious of time. This is really about talking partly about the investment landscape of the African continent, but we can expand it larger to think about carbon in general. Next slide, please. So removing carbon at scale represents a significant opportunity for Africa and the world. I just want to make this very, very clear. Whether it's reforestation, afforestation, or various engineered solutions, Africa can be a viable destination for investment and for a different type of dialogue between the developed north and let's call it the more to develop south. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned before, these are the cities that are going to be growing significantly. There are many, many others, but the implication is that we have to start imagining how will these cities grow and evolve? What will it be like for these future generations? And what can we learn and take away? Because we certainly cannot build the city of the future in the way that we've built the cities of the last 2 centuries. That will only make things worse. Next slide, please. Now, forests can play a significant role. When we talk about bioeconomic policies or bioeconomic development, it's really about understanding the synergy between forest and urbanization. So gone are the days where you had a sort of hinterland along the edge of society and then cities and no dialogue between the two, but it's really about the integration between them. And there's a huge impact with regards to socioeconomic diversity, livelihoods, indigenous development. The statistic that Ludwig pointed out, I believe, about not enough capital going down to communities, particularly with regards to the formalization of some of these capital flows, I think is something we need to think about quite radically. Next slide, please. So Africa can and harness low emission production to enable its growth without dramatically increasing global emissions. In other words, our trajectory doesn't mean that because we're coming from a low emissions base, that we have to suddenly produce lots and lots of carbon and then eventually know how to go back down. So whereas other countries would say that we need to produce more carbon to develop, we as Africans are making the argument that we don't need to. In fact, there's an opportunity for us using our low emission profile as the means by which it can attract certain types of investment. So what are our endowments? We have the potential to engage with a whole new energy regime, ranging from renewables, etc. I mention this because very often when we talk about the future, we don't think about net zero. We always see forests or timber in isolation. I think it's important to think about the whole carbon continuum, energy, water, waste, etc., and say, what is the role of timber and forest within that broader spectrum of possibilities? Next slide. So Africa can serve growing global demand for low footprint products and services. And I do want to make one distinction here. What we don't want for the African continent is for it to become the place where carbon emitters decide to buy their credits on the continent and there's actually no change. So we do support the notion of carbon insetting, where organizations begin to look at their own carbon profile. But more importantly, when we talk about how Africa needs to develop, how can that expertise come down and how can we diversify the local economies in ways that are substantial? And most importantly, understanding that Africa on its own will have a huge market that will require these goods and services. And if we can reduce the distances for these goods, whether it's for building, construction materials, etc., it'll make for a better planet. Next slide. We've done some studies with an organization, the Climate Action Africa Platform, which is affiliated to Dalberg, Alongrise with Earthrise, and the UN Economic Commission for Africa, looking at what does this potential look like. At $50 per ton for carbon, which is actually the figure which correlates to understanding the social cost of carbon, so it's higher than the current figure of rough 20s that it might be, we're beginning to demonstrate real opportunities for impact across the continent. If we take that $50 per ton up to about the $80 to $100, which is expected to be over the next couple of years, there's significant impact. Now, what does this mean for forest? This means that we can radically reimagine how do we fund forests? How do we bring down the cost of afforestation? How do we bring down some of the costs that my good colleague mentioned in terms of forest management? We currently are not factoring the carbon economy enough into the way that we can make forests not only viable, but even attractive for us to create new forests. Because the other big question that we have to put onto the table is that between now and 2050, if we look at the growth and the requirement for fiber and various other wood products, we have to go onto a pathway where we begin to say, what are the sort of opportunities for biodiverse plantations? We simply can't work with the resources that we currently have. In fact, by many estimates, people say that forest cover, we've lost anything between 30 and 70%, depending on your estimation. So we actually have to radically, as a planet, think quite intensively about a planting approach and a planting regime, and what does that look like? Next slide. Now, all of these components are interrelated, and I think this is quite important. Carbon sinks, carbon storage, and carbon substitution. The role of the built environment in terms of keeping in carbon, the role of carbon storage, and the role of carbon sinks, which is essentially forest. Next slide. And some of you may have heard this phrase before, but my message to you all is that we need to create a bioeconomy Marshall Plan. This means that we need to think very much in terms about how do countries come together and aggregate their talents and resources and think in a regional fashion. I think there needs to be a sincere effort that we couple demonstration ventures, research, building a movement, and innovative finance in order to create this Marshall Plan, which will probably take us 10 to 12 years at least in order for us to transform the planet. Next slide. And that there are viable pathways that allow Africa's assets to contribute to this. Next slide. It is a market-driven approach that we believe that scalability is critical, and there are business models that show that new forest growth can begin to support the creation of cities, the creation of more opportunities and better safeguards. Next slide. And that countries that can proactively size, prioritize, and price viable opportunities for climate action in relation to forests will probably be the countries that will be best placed for the economy of the future. So essentially, this is a call to say that the private sector needs to participate and work with governments with regards to climate-smart forest economies, and that in order to create a bioeconomy Marshall Plan, we need more bioeconomic developmental policies from all nations. And I'm done.
Thank you, Mokena. And I asked for messages of inspiration, and I think I'm pretty confident in saying that you delivered. So thank you very much. Now, we have time for one question. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to ask a question? You're all very quiet. No? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask a question to one each for our panellists, and they're going to give me very fast answers. So, first to you, Sham. So, we talk a lot about this need for sustainable production and consumption, and I think you rightly pointed out that it doesn't get the attention that sort of deforestation and restoration receives. But equally, I think we do all struggle a little bit with how we communicate what sustainable production and consumption is and how an investor could make a difference on that front. Could you give us, I guess, maybe sort of an applied insight on how we perhaps might make progress on the sort of on the concept and implementation of sustainable consumption and production?
Thank you for that question, Lyndall. Thank heavens. Mokena had one slide that could really fit to explain that. It was potentially his second or his third last slide, okay?
I had to move quickly.
Yeah, so look at Mokena's presentation, because I don't have that slide with me, but also please listen to what I'm going to say next. What we also need are market measures, market incentive measures, in other words, for construction companies, so public-private partnerships. in terms of using wood products in large construction projects, public construction projects. And I don't mean the whole building needs to be made of wood, no, right? What we need is a combination, panels or flooring or whatever it is, and there has to be an accounting system for that. If we can account for standing carbon in the forests, I don't see why it's so difficult to estimate consumption of cubic meters of wood that are being used in building and construction, right? So that part, that's one way of doing it. And there has to be consumption targets. Every time there are always production targets, or you need to be sustainably managed and certified, you know, as in certified sustainable under one of the voluntary certification schemes by X, otherwise we shut our markets to you. No, that's not the way to go. Shutting the markets will only put those forests even more at risk because they're not returning a value, and what you get, increased degradation. They will shift it to another more economically viable land use. So market measures such as legality verification, independent certification, public procurement policies, private procurement policy targets, and government targets on mitigating and adaptation by increasing the use of forest and non-wood products. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thanks, that's excellent. Thank you. Okay, Mokena. One for you and you've got a minute. So, what is the one most impactful new nature-based investment solution that you would propose to the next UNFCCC COP that would make a transformative difference to our capacity to stay within 1.5 degrees and isn't a pledge that was made at the last COP?
Your question is longer than a minute. No, I actually would like to marry my answer to my colleague's point. I think we have to get to a point where, and I've probably said this before in maybe smaller forums, I would love at the next COP if every country made a commitment that 10% of all of their infrastructure spend for construction, and at least 50% of all state-sponsored construction, police stations, hospitals, clinics, whatever it might be, should be using nature-based solutions and predominantly using timber. I think that market signal would give assurances and comfort to the contracting industry. I think it would give off-take opportunities for forests who can now participate in the construction sector. And I think it would put a lot of pressure in terms of how we need to start to pivot the economy. So I do believe in the consumption point that my colleague made, that let's start perhaps modestly, but I would say that every country should commit 10% of their construction should be using nature-based solutions by 2025. And whatever solutions required will be locally specific, but that's what they must pursue.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to wrap it up, or I'm going to be very unpopular with Martin, who I'll invite up for the next session. So thanks, everyone. That was fabulous. Thank you so much.
Well done, thank you.
The presentation was amazing. I had to speak without slides for a bit.
This was a very exciting session indeed. Thank you very much for the panelists. And now I'd like to welcome you all to start the new session of this afternoon, which is Making More Than Wood and Money. What do investors need to know to invest in forests? And I'd like to invite Martin Hale, Program Manager from Climate Finance Unit, UNEP. Please welcome to the floor. And I'm going to ask you to invite all the other panelists to join you at the table.
Well,
thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, if I can ask Maria and Anne Arvala to join me, please. Right. Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Martin Halley. I work as a program manager for the Climate Finance Unit of UNEP, based in Geneva. I'd like to start by thanking the hosts for all the hard work in putting this great session together and for giving us such a wonderful panel to discuss the question today. Together with me today on stage, we have Anne Arvola, who's a Senior Development Impact Advisor for FinFund, the Finnish development finance agency, and Maria Laura Quevedo Fernandez, who's a research professor at the Universidad Nacional de Asunción in Paraguay. Joining us online, we have Mr. Somvang Phimavong, who's Deputy Director General at the Department of Forestry within the Ministry for Agriculture and Forestry of Laos. We have Mr. Alexander Horst, who's a Senior Sectoral Specialist for Forestry and Forest Industries at EIB, the European Investment Bank. And also online, Mr. Jens Mackensen, who's Head of Biodiversity and Sustainable Resources Management at KfW, the German Development Finance Institution. Before handing over to the panel to discuss, I'd just like to give a few thoughts of my own just to frame the session. And I'd like to thank all the sessions prior to this one for already clearing a lot of what I had intended to say, including the fact that it's clear that the role of forests in meeting humanity's development goals has been widely recognized, and there's no longer a need to make that case anymore. We've also seen that traditionally, we've looked more to the protection and conservation of natural forests to give us the environmental and social benefits that we expect from forests, while we looked more at commercial forestry to provide production and profitability. Now, I think that not only in forestry, but across all of land use, that sharp distinction is something that is being called into question. It's clear that no more can we be expending a lot of effort on conservation and protection on the one hand, while leaving untouched a productive land use system that contributes to the environmental degradation that we're trying to fight. There is a need for the productive side of forestry to play its part there as well. So the question is, how do we realize this potential of commercially managed forests to provide more than wood and money? We've heard already quite a few examples in the previous sessions today, but it's clear that at the minimum, we need businesses to come up with innovative new land use models and business models that combine profitability with better social and environmental outcomes. But we also need investors to provide capital to these businesses to innovate and thrive. Now, my perspective on this comes from managing the Restoration Seed Capital Facility. This is a facility set up by UNEP and the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. And we support fund managers to set up funds and invest in projects that contribute to forest restoration. And one of the funds we invest in is a good example of the kind of innovative solution that we need. The Arboro Fund that was mentioned just in the previous session by Ludwig is dedicated to sustainable forestry, and it brings best practices in sustainable forest management, including protection and restoration of up to 30% of the land holdings or more that they have. They also bring innovative practices such as silvopastoral management systems and develop the local value chains for the timber industry where they operate. Through the operation of this fund, they intend to sequester up to 30 million tons of CO2 and create 5,000 jobs. Now, that's just one example, and we've heard many more today that make it very clear that commercial forestry can produce more than wood and money. It can participate in ecosystem restoration, contribute to biodiversity conservation, maximize its contributions to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and better contribute to the livelihoods of communities that live within and around the forest. However, this kind of investment remains very much a niche and far from standard practices in the industry. And what we can see from our side, from the Restoration Seed Capital Facility that provides support to these dedicated type of investment funds, is that it remains very difficult, actually, to get investors to come on board for this kind of solution. So this brings us really to the topic of today. What can be done to secure more investment in the kind of forestry that generates more than wood and money? And to provide us with her perspective on the question, I'd like to pass the floor to our first panelist, Ms. Anne Arvola from FinFund. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you for the organizers as well for inviting FinFund to give us some insights of an investor perspective among other investors here present today. And I have to agree, Martin, that the previous sessions have given a perfect background for us to continue the discussion. So, like I said, I'm Anne Arvola from FinFund, a Finnish Development Financing Institute. And we are actually an exception among the development financing institutes, DFIs, in that sense that we are very focused in forestry. We have about 1 million portfolio, which makes us quite a small one. But in terms of forestry, we are a big DFI because some 15–16% of our investments are in forestry sector. So maybe we'll take the first slide. If it works. Yes. Perfect. Oh, it's too fast. Go back. Yes, perfect. So like I said, the previous sessions have prepared the ground perfectly for this session. And my message maybe here is that we've heard what's being discussed there out in the big world and in the forums. So the two key messages maybe came from the IPCC latest report, plus the Glasgow COP meeting, in a sense that they truly highlighted the importance of nature and biodiversity conservation in the context of climate change. And that is a message that I think at least DFIs have taken very seriously and are now working to find ways to invest more in biodiversity, for example. And some of the initiatives and frameworks now being in progress and under preparation are actually supporting us in that work, in that sense that already the task force for nature-related financial disclosures has been mentioned. That's something we will follow up to start being more open in reporting our nature-related risks. Then also the science-based targets is there under preparation, and that's something we have a keen look on to be more open on what we are already doing, I would say, because at least in FinFund, our investee companies, they are already doing a very good job. We are applying performance standards of the IFC, which give us a very good frame to manage the risks. And now it's time to turn those risks into opportunities, I would say, and make our work more visible. So because the business case for biodiversity and nature is still, it's small, and it often requires that philanthropic part of financing to really make any sense. What we are now looking at is that to what extent we could enforce our efforts in combining the climate benefits, climate mitigation, with those restoration opportunities. And a practical experience of FinFund comes from Nicaragua, where we are financing a company called MLR. It's an agroforestry company planting cocoa and teak in areas with extremely high biodiversity and next to conservation areas. And the company has already been very committed to conservation work, but we want to take it to the next level with some technical support so that they can finalize, improve their plans in terms of biodiversity management, and then supporting them in those restoration activities included in those plans. And our part of that is then that by investing in the restoration activities, we will get our share of the high-value carbon credits created in those restoration activities. And these experiences we will hope then to use with other investee companies as well. But because it's been a lot of talk about carbon and biodiversity, I think the next slide also reminds us of the commercial side, the traditional commercial side of investments, because we were asked to refer what are the raising opportunities in forestry. And I think the two main ones at the moment are the already mentioned increasing carbon price, which makes investing in carbon as well interesting for an investor. But then there's also the commercial perspective of changing markets. The very recent happenings in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine has drastically changed the wood markets because we are missing one important exporter from the market now, and that actually opens up opportunities for emerging countries, emerging forest countries. So we'll see how that will then turn to increasing interest among investors as well in forestry. Because the challenge is that we are not many. FinFund we can call ourselves as an experienced forestry investor, and we are ready to take the risks, but many are not. Like mentioned, that it's, investing in forestry has been very much focusing on the risks and not recognizing the opportunities, and that remains the case. Education, awareness raising among investors is needed because investors see the time required in any forestry investment as an obstacle. It's too long for a standard investor. Even among our peers, among DFIs, the time may be too long. Also, scale has been mentioned. I think it was Pierre who mentioned that the scale is often still too small. Yes, it is, considering the costs related to investing in a forest company. Profits, well, they are not the highest, so not very attractive for many investors. And in combination with the high risks associated, that's a serious obstacle. Also, even though here we are very aware of how it should be done properly, obviously many forest project developers are not. Because even FinFund, which is applying the IFC-PS framework, we often find that there are many gaps in the environmental social performance of the companies. And one important area where much more work should be done is land acquisition, because often the roots of failure are already originated in the acquisition process, which has not considered social aspects, for example, properly. And we need to keep in mind that when we talk about biodiversity, there are trade-offs between carbon sequestration and biodiversity creation. So that's also something, at least with the present market situation, needs to be kept in mind. And then, at least here in Europe, where I come from, we've been following up the development of sustainable finance framework development in the EU. And to me, it looks that they may, in the future, bring us tightening requirements in terms of the permanence and also additionality in terms of carbon, which may then turn into, I would say, an additional challenge for many reforestation and afforestation projects, because they are not considered sustainable in the EU taxonomy regulation. So maybe a little bit, I would say, boring ending to talk about EU taxonomy as a challenge. But in big picture, I would say that investors, they are truly paying attention, they are interested in. The challenge is now to really increase their awareness and reduce the bottlenecks so that the money will start truly flowing in. Thank you, Martin.
Not at all. Thank you. Thank you very much for that perspective. That's great. Thank you. With that, I would like to check online if we have Mr. Somvang from Laos, who is ready to join us and provide his presentation.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello, we can.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Somvang Pimabong, currently the DDG at the Department of Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Laos PDR. So today I will talk about the government of Laos vision on the development of sustainable tree plantation sectors. So as you know, Laos has still large amounts of degraded forest land in a very climate condition, which is very suitable for industry tree plantation development. So the forest lands are around the country. So there are substantial potential to generate the income for the investors and the governments and the local people in the countries. So Laos has about a total of 23 million hectares of lands across 4 land categories. So these lands are classified into 4 categories, that is production forest with about 3 million and area outside 3 forest categories. So of these 4 categories, we have Laos has potentially about 3 million hectares of degraded forest land and land that could be explored for development of sustainable plantation in the future. So the tree plantation sector has very high potential to become the 3rd industrial sectors of Laos PDRs. So from the analysis, we see that the total direct and indirect revenue from tree plantations sector could be as large as those from hydropower and minings, and also other main activity in a natural resource sector. This is very high potential. And on the other hand, so Laos is very attractive location and could attract many sustainable plantation company who can create additional value for Laos PDR and who can guarantee for sustainability. So first of all, so we have a significant areas of potential suitable forest, as I mentioned before, and the population density is very low comparing to the neighboring countries. And that more importantly, there is a growing global wood market, especially we have the China market just next to doors. And more recently, we have a railway station can be used as a very efficient transportation from Laos to China. It takes only 4 hours to export any wood plantation product in the future. And recently, the government also has opened the country by having some recent reform on the forestry sectors. So this factor can give the Laos with significant chance to attract the high quality investment. So here is some example benefit that Laos PDR can have if we can have about 600,000 hectares for plantation developments. As you can see here, the GDP can increase by 25%. So export earning can be expanded by 40%. And the foreign direct investment can boost doubles. And importantly, it can create a job more than 1,500 people. And this can secure the livelihood of rural peoples. And some achievement in over the past 10 years, so important thing is the government intervention in 2018 with aroused the plantation concession in the production forest, and we have a lot of regulation and legal framework has improved very significantly, and the government is very committed to the one-stop services. Nevertheless, there are some key challenges. So we still lack a fully workable approach to how to deal with the informal land use in the concession areas, and the process to allocate tree plantation concession is still cumbersome, especially the SIA and one-stop service. And this implemented inconsistently. And the policy legal frameworks and for outgrowers and smallholders, even though it has improved, but some qualities remains. So we still need greater capacity to administer and enforce the regulatory framework consistently and effectively. So here is the primary action. We can bring about a better environment and social outcome. So first priority, we will define clear approach on how to deal with informal lands in concession areas. So secondly, improve the process of allocating concession for tree plantings. And thirdly, to improve the policies and regulatory framework for smallholder-based timber production. And the fourth priority is to increase effectiveness of monitoring and law enforcement in concession for tree plantation. So we have the vision for the future. So as I mentioned before, the development of tree plantation and wood processing industry in Laos have a large potential for growth because there is a market demand of wood waste and fast-growing wood product and many interested investors. So this had created an exceptional opportunity for quality growth. So as mentioned by Mr. Juan, the IFC Asia Pacific regional lead this morning, that so to enable this, the government of Laos will focus on attracting quality investors to ensure that their activity are environmentally, socially sustainable, commit to providing long-term benefit to Laos society as a whole. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this fascinating perspective from the side of the country, and it's very clear that the investment opportunities are there. To continue, I would like to see if we have Mr. Alexander Horst online and ready to provide his presentation. Thank you. Alexander, if you can hear us.
Yes, I hear you. Sorry. Yeah.
Perfect. No, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Martin, for the invitation. Dear participants, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I'm wondering, let me ask you, are you hearing me well? And you see my presentation, yes?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
But the presentation is still being uploaded.
Okay, wait a moment, why? New share. I have the message, participants can now see your screen. So could you show it on? Okay, here it is.
There we go. There, we're all set. Thank you. You can begin.
Okay, let me first start to shortly present who EIB is. EIB is the lending arm of the European Union, created in 1958. We are actually owned by the EU member states. We are the biggest multilateral financial institution in the world. Since last year, we are also the EU Climate Bank. So we are one of the largest providers of climate finance for achieving the Green Deal and also our own, let's say, climate roadmap. And I mean, we also operate worldwide. We have partnerships for more than 50 years in over 160 countries. And I mean, lately we have also created EIB Global, but I mean, about still 90% of our funds go actually to European member states. Yeah, I mean, the bank promotes operations that contribute to the objectives of the EU Agenda 2030, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the EU policy framework for forests, such as the EU's action to protect and restore the world's forest, with particular focus on conservation of primary forests, but also restoration of degraded forests in a sustainable and responsible way. The overall aim is to enhance forest protection and to ensure growth of the world's forest covers, thereby improving people's health and livelihoods. Halting deforestation and forest degradation combined with sustainable restoration, and afforestation activities complemented by sustainable forest management provide opportunities for economic development, enabling sustainable production and consumption of agricultural and forest-based products. EIB's financing to the forest sector focuses on investments promoting sustainable forest and land management practices which deliver on climate mitigation, climate adaptation, environmental protection, and biodiversity targets. So the next slide shows our global lending volumes in the forest sector. I mean, you can say during the last decade, in average, we invested about 1 billion euro in the forest sector. And key performance indicators are like 200,000 of hectares of new hectares were planted each year. 350,000 hectares of degraded or damaged forests were rehabilitated. We reduced about 5 million tons of carbon CO2 emissions, and we created more than 400,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The EIB Group has extensive institutional experience in financing sustainable forestry operations and stands ready to support the EU and its member states in implementing of their commitments under the Global Forest Finance Pledge. The EIB Group has been lending to the forest sector for over 40 years and consolidated its position as one of the largest global financiers of forestry sector investments. Through its climate roadmap, the EIB committed to strengthen its support for long-term investment in the forestry sector with focus on environmental protection, nature conservation and sustainable production of renewable biomaterials, including research, development, innovation projects. Besides, the EIB will help implement concrete measures to support deforestation-free value chains and an ambitious post-2020 global deal for nature to be adopted at the 15th conference of the party to the UN Convention of Biological Biodiversity. I mean, basically, EIB follows a value chain approach. So we invest in the primary forestry sector. Here we focus particularly on sustainable forest management, biodiversity, and ecosystems. I mean, internally we have certain eligibilities, and the most important one is natural resource use, management, and protection. And this basically focuses on improved efficiency, you can say, in forest management. And we also have cost-cutting eligibilities, for instance, climate action and environmental sustainability. As an EU bank, we need to follow the EU taxonomy, which the previous speaker Anna was already mentioning, which poses some challenges to the sector, which we fully agree. I mean, but yeah, I mean, through our primary sector, we contribute to mitigation, also to adaptation, biodiversity, and certain activities are excluded from financing, like the conversion of natural forests to plantations, destruction of critical habitats, extensive monoculture plantations, conversion of dryland to irrigated forest plantations. And then we also support forest-based industries. So eligibility is, for instance, innovative SMEs and mid-caps, bioenergy, research, innovation, and digital. And again, I mean, cost-cutting eligibility is also climate action and environmental sustainability. And I mean, these projects normally contribute to mitigation, to circular economy, pollution prevention, and we exclude feedstock, which can serve as food and feed. So I also want to shortly present our requirements, which we have for bankable projects, because I thought this is for potential investors important to know. I mean, of course, one important aspect are the financial and economic aspects. Normally requires that our operations address some market failures in the forest sectors. And of course, they need to fulfill our mandates and eligibilities. Then, I mean, the investment should be feasible to the investors in financial terms. But I think at the same time, they should be based on realistic assumptions. And not like so I think this is important for us. And so we are also maybe ready to consider, less high internal rate of returns. And for us, it's also very important are the broader economic returns to the society, which should exceed the financial rate of return. This requires that all externalities are factored in, and if possible, also monetarized. For example, so payment for ecosystem services. Then, for us, it's important that the market for forest and non-forest products is thoroughly analyzed. And what is, based on our experience, also very important that there's a favorable policy and legal institutional framework to leverage forest investments. Okay, my last slide is related to the environmental, climate, and social aspects, we actually apply our own environmental and social sustainability framework to all our operations, with the aim to only support projects with positive and acceptable levels of footprint, which are aligned with EU legislation. In February this year, our board of directors approved the revised environmental and social sustainability framework following an extensive public consultation, including the environmental and social policy, the gender strategy, and environmental and social standards. Recognizing that the rural poor depend heavily on ecosystem services for their livelihoods, the EIB group will seek to pursue synergies between environmental and social goals across EIB support for nature by targeting and involving local communities, including women and indigenous groups. Yeah, and then also, usually in our operations, we require that the promoter is considering forest certification or chain of custody certification, at least to establish a roadmap, that defines steps towards certification. And another important aspect is that the land and tree tenure rights should be clear and that there are some benefit sharing arrangements in place in case, for instance, of customary land tenure. Then we have our own carbon footprint methodology, so we need to calculate the carbon, footprint and the climate carbon sequestration and reduce emissions if this is the case. And one last important point is procurement. If you lend to our loans, we require that our guide to procurement is to be followed, which is particularly important for public sector projects, in order to make sure that we have fair competition and no local preference. Yeah, with this, I would like to close my presentation. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much for providing this perspective from the European Investment Bank. Without any further ado, I'd like to see if we have Mr. Jens Mackensen online to provide his presentation from KfW.
Good morning all, and greetings from Frankfurt in Germany. I hope you can all hear and see me.
We can hear you fine, and I think we're just waiting for the image to come online.
There's no presentation to let me start by saying that. I rather prefer to give an oral presentation. I hope that works well for you as well. Maybe as a starting point, really, who is KfW? For those who don't know, it's the German Development Bank. We work on behalf of the German government, and I specifically work on issues related to forest protection, forest management, and forest restoration. And it's the latter point where I like to talk about today. And since the initial question was, what is required on the investor side to invest in forest restoration, particularly, and I believe I like to outline 4 major items, and I like to sustain them by giving examples for each 4 of them. So the 4 points I like to outline here in terms of requirements for investment really is impact and sustainability.
Sorry, Jens, I'm having a bit of a technical issue with the sound.
Yeah, I was a bit confused by it, but I hope it works now. Okay, let me start again. So the 4 items which I like to highlight here and support by 4 short examples are mainly impact and sustainability for one. Obviously, then a functioning policy framework, particularly on issues such as land title, a strong social support, involving obviously the non-public and the public sector, and obviously sound investment ideas and innovation. It's still a funny sound, but I hope. Shall I continue, or?
Can you just, do we need 1 second, I think, to figure out what the issue is here?
여기서 켜서 그래. 예, 꺼주세요. 아, 그렇다. 아이씨.
They are, yeah.
It sounds better now. Shall I continue?
Yes, please, let's give it a try.
I'm sorry for this.
It's not on your side, thank you.
Have a, yeah. Okay, just to repeat shortly these 4 items which I like to highlight as an investor requirement, at least as far as the German Development Bank is concerned, and let me also allow me to also sustain that by 4 short examples. So, as I said, I mean, for us, impact and sustainability is certainly among a key requirement. I come to details later on that. A second issue is, of course, based on our experience, that there's a strong policy framework, particularly on issues such as land titling. Thirdly, I like to highlight the need for social support by various groups in society, as well as obviously the public sector. And lastly, I like to mention that there needs to be, obviously, since we talk investments, sound investment in economic data and figures and innovation. Having said that, let me start by mentioning these 4 examples very quickly. So the first one would be the Eco Business Fund. The Eco Business Fund is a currently $600 million US structured investment fund, which was set up by KfW along with partners. And it's based in Luxembourg. It's funding forestry. Also, the majority of investments are in agriculture, but it's funding forestry measures. Roughly 10% of the amount is invested in forestry. And the requirement really here is that there are strong sustainability standards being applied by the actual company. So it should be certified labels, FSC just being one example, but that really is a key requirement for us joining in an investment in that particular group. Important to note is that we work all the way through local banks. So we provide the refinancing for local banks and the investment is done through the local bank. And that's an important point because here already what is required and not, in most cases, not easily available is, of course, that there's an existing relationship between an forest enterprise and the local banks. This is an issue. It's also an issue that, of course, local banks look at forest investments in very different ways. Often they shy away from it because the risks are not necessarily well known or well studied. Hence, part of our work really is to convince local banks in handling local investments in forestry issues. And certification of investments or certification of operations really help in doing so, gaining the understanding in local banks that the risk is minimized. Important to note here is that we have nearly 40% of private investors invested in the fund. That is a very high figure for these kinds of structured investment funds. And they're mainly there, these investors are mainly in there for 2 reasons. First is, of course, they do have a return, but more importantly, or equally important, there's an impact. And the impact, as I mentioned before, is through the proven sustainable management of such operations. And I believe that really makes a difference. And hence, that to me is also proof that it's possible to convince hard-nosed public and private investors in investing in forest issues if the overall setting is right. Of course, what helps in the structured investment fund is the fact that public investors, such as KfW, taking on the first loss tranche, which is enabling them private investors to have a bit of a buffer, risk buffer, in terms of their investment. Okay, let me go on to another example, the National Reforestation Program in Vietnam. Really there, the cornerstone is that smallholders received public land titles for an area as large as ever integrated lab.
Sorry, we've lost your sound there, Jens. I don't know if you touched your microphone.
You lost my sound?
You're back.
Okay. I'm saying that in that reforestation program in Vietnam, the fact that landholders gained the land title was key, was decisive for an investment by international donors. And as you know, I mean, reforestation, you have this cash flow gap, meaning that in the first couple of years, 8 to 10 years in average, there is no cash flow coming in. And what we try to achieve is to create an opportunity to secure these cash flow through grant-based financing, enabled through setting up what we call green saving accounts. So making sure that each smallholder gets access to his own or her own saving account, which contained an amount of funds which were to be drawn by the smallholder according to the progress in the tending of that particular site. And it was quite amazing really to see with such a simple bridge financing how then the restoration measures succeeded. And after 10 years, I mean, the volume on the green saving account was obviously used up. However, the timber standing on that site surpassed the volume of that farm income by 10 times, often enough. So that to us was very good example of a good policy framework which is supported by innovative financing. Another example, the third one really is maybe referring to the restoration activities in the Mata Atlântica in Brazil. Let me shortly mention here that there is the Atlantic Forest Restoration Pact, which is a very convincing alliance of different actors, obviously public actors and social actors. And I like to highlight that for the strong social support. The different activities, and there are dozens of different activities, really are all driven by very strong technical experience on reforestation schemes. And they're driven by a strong backing from various social groups and political groups. And that really made all the difference. In the financing side, obviously, it was still based on or dependent on grant financing. However, there was a lot of experiencing going on with, for example, CO2 certificates. We heard about it today. There was a lot of experience going on with payment for ecosystem services, for example, specific payments for water services. And all that really made a strong impact on us. And that was a reason, I mean, this strong social support was a reason why we supported the program in various ways. And lastly, let me highlight something which doesn't really exist yet, but we are very hopeful to be able to pull it off this year. And we call it the Forest Action Facility. And that is a facility which is to focus on restoration worldwide, obviously in countries with partnership with the German corporation. However, the focus is on restoration. We're very proud to be able to say that we are setting it up as a limited company along with IUCN and the IUCN FLR, Forest Landscape Restoration Hub. This is to happen this year. The support is really, in essence, investment in restoration. And basically, learning from the three other examples I've mentioned so far, we attempt to pull that all together, the experience, and make investment calls under these country windows or regional windows in order then to call for a competitive promotion of good innovative ideas with strong social support, obviously, with the right policy framework, and obviously also with a sound economic setting. But we believe that that instrument will be able to offer particularly a missing link in forest restoration as to the fact that we be able to finance grant-based, finance for smallholders the cash flow gap for the first couple of years, but also be able to design, for example, loan-based instruments which target then, for example, the need by private sector investors to de-risk their investments in forest restoration. That's about it. Thank you for your patience, and back to you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Jens, and apologies for the technical difficulties. All right, thank you very much, and I'd just like to pass to the last member of our panel, Professor Maria Laura Quevedo Fernandez, who has authored a paper on Korean investment in the Paraguayan forestry sector. Maria will be speaking in Spanish, and there is translation available for the machines on your seats for those who want to follow it. Please.
Thank you. Bueno, les voy a presentar sobre las inversiones coreanas en el sector forestal paraguayo.
Well, it's my great honor to speak about Korean investment in the Paraguayan forestry sector. There are some Korean forestry companies working in Paraguay. Paraguay is located in the southern part of America. We have about 7 million population, and geographically we can categorize the country into two parts. One is northern part, and the other one would be the southern part, or the upper and lower part. Starting from 2014, we do have the Act on the Prevention of Deforestation. For example, for the northern area, the climate is really good, and eucalyptus is the main tree species. Recently, afforestation has been increased, and we do have a company called Paracel, and the company established the very first pulp plant in the country. When it comes to the business climate, the climate is very good in Paraguay. The climate and soil are very favorable, and it is more so for the eucalyptus. And it is located at the center of the South America, so it's really good to have the good market access to the neighboring countries. And relatively speaking, macroeconomic situation is very stable. And 100% renewable energy is being used. And the electronic energy, the fare for the electricity is very low, and there is a huge potential for the industry with added value to grow. And taxation, or the tax rate, is low, and the laws are very good to protect the investment and international commerce. And that's why back in 2011, Korea Forest Service started to form a relationship, the cooperative relationship with us, through the Korean Forestry Promotion Institution. So the market survey has been started in 2011 by the Korean organization KFPI. And then that was followed by the restoration project. And in 2019, 300 hectares of the forest has been afforested. And SJ Green is one of the Korean company, and Hanpa would be the Korean company invested in Paraguay. In case of the SJ Green, it is also involved in the afforestation project. There is a lot of lodging going on in the area where the SJ Green is involved, and there are also conflicts in that area. But still, the afforestation project there created a lot of jobs and contributed significantly to the local community. And most of the plantation focused on the eucalyptus, as you can see from the picture. And particularly, this is done to have the pulp and also as a source of energy generation. And at the same time, forestry project is also going on. And not only the native trees, but also the foreign trees are being planted. I am showing some pictures. As you can see here, for several years, we have been doing this plantation work in this area. And the pruning is also done. As for the pruning, as you can see from the graph, you can see the quantity or the amount of pruning done and the maximum height which is applied for the pruning operation. Next slide, please. We also do the thinning operation at 2 to 3 year interval. There are the products coming from the thinning project, which includes wood chips. And wood chips are mostly used or sent to other processing plants for further operation. Next slide, please. And after 10 to 12 years, as you can see here, there is a rolling processing going on. So the materials from this plantation-related activities are used for various areas of the forestry industry. And if you have any questions, please click on this code, QR code, and you can leave your questions.
Just a few questions, because there was a lot to unpack from all of these presentations, and I'll unfortunately have to favor the people who are here in the room with me. So I'll start with Anne. You mentioned that one of the main obstacles you see, you mentioned many of the obstacles that you see to fully private investors coming in to these kind of innovative forestry projects. Some of them are unavoidable, such as timescales, but you mentioned one that's often mentioned, and that's the risk versus return profile, and especially the risk. And I wanted to just get your opinion on whether those risks are actual or are objective risks, or are they perceived risks that are maybe due to poor understanding of the sector by private investors, and something that we, as a community could work on to attract more private investment in this kind of innovative forestry?
Thank you, Martin. Well, I would say that it depends on the case. In many cases, yes, they may be only perceived risks. But like I said, even for a DFI like Finnfund, who has a lot of experience in forestry, still it's complicated to find a project that fits into our criteria of investment in terms of financial return, and environmental, social sustainability, and also the impact. And I think we are operating, of course, in emerging markets, in developing countries, where the setting is always, I would say, nearly always, very, very challenging. So, looking at of our investee companies and how they have performed over the years, the risk is also real, in that sense that also our forestry experts in-house in Finnfund, they've been really working hard together with the companies to reach the break-even. So I think some of the risks, yes, they may be perceived, but at least from financial perspective, they are still the real ones as well.
No, thank you very much. I think that's really important to bear in mind. I mean, we hear a lot about the opportunities for investment, but we have to recognize that these are still fairly innovative solutions and with inherent risk as well, which does deter some of the investment. So just to close off, I'd like to ask one question to Maria, if you can. It would be really interesting to hear what your perception is from the context of Paraguay, of how you see the evolution either in demand for more sustainable production on the plantations that you mentioned, and whether that demand comes more from the customer sector, or is there any move from the government and regulators to be imposing more strict standards on production?
Bueno, uno de los principales motivos que aumentó la demanda fue la ley de deforestación cero. Se prohibió el cambio de uso de la tierra y casi todos los productos forestales.
As for the land use, there is a strict regulation on land use. So when it comes to the forestry, as the profitability goes up, the outside investors are coming to Paraguay. The Korea would be a prime example of such efforts. And the cellulose plant that I showed during my presentation can be a good example. FSC certification, actually, that company is the only company in Paraguay which received FSC certification. Many industries are using woods, and the need to use the certified wood is on rise. I think many industries actually realize, and there is a trend for many industries to use the certified timber or wood. So that is for sure that the protection for the forestry is on the rise.
All these perspectives, both from the investment side and from the country perspective, both from Laos and Paraguay. I'd like to thank you very much, all members of the panel here and online, and once again, the organizers.
Thanks, Martin, and thanks again to the speakers. We'll now have a half-hour break for coffee, so and then we'll move into the last few sessions of the day. So see you back at 4:30. Thank you. Okay, so we might get going for the sixth session of today. So we're making progress through our big day. And I'd like to give a very warm welcome to Ben Vickers, who's the Land Use, Forest and Ecosystem Sector Senior Specialist at the Green Climate Fund. And he has a 1-hour session talking about transforming, growing and restoring. What support will it take? Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much, Lyndall, and welcome to session 6 of this investment forum. I will very briefly introduce what we're going to talk about here. Indeed, Lyndall, as you said, transforming, growing and restoring, what support will it take? This session will be mainly about the needs of forest investors, particularly in terms of information about forests, about the parameters that affect decisions that investors will make. And with us on the panel, we have 5 very highly qualified and a varied set of experiences. Online, who will join us, I think, later, we will have Mr. Marcelo Gomez de Silva Pereira, who is the Sustainability Manager from Suzano Incorporated. We have also joining us online Mr. Jorge Mario Rodriguez Zuniga, who is from the National Fund for Forest Funding in Costa Rica, that's FONAFIFO. Here with us in the flesh, we have Mr. Eduardo Rojas Briales, the chair of the Program for Endorsement of Forest Certification, PEFC. We have Mr. Kim Carstensen, the CEO of the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC. And we have Ms. Susie Schuford, who's the Portfolio Manager of Business Development in FMO, from the Netherlands Government Investment Agency. So I think, as with previous sessions, what we're going to try and do is have some individual interventions, and then come back to a moderated Q&A. And please, if there's any interventions from the floor or even online, when we get to the Q&A session, please raise your hand, and someone, if I don't notice you, someone will draw my attention to you. So without any further ado, can I ask our first intervention from Eduardo, please? And I think you have a PowerPoint, which will come up.
Thank you. Does it work, the micro? Thank you, Ben, and the organizers for inviting me and the organizations I might represent to this important Congress, which is a pleasure to attend and to address. When we analyze possible external funding, we have basically two entrances. Next slide, please. Which is, on one hand, the funding objective. Are we speaking about establishing new forests, or are we speaking about working on existing forests? These are totally different frame conditions. And the source could be internal to the sector or external to the sector, and this also affects. And this provides, at the end, four different options. Next one, please. So if we focus on the forest-related funding, that we know, of course, in much more detail after many decades of work with the wood and other products industry, it is basically oriented to the industrial production, be wood or non-wood forest products that can be processed. Basically here the issue would be to overcome the existing bottlenecks around tenure, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, the accessibility to non-wood forest resources and the way to exclude other users, the finance, capacity buildings. It is also an important issue how we can work around increase the performance above legality and the resource available, how this quotient is like, how these resources are available, how they are conditions, how they shall be implemented. There are many resources that have to be implemented through third parties, and this may also be a conditioning element. If there are jurisdictional approaches possible that include all the players or not, if there are bases for these jurisdictional approaches that may allow to work on sustainability on a higher level than the smaller states that are very expensive to prove that sustainability in the whatever mechanism. It is very important in this concern as through bioeconomy, new potential uses of wood and bamboo are coming up fast, and many industries, in order to establish, require important funding from banks, and frequently these banks request them to have a secure supply, in difference to the established actors in the sector that have that correspondent track. It is important to ensure correspondent outgrower schemes of supply. This has the other risk, on the other hand, that is a single product orientation and generate a more monotone forestry. And of course, the legal basis for outgrower schemes. And in general, in this area, there is no further request for certification. In non-forest related funding, it's important to ensure that there are reasonable legal frameworks for them, that there are no important difficulties to anchor that, and they are consistent, the correspondent taxation frames, as it happens, the resources and the forests are on different hands. Here, the tenure of environmental services is an important pending issue. Unfortunately, when there was a big advancing in tenure internationally with the voluntary guidelines on responsible tenure of land, forest and fisheries in 2012, environmental services were excluded. And in this moment, it is very, very fluent how you define who is at the end the one that has the tenure, the responsibilities, and so on of environmental services. These are the governments, are the owners, are the managers, or whoever. And of course, there is this for non-forest rated funding will request above standard level on environmental and social performance. This would require, of course, a plus certification than the conventional certification. It would also require, especially if we are able to move into more jurisdictional approaches, that a comprehensive first assessment is done in order to compare the later process, because otherwise, when we later argue we have been improving or we have going backwards, if this has not been measured in the first assessment, we are out. It's also important that we avoid that all the funding is just based on carbon, and this would create also a bias as a just finance by wood forestry has as well, without considering soil and water biodiversity, resilience, heritage, or livelihoods. And it's important also as well to ensure that there are some professional responsibility that ensures the expected carbon sequestration for new forests, not that we have a pushback and what is expected to be sequestered in 30 years doesn't happen. Next one, please. When you focus on new forests, this is an easier case as the Climate Change Convention has created a very clear case. It's much clearer than the case of existing forests. The clear tenure is, of course, also a requisite. You need a certain legal basis regarding the carbon tenure for that. It's important to engage insurances. So in the case, especially forest fires or any other reason, you lose the forest, there is not a leakage in this case. It's important to take into consideration the taxation of all that, including the time dimension. Taxation administration normally don't understand forest timings. And it's important also that countries have really sufficient genetic resource policies and capacity and seed banks to supply the corresponding amount of seeds that all this planting will request, and not again bring seeds from other places that are not adapted to the area and are not general diversity. You need important vocational foresters training. Many countries that want to have big, massive afforestation don't lack of that, and this cannot be imported. They need also full coverage of area by forest rangers. All the countries that have planted in the past significantly, like Korea, had that. And of course, as efficient forest firefighting and forest health capacities in many areas, the lack of forest is due to repeated burning. And of course, you need to align important public resources, especially aligning with international financial institutions. It's very inspiring what yesterday the representative of the Green Climate Fund commented of the importance for them of forest investment. And it has to be complemented with services that build up capacity building and training and associations and cooperatives. Next one. In existing forests, voluntary markets are very small of the range per ton of CO2. Despite there are lots of commitments, this is a more difficult issue. The high legal standards that exist may become a threat as they impede further development. And in the jurisdictional approach, again, is very important in order to ensure a mid-long-term partnership with a given area of one or a group of donors. And just coming to the conclusions, next slide. As I commented, in several cases, jurisdictional approaches might reduce the cost and allow to combine tendering of existing forests while establishing new ones. So both options in degraded areas are avoiding the risk of fire and pest expansion if we just concentrate on planting, because this is easy under the Climate Change Convention. The prices of a ton CO2 are more reasonable. But then if we forget the existing forest, then at the end, fire and pests could expand it. There is a great case of assisted natural regeneration, and in this moment, the frame of the convention is very negative, because if you don't plant, it is not recognized, and it is absurd to take the trees that come naturally, that are much more genodiverse and species diverse, and then plant them in order to get the recognition and the convention. This is really an absurd bias. It's true that while focusing on new forests may deal more market attraction, there's also the risk that big-scale afforestation that we've seen in the past have the risk to overrun local society and create label and very even-age structures that are on the long term not ideal. It's important to optimize the land use for food, biomass, and environmental service in a world that would sustain 10 billion people in the future. So it's important also to consider the need, especially for food. Agroforestry and silvopastoral system should be a pillar, and need the integration of local people, so are not adapted for massive, big afforestations. And we have always to think that planting is a valuable tool, it's an instrument, but never an aim by itself. And in cost, carbon and rural livelihoods terms, it is more efficient to stop forest loss and degradation and to shift to sustainable forest management than planting vast areas that are at the end very expensive, and in some cases we don't know how really good they will be ensured. So basically these were the 6 or 7 conclusions, and I look forward now for the discussions with the colleagues in the...
Thank you very much indeed, Eduardo. So essentially, I think one of the points we're making here is that we need, when we're talking about information needs and support needs for forestry investment, there is a clear difference between what is required in terms of new forests, in terms of investment in existing forests, and what we're ultimately the solutions that we should look for are those that allow for the combination of new and existing forests in a landscape, in a larger landscape. Jurisdictional approaches help us reduce costs and help us to tailor the information and support needs more appropriately. Now, for the next intervention, I think Kim, please.
Thank you, Ben. And it may be a relief to you. I do not have a PowerPoint. Very sorry about that. But I thought I would rather talk than show you pictures. I mean, the question I'll be seeking to answer is, does certification provide benefit in terms of being a tool that can direct and engage investment? My short answer would be yes. But my long answer is probably a little bit more important. First of all, I think it's important, at least for us as FSC, that the tradition we come from is one of setting standards. Setting standards is what we have done traditionally and through history. We are a multi-stakeholder setup where we convene stakeholders around setting standards for what is responsible forest management. How can you understand a forest as being responsibly managed with the environmental and the social and the economic requirement that it takes? That has a value. It has a value in terms of creating credibility because the stakeholders are on board with this approach to responsible forest management. This has a value for investors, and we see that happening in many cases already, in the sense that very many plantations that get established around the world actually already use certification, at least FSC certification, as the way that they can sort of document and verify that the forest management is of a quality where you can feel sure that these trees are also going to be there, or at least the next generation of these trees is also going to be there in the future. So in that sense, it works. Is that good enough? No, because it doesn't work in all cases. Where it doesn't work includes, for instance, the situation of smallholders and communities who are managing forests. We see far too few of them benefiting from investment. We also see far too few of them being certified. And that, I think, is a major challenge going forward. That's one. The second big challenge is that what happens in situations where the target of the investment is no longer timber production, or not completely timber production, but other objectives, such as the carbon in the forest? That is a market already. In the future, we do expect that the biodiversity in the forest will also become a market, and we also expect that the water that is protected by the forest will also have a value. What about these? Is certification, as it is currently understood, a tool for these investments? Well, probably not to the extent it could happen. So this is some of the issues that, or these are some of the issues that we're trying to work to resolve as best we can. The major thing here, I believe, is that we and the investors have historically not spoken very much with each other. And we have therefore not understood each other. We have had different vocabularies, different values, different engagement tactics, and we have not benefited from actually being able to deliver to each other what is needed. We have not delivered the tools that are important for investors, at least not in all cases, and they have also not delivered the money because they didn't get the tools that they needed. So that is what we are currently working on. For smallholders, what that means is to find ways in which smallholders can be empowered to actually get an easier way to become certified. That implies, for instance, we have a new procedure that has just been approved on continuous improvement, so you don't need to meet all the requirements in year one. You can actually have a gradual development of getting to meet the requirements. We have a new smallholder standard being rolled out in 4 countries in Asia, very important, we believe, and there's a lot of potential there. We're working a lot with indigenous peoples through an Indigenous Peoples Foundation to understand what are their needs, because they're not very much related to timber production. They're related to all sorts of other things that have value in the forest. So that's one. The second thing is about how do we make sure that the other values of the forest that are important for investors, and increasingly so, that they are also, you could say, covered and useful in the certification context. We don't want to become a certification scheme for carbon. We don't think that's valuable because there are already those out there that fit that niche. So we have made a collaboration agreement with Verra, and they will now be able to link this with FSC certification so that you can get FSC and Verra at the same time if it's the carbon credits that you're interested in. We also developed what we call an ecosystem services procedure, looking directly and explicitly at the ecosystem value that you get from managing your forest. Still, that is not the complete picture. We need to improve the ecosystem services procedure so that it speaks directly to the market and to the investors. At the moment, it doesn't yet do that. That is something that will happen over the next couple of years, and I believe that could be a major breakthrough in making this system relevant to the investors who want to have some kind of certainty that the places they invest in will actually grow forest, stay forest, and therefore also maintain and retain the values that is important in those areas. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Kim. So again, some key points I think you highlighted were that, yes, certification, standard setting is not something new, but in the forestry sector, perhaps what is missing is the dialogue between the standard systems such as FSC, maybe also PEFC, and investors. So understanding what these investors need, development of new tools you mentioned to recognize environmental and social services, to recognize the need for incremental progress towards more sustainable management, particularly with smallholders and indigenous peoples. So there's movement towards understanding what investors require in terms of information and standards, and also progress, we believe, from the investor side needed in order to adapt these tools and standard systems to allow the investment to flow. So I will hand over now to Susie, and you have a PowerPoint, I believe.
I have some pictures.
Some pictures, fantastic.
Yeah, I thought maybe a crash course in blended finance would be a good place to start. A lot of people are talking about how blended finance can potentially play a role. And one of the messages we've heard this week is that there's no silver bullet for investing in forestry. We believe at FMO that blended finance could potentially play a large role in mobilizing these types of investments. As a DFI, or development finance institution, we blend public and private funding. We use the higher risk appetite of governments such as the European Commission, the Green Climate Fund, the UK government, to invest in people and places where it's needed the most. And we give others, such as commercial and institutional investors, the chance to follow us when the first hurdles are overcome to taking these investments. This is because we don't only provide finance, we also provide capacity building, access to networks and expertise, access to risk capital. We also work with NGOs and key knowledge partners, such as those seated here and those in the room, to strengthen the business case around ENS, governance, and also impact. And this way, we hope that we provide the stamp of approval to these investments that give some comfort to commercial and private investors that these projects adhere to strong ESG and ENS principles. Next slide, please. So why do we need blended finance? Well, investors have they need a very high risk appetite to invest in forestry, and in particular in developing countries. I think many of us know why this is, or many of you can think of a few reasons, and there's a myriad of reasons for this, many of them stemming from environmental, social, and governance risks, also political risks, reputational risks. And this is also combined with or compounded by the types of investments we're speaking of. These are long-term investments, they require long time horizons, and the cash flows are often delayed for up to 10, 15, even 20 years. So designing a blended finance program means that we need to de-risk or take away some of those hurdles. Next slide, please. So blending may sound easy enough. In practice, it's actually very difficult to get the structure right. It requires a deep understanding of the finance and also the local context. That's why working with local partners is key. But what does it actually entail? I'm sure many of you always wonder when you hear blended finance, what does this actually mean? So we as a DFI, we sit in between the public and the private sector. We take public funding and provide it in the form of concessionary capital. We do this in the form of low interest or long tenor loans, lines of credits to banks. We also take equity stakes in companies and in funds. We also provide risk mitigants and first loss capital, such as guarantees that we take from the European Commission. There actually is a current call for proposals from the European Commission called EFSD+. They're hoping to channel billions of dollars in guarantees to DFIs and others to de-risk these perceived risky investments. And in cash flow terms, this structure, it regulates the waterfall to investors in a certain way that allows private investors some of the benefit on the back end of the cash flows. Essentially, we are allocating risks to the public and private parties that are best equipped to take on that level of risk. Next slide, please. And most blended finance includes technical assistance and grants. And again, I think everybody at this conference should work closely and does work closely to accomplish this. And why? Because these projects are often not yet investable ready. We need to build a pipeline of investment-ready projects, and we also need to address potential risks extremely early in the process. Again, mainly E&S risks, but also a myriad of other risks. And we do this often in partnership with local NGOs and CSOs and local consultants and others to overcome these investment risks. In the case of a forestry project, this support usually expands the ESG capabilities. It improves the impact and financial performance. But also, we help investees to think and improve their approach to certification schemes, such as FSC. Also, how they're going to approach the many pitfalls to carbon. We've heard a lot of people being very enthusiastic about carbon, but there are many pitfalls to engaging in the carbon markets. You have supply and demand side integrity. You also have the question of additionality, double counting. All of these are very complex questions and require a lot of expertise. Many of our investees don't yet fully understand how to undertake these investments, and so we hope and we do provide expertise to support them on this pathway. An example of this is our Mobilizing Finance for Forests program. It's funded by the UK government. And there we have a dedicated equity and grant facility, and alongside we have a repayable grant and TA facility where we provide support in the form of consultants, but also in grants that help to de-risk many of these investments. Next slide. And in sum, we feel that the right blend improves the risk-reward profile of investing in forestry. And in doing so, we can mobilize the level of private capital needed to really reach transformational change for the sector. Taking one of our GCF investments as an example, $100 million provided by the GCF enabled us at FMO and our partners to mobilize $800 million in private and institutional investment. Also, our UK-funded program, which I mentioned, Mobilizing Finance for Forests, we received £150 million from the UK government. We expect to mobilize 3 times that amount in commercial and institutional investment. So I think together, working together jointly with all of the important organizations and entities here at this conference, we can overcome these risks, and I hope mobilize the amount of financing needed to reach the SDGs, but most importantly, to invest in forestry. So thank you very much, Ben and everyone else on the panel.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Susie. So I think what we got there was a very quick blended finance 101. And yeah, the key takeaways that what blended finance and what FMOs and government investment agencies essentially allow us to do is to use this high-risk appetite from the government sector to go where private finance can't go, but set a path so that private finance can follow later on. And it also essentially allocates risks in the investment in these high-risk environments between the public and private sector, according to the suitability of those risks to public or private investors. It also has the opportunity to use grants as well as investment in order to build the environment where private investors can then come in terms of providing information or providing training to the actors required to support the forestry sector, building information and capacity on certification, knowledge about supply and demand, knowledge about ESG metrics, and the potential, Susie, as you mentioned, has been demonstrated through your experience in terms of leveraging 3 times or more private finance as a result of a public investment from GCF, UK government, etc. So thanks very much for that. I think we're now going online where we have Jorge, I think, first from FONAFIFO waiting for us. And Jorge will speak in Spanish, so please have your earpieces ready. Jorge. Is he there?
Sí, muy bien. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, muy bien. Bueno, muy buenos días, tardes.
It is great to be here from Costa Rica. I am saying hello to everyone, and it is great to see everyone here today. Currently, regarding the situation in Costa Rica, in particular regarding forestry investment, I would like to update you on the situation. Regarding forest investment, when we think about the topic, I think that we need to have a long-term perspective. In particular, for countries like Costa Rica, we have the smallholders, and the smallholders are facing many difficulties. And let us go to the next page. Let us look at the Costa Rican situation, and you can see the size of Costa Rica area. You can see about 5.11 million hectares, and you can see 2.67 million hectares is the wooded areas, the forest areas. In Costa Rica, you can see there are many companies in forestry, and forest utilization is contributing greatly to the national economy. As of 2013, you can see 58% took up the forested areas, and you can see currently the percentage has gone down a bit. So let us move on to the next page. In Costa Rica, there are several things that you must know and what is important. The ecosystem or a forest and their definitions, I believe, have significance. looking at the UN Climate Change Convention, when we look at the definition of forests, it actually has a bit of a different definition compared to what is defined in the Costa Rican Act in forests. And according to Article 75 of our Forestry Act, you can see according to UN convention, it is 52% the amount of the forest. So you can see actually the definition will change the area of forests. Next page, you can see the different types of land entitlement or tenure in Costa Rica. And you can see the legal backing is in the Costa Rican law, and you can see about 93,000 farms are in Costa Rica, and among them we have smallholders or small farms. 1 to 20 hectares is about 78% of the total, so it takes up a great percentage of the total farms. And you can see that in Costa Rica we have smallholders that take up most of the forestry. As was mentioned, for these smallholders, they are the backbone of our forestry, and we have many companies related to forestry, and there are about 8,000. Regarding the forestry utilization and the paper making industry, we need to protect them and we need to support them. We need appropriate legal framework and support, and if not, it will be very difficult for them to survive. In most cases, environmental protection is important, but in many cases, they are not utilizing the land properly. Also, in forest restoration, we are also seeing that many are left to be desired. We need to think about how to restore this, and we need to think about how to support this. If not, then it will lead to economic crisis, and it will lead to many economic difficulties. This also can lead to many difficulties, including deforestation. Well, if we go to the next page, can you hear me well?
Okay.
Okay, la siguiente.
Would you go to the next page? I think my page is frozen. And although I can't see the slide myself, but I will just continue. So this is the vision that we have. There are many nature ecosystem services that need to be resumed, and we need to upgrade our awareness of forest environment. And for the forest environmental services, we need to provide legal and social support. So this will be needed. Regarding the environmental services, as was mentioned, we need to have better awareness and recognition of what this is. And in the case of Costa Rica, we have many important economic activities in forestry, including tourism. And most of our visitors are visiting protected areas. So Costa Rica is well known as a green tourism country, and we need to maintain this. And our next vision is to find new ways to attract investment. We also need to revitalize our economy, and this needs to lead to green jobs. Africa, Asia, and Latin American countries need to cooperate with us so that we can have sustainable forest maintenance, because I think we're all facing challenges going forward. I believe that we also need to have ties between forestry and, for example, agriculture. We need to support the smallholders and small-scale farmers as well. As was mentioned, we need to attract new venues of investment and secure investment. To this end, we will create green jobs and revitalize our economy. And as was mentioned, we have many smallholders, and I believe that we need to have them integrated into different units so that they can be better managed. In addition, in managing this type of small forest, we need to review our standards, and we need to have an efficient financial support mechanism, and we need to connect this together. In particular, I believe that this needs to be focused more on our smallholders, and I believe that these investments need to create efficiency. Regarding the accreditation of land title holders and national heritage, we need to also think about what is needed. In the area of investment in forests, there are many cases when, because of legal reasons or because of land title reasons, the investments are not made. Regarding the land titles, if they're not accredited and if they are not clear legally, in many cases, investment cannot be secured. Accordingly, I believe that we need to have a framework so that this type of support can be given. So we will need to have more improvement in these areas. Around the world, we need to remember that most of the forests are managed by the indigenous people. I hope that all of these factors can be considered so that we can safeguard and protect our forests. I believe that many countries share similar challenges like Costa Rica. And as was aforementioned, these are very important resources of our countries. So we need to protect them and to have financial frameworks and to connect them to different mechanisms. Thank you for listening. And I will end my presentation on this note. And please ask me any questions if you would like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Jorge. And so just briefly, Jorge was giving us a presentation of the Costa Rica situation as an example, which many other countries might find relevant, of the changing nature of forest investment, and in particular, he referred to how the context of UNFCCC, we have to look at the changing definitions of forests, perhaps an incompatibility between international definitions and national definitions. In order to make sustainable investments, we need to have data on land holdings, looking particularly at smallholders. And when we're looking at the investment into forest-related industries, paper and timber, for example, if we don't have the right information about landholding, smallholders, tenure, we cannot direct the right support towards forest stakeholders, and we risk economic difficulties. The recommendation from Jorge is that investment in future needs to focus on creation of green jobs, integration of smallholders, review of standards, development of financial support mechanisms for smallholders, clarity on land tenure in order to target investment in forest and support to the right areas and create efficiency in investment policy. So finally, we have one more panelist. I think we are a little bit over time, but hopefully we still have some time for questions and discussion afterwards. So Marcelo, are you there and available with your PowerPoint? I think Marcelo will present in English.
Oh, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Well, first of all, I would like to thank FAO for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, and it's an honor to represent Suzano in this event. I would like to start emphasizing that the forestry business model in Brazil is one of the best investment opportunities for purpose-driven investors. And why am I saying this with such certainty? Well, let's look at some numbers from the Brazilian planted tree sector. In the next slide, please. Forest companies have 9.5 million hectares of planted forest, mainly from eucalyptus and pine. And the same companies are responsible for the protection and conservation of 6 million hectares of native vegetation in different Brazilian biomes. This area is larger than the entire country of Denmark, for example. And this number also means that for each 1.5 hectare of planted forest, we protect 1 hectare of native vegetation. This sector is one of the industries that preserves the most in Brazil. And we do it while being a global reference for plantation productivity and with high annual production volumes of wood per area in a short cycle. Please, the next slide. As a representative of the sector, Suzano is a highly competitive company with operations and a product pipeline that addresses several urgent global challenges, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, conservation of natural forests, and replacement of fossil fuels. In this slide, we can see the Suzano's value chain and some big numbers. We have 1.5 million hectares of eucalyptus planted forest, and also 960,000 hectares of native ecosystem areas. And our business model is not only about planting an eucalyptus forest. When we expand into a new site, we consider a landscape approach. And what does it mean? It means that it's not only the planted forest, but also the restoration of the native ecosystem when it's necessary, the social development of neighboring communities, and the biodiversity conservation and improvement through our monitoring and management programs. And these elements are not a part of the business, but an integral part of it. In summary, our way of doing things connects in an inseparable way: social development, proper environmental management, climate change mitigation, and of course, business competitiveness. And this is intrinsic to who we are as a company and not something randomly done. And since Suzano is constantly looking for ways of going the extra mile, in 2020 we established 14 high-level commitments to renew life. And some of them use it as targets in financial operations, bonds and loans, for example. And 3 of these commitments I would like to highlight here with you all. Please, the next slide. Regarding the climate crisis, our goal until 2030 is the net removal of 40 million tons of carbon in the atmosphere. In the area of social development, our programs intend to take 200,000 people out of the poverty line in our areas of operation. And last but not least, our long-term goal related to biodiversity, one of my favorite ones. Consider that one of the greatest current threats to the biodiversity loss is the fragmentation of native habitats. We proposed to connect 500,000 hectares of priority areas for conservation of biodiversity in 3 Brazilian biomes: the Atlantic forest, the Cerrado, that is the Brazilian savanna, and the Amazon. Please, the next slide. And what is next? Well, to make all this a reality and to help define the good from the bad apples, the next crucial step for companies and investors is the development of tools that can really identify the business that have consistent, sustainable initiatives from those that are just riding the ESG wave. These frameworks must make the value generated by sustainability tangible and comparable, on the same basis and with science and for all. I mean real value, which can be verified and measured using indicators, targets, history, and so on. And real contributions to the resolution of social and environmental challenges, which must differentiate companies from one another. Otherwise, we may never be able to realize the potential and benefits of sustainable investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. I mean, that's going to help us keep the time, but I think you made some valuable points in here. And particularly, just to summarize, Suzano is an example of a company that commits to social and biodiversity benefits as part of its business model through a landscape approach, and in particular, long-term goals in becoming more climate positive, so contributing more to climate change mitigation, mitigating income distribution problems, working with 200,000 disadvantaged families, and biodiversity conservation goals through connectivity and corridors in 500,000 hectares across 3 biomes. And what Marcelo was stressing was that for companies like this, which are making these commitments, we need ways for investors to identify such businesses that are generating these values for sustainability and recognize that value in the marketplace. So that brings us to the end of our individual interventions. We are now quite close to time, but we have a few minutes, and so I'd like to just delve into a little bit of a discussion, if we can, through a few questions, and we'll get a few short and insightful answers from our panelists. So first of all, can I ask you, Susie, how has the climate crisis affected the information needs of investors in forest-based industries in terms of the type of information they need, the sources they trust, and the standards of due diligence they require?
Is it better? Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so we as an investor, we've seen that our due diligence requirements they've grown much more stringent and much more complex. There are a lot more data requirements now than ever before, and that's primarily because we want to mobilize investments towards commercial investors, and they are extremely concerned about reputational risks. They want to achieve impact. And for that, we all need a lot of good quality data. So it used to be, 10 years ago, IFC performance standards were sort of the gold standard. Now we see IFC performance standards plus, meaning you need to look at a whole myriad of other factors, including, biodiversity net gain frameworks, which there's not much data on how to properly manage biodiversity gains. Looking at how to monetize nature-based capital, it's also a completely new field. But investors want this type of data, and they want to move towards having a framework that is standardized for this type of data. Also, in terms of certification schemes, this is now pretty much a requirement, maybe not from the initial investment, but definitely our investees. As mentioned, we provide them a lot of support sitting between public and private. We want to move them towards private, so what we do is if they don't have FSC certification yet, we work with them to get it and to ensure that they're not just certified, but they're actually implementing it and monitoring it. And all the expertise they need in-house. It's not just having an E&S officer, you need a gender specialist now. There are a lot more requirements now than there ever were before. And this is definitely because of the climate crisis. And that does come with a lot of challenges, which is why I think we need to work even more closely together with specialists, such as everyone here. Unfortunately, we often don't work together very well because we speak different languages, which is what Karsten said. But yeah, I think that we definitely need to work better together and learn how to collaborate more effectively so that we can make use of this data and catalyze more of these investments. Because more requirements we have, we're actually somewhat preventing investments. What we want to do is ensure that we can mobilize investments, not limit them. So, yeah.
Thanks, Susie.
Hope that was clear.
Yeah, very much so. Does anyone else want to come in on this question briefly? Jorge? Was that a finger I saw? No, it wasn't. Okay. All right. Well, moving on. Kim, is in the context of certification, is the perfect the enemy of the good? If we're demonstrating compliance with international sustainable forest management standards, when this is beyond the capacity or resources of small and medium enterprises in emerging and frontier markets, how can we encourage and reward incremental improvements?
Well, we have a big dilemma here. On the one hand, we are absolutely needing to be able to document, to ensure that high standards are being upheld in any kind of operation. So we cannot just say, well, anything goes, because it doesn't, right? As Susie just said, there are enormous amounts of different requirements that need to come up. Some of them not even part of our standards at this point in time. And so it's getting more and more complex. On the other hand, you're also right in the question, Ben, that we have not found the ways yet to actually make certification an easily accessible tool for smallholders and communities. And it is something we're working on. I think this continuous improvement procedure is going to help in the sense that we don't need everything to be met in the first go. It can be happening over time. I think there are some other ways to actually make life easier and more fitting with the reality of the smallholders. It's not just about meeting many requirements, it's about meeting requirements that don't make sense. And that's what the problem is, at least for communities, indigenous peoples and others, that they're asked to do things that don't make sense to them anyway because they do things differently. And that's one thing that we need to accommodate to. So on the one hand, absolutely yes, we need to simplify. On the other hand, we need to make sure that the basis is still so that we can document actual performance.
Thanks, Kim. Maybe Eduardo, the same question for you.
Well, it's true that it is a complex issue for everybody to move in this direction. And I think it's important to tackle what Tim said regarding smallholders, communities, the small players. And in fact, there is a risk that we, in certain way, we have seen it, and you have been working in REDD+ long time. At the end, the aim of REDD+ was that they are result-based payment, not that lots of white consultancy and organizations make the big money, which at the end is what the money has flowed until now, basically. It's not about paying the architects, it's about having the building built. So in that sense, we have to turn it the other way around. If it doesn't really ensure for these local communities a benefit, at the end, thanks to it reduces the pressure on the forest, we are not working in the right direction. So it's always important to check all kinds of theories and systems on how well they perform for their objectives. And in that sense, we have to think of different ways. It was very clear what Jorge said regarding tenure, which would be even of another octave if we would think of sub-Saharan Africa. We have double and triple tenure issues around, which is, and you have seen the last FRA, where South America, with all the problems, have moved very good forward in the decade, whereas Africa has kept back. So that is also an important issue. And in that sense, that's why I insisted so much in jurisdictional approaches. The auditors, they have to be skilled, and I want not to criticize their cost, but it has really no sense. We are not measuring the quality of a single pen. We measure eventually in a big company every 100,000. We will measure, of course, an Airbus or Boeing, because there we fly and it is really risky. So we have to consider real smallholders as a pen, not as the system. And in that sense, do many, and I think it's also a very interesting issue, by focusing on jurisdictional approaches, many of the challenges of sustainability cannot be measured on 1 hectare or 2 or 5 hectares. They can be measured at the jurisdictional scale of a mountain massif, of a province, of a district, or whatever. And creating also a joint endeavor of all the players for sustainability will bring things much more further. Issues of forest fires, of pest fight, of accessibility cannot be solved on a very small scale. It's like a small forest owner at the end, or manager, is like if you live in an apartment, you're also co-owning the common elements. And constructing this common structure, I think, will bring us further in the substance, and will also put these costs of the auditors into a reasonable level. And we have also to think, regardless that we all want to have high level, it is an incremental issue. This forest didn't look in 1970 like they look now. They were all small trees, and they have moved forward. So it's always that we never go back, except the issue is out of control, like climate change or whatever, or a big catastrophe, and that we always move forward. This is, I think, the basic issue in certification and in all this process as well of defining. And it's very important, like Susie said, that we have to fine-tune and come more together, constituencies that traditionally have not worked together, and understand each other. I think also it's very interesting what a colleague from Susano just commented. This model that even if under climate change is much more easy to understand, offset afforestation from scratch, that 1990 we are no forest. Yes, but in certain way to avoid that we just see the land just as an opportunity to offset afforestation. That we get into say, yes, but if you wish this, you have to maintain at least a similar area of natural forest that is degraded, and you have to do some operations that are by far not as costly as afforestation. I think construction of that kind of thing will help not only to offset, but also to help this in this case, the community, but also, of course, the environmental indicators and performance of the area.
Thank you, Eduardo. Just very quickly, last words to our friends online. Marcelo and then Jorge, quickly, do you think a global market in forest-related ecosystem services is a realistic aim in the next decade? Marcelo?
It's a good question, Ben. Yeah. I think it's quite challenging and complex, but I think we can accomplish it, or something at least close to it. Because, for example, looking to the present, standing native forest with all the services that it provides to the society still has no assigned monetary value. And I think the most tangible resource that we currently have now is carbon, which is crucial to face the climate change and through a regulated market. And I think we should, or we could replicate that we are doing with carbon for other ecosystem service. For example, pollination. Here in Brazil, I was reading a study of the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, and 76% of the plants used to food production in Brazil depends on the ecosystem service of bees or the other insects or other animals. And water. It's obvious that water, people and business depend on the availability of clean water. And so these elements, water, biodiversity, pollination, they are not independent of each other. In ecology, everything is intrinsically connected. So if we don't have access to clean water, we don't have biodiversity, we will not have life, or we will not have business. So yeah, I think the future is to increase this kind of regenerative business. And I can see two ways for this question. One, of course, is in the question to create a market, and who protect and conserve the ecosystem is remunerated for that. And I think it's not a market that you would compensate some damage because any other area, because it doesn't make sense for this kind of ecosystem service, but in a way that you pay because you are receiving benefits from that conservation. That makes sense. And I think there are some successful experience. My colleague Jorge knows more than me about it in Costa Rica, and also in Brazil we have some experience that could be replicated and scaled. And the other way that I can see is the value of these ecosystem services coming to the business decision-making process and helping with science, methods, everybody to take better decisions. And I think this is a journey. We need a learning process to achieve that, and there are some efforts ongoing, but I do really believe that this is possible to achieve in this decade.
Thank you very much, Marcelo. We are, I believe, just gone over time. I'm sorry, but Jorge, if you have 30 seconds to give us your opinion, is this a realistic aim, a global market in forest-related ecosystem services in the next decade? Very quickly.
Sí. Cuando hablamos de recuperación verde, economías inclusivas, resilientes.
Regarding the preservation and restoration of forests, what we need to remember is that we do not have enough investment in this area. There are countries like Costa Rica, which is comprised of many smallholders. And when we have production and production input, and when we do not have financial regulations or support for them, then this can lead to challenges. In addition, we need to have sustainable management of these forests, and for the mill industry or paper industry to be productive, I believe that these smallholders need to be supported, and we would need to maintain the different expenses. There are many areas that need to be enforced, technical areas or financial areas that will need to be strengthened. In addition, we need to think about the smaller forests and what kind of added value can they generate. I believe that these will be very important. However, everyone, forests need to be sustainable, and this will contribute greatly to climate change.
Our panelists, thank you to everyone who joined us here in the room and online. And I think that's it for this session. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, panelists. That was really informative. Thank you. Really enjoyed it. Okay, now we have our next session, which is called Screening In, Advancing People-Centred, Pro-Nature, Profitable and Inclusive Forest Projects, Lessons Learned from the New Generation's Plantations. We have an interesting setup for this one. We have Candice Taylor coming to the front, who's going to hold the fort up there, fly the flag. But we have several people online for this session, including the moderator. So is it possible to bring up Luis? Can we see him online? Be nice to see his face.
Good morning, Lyndall.
Oh, hello.
Good morning,
We can
everyone.
hear you. We can't see you yet.
I hope you'll see me.
I hope we can
And
see you
good
soon.
morning to the audience from a distant Brazil.
Ah, there you go. You're here.
Very early.
You're with us. There you go. Okay,
And
great.
apologies for not being able to be there at the Congress, but thank you for making it possible to join online.
No problem, Luis. So, okay, so Luis will be leading this session online. So I'll be here in case there's some assistance required. Luis Neves Silva is the New Generation Plantations Lead for the Forests Forward program at WWF. Now, so with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Luis, to do your introduction and then start to hand to the speakers who are online and then Candice in the room. And unless something goes wrong, I'll leave it with you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much again, and good morning. Thank you for joining us for this session. The idea for the session is to bring us closer to the landscapes and to hear some voices from those who are implementing a list of projects trying to respond to many of the aspects that we have heard during the day on this special event. We'll bring projects from 3 different geographies. Beto Mesquita from Ciclus will bring us a project being implemented in Bahia, in Brazil. While Candice, there with you, Candice Taylor represents the New Forest Company, who is working already for almost 10 years with NGP in Uganda, also developing a very interesting landscape project that she will share with us some of the aspects, especially thinking in terms of how to bring in the smallholders into the value chain of NFC. And Nguyen Vu from WWF Vietnam will talk us through a cooperative project in the Central Annamites landscape, where they are adding value through for certification to the plantations and developing a landscape approach in the region. In the end, Shauna Matkovic will take us a little bit through the narrative and the model that we are following on the New Generation Plantations Initiative led by WWF, and how we see adding value in terms of linking this with investors and trying to bring the multiple values that these projects are developing into the pipeline of these investors. And so without further delay, I will start inviting the speakers who are really those who we want to hear. And let's start by Beto Mesquita from Ciclus, and to tell us about the project they are developing in southern Bahia with the indigenous Pataxó people, restoring and connecting natural forest fragments. Beto, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Luis. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It depends which part of the world you are. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. Thanks for this invitation to share some our challenges and our experiences here. Let me share. I think that I am available to share my screens. Okay, it is working.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just, in a nutshell, share with you some lessons and our experience with the project called Shapes of Nature. We are working with Pataxó people. Pataxó is indigenous people living in the southern Bahia, in the Atlantic Forest region, Atlantic Forest biome. Atlantic Forest is one of the hot spots in the world for biodiversity, but a hot spot means that it's a very special place in terms of we can find there a high biodiversity, a high endemism level, but also a high deforested level. All the hot spots lost more than 70% of the original coverage. So it is a very dangerous ecosystems. And then we are working with different approaches to protect the remnants and also to restore, to reestablish ecological connections among those remnants. Okay. The current context on this region, we're talking about, we have a very special place. We call it this region as a hotspot in a hotspot, which is located in the central corridor of Atlantic Forest. There are 3 terrestrial national parks and 1 marine national parks, 7 indigenous lands in the same area, and hundreds of thousands hectares of eucalyptus plantation in the surrounding. Those places, it's very special, and we can emphasize this through the recognition by UNESCO from the United Nations as natural heritage sites. But in the same region, about 30,000 native trees are cut down every year, especially for producing wood and handcrafts. Part of them produced by the Pataxó people. Most of this wood comes from, unfortunately, illegal logging. Trees that are cutting inside the national parks, especially the Monte Pascoal and Descobrimento national parks. We are estimating about almost 4,000 square meters of native lands, and this kind of activity, this kind of economic activity, in spite of the illegality of the illegal aspect of this activity, it's increased the threats on endangered hardwoods. Here are some images of the current handcrafts, wooden handcrafts that they are producing there, and here are some newspapers headlines showing the situation, the current situation. We have problems with the environmental fiscalization. We have a lot of problems in terms of the supply for this wood, and which is happening. In spite of we can working with indigenous people not only to stop the degradation of the native parks, but also to find alternatives. And in terms of the alternatives, we're looking for the alternatives to keep them in the same, in a specific economic activities that they are engaged for many years. But our challenge is change the source of wood for them, change the relationship with the forestry management skills, and also change the commercial and the managerial skills of those indigenous peoples in terms of to increase their activities. I can summarize our proposals in 3 terms. In short terms, we are working to replace the wood used by Pataxó artisans from native wood illegally logged from the national parks to wood from tree plantations. Tree plantations in that case means including eucalyptus plantation, because we have a lot of sources of eucalyptus in the region, in spite of the species that they are planting. Therefore, there is a more suitable for pulp and paper production. We are looking for wood production. We have to implement some different plots of eucalyptus, special for wood production. But also, we are working in the indigenous lands with the communities to develop a new restoration activities that we call the productive restoration, to implement native tree plantations to produce wood and to produce other natural ecosystem services. In the middle term, we are working to implement different types of capacity building activities to improve the quality of Pataxó wooden handcrafts, but also especially to strengthen their skills on business and on marketing. It includes, in addition, the funds that we're providing by the Southern Bahia People and Nature funds, we are working with the New Generation Plantation to achieve other funds related to microcredits, microloans systems to provide more funds, more tangible funds for those indigenous people. And in the long term, for sure, promote the self-supply of wood, because the Pataxó people have lands, they have open areas in the past for agriculture, they have areas suitable for forest production on this region. So in a very, very short history here, we're looking to transform a reality. We're looking for establish different connections and different relationships of the landscape, including NGOs, community people, indigenous people, and also the marketing. We're achieving some specific niches of markets in the high, we call it high design markets on this region. So this is a project developed by Ciclos, which is a NGO established in 2018 in this region in partnership with Arboretum. Arboretum is a government project implemented by the Public Attorney and the Brazilian Service of Forestry. Bever Rio is another NGO based on Rio de Janeiro State working for to develop market solutions for environmental assets, and it's supported by FASB, which is the Southern Bahia People and Nature Funds, and New Generation Plantation. So, Luis, it's just a very summarized, and then we can open to a question.
Thank you for sticking to the time, and we'll certainly come back to you with questions during the Q&A session. But thank you for the excellent resume. With that, let's move to Uganda and to hear from Candice the work that New Forest Company is developing there. Candice, over to you.
Thanks, Lewis, and hello everyone. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Could you put my slides up, please? So my name is Candice Taylor. I've been with the New Forest Company for about 4 years. The NFC has existed in East Africa since about 2004. We manage around 30,000 hectares of land in Uganda and Tanzania. Of that, 1/3 is reserved for conservation purposes, and we are FSC certified in both territories. We've spent a lot of time building a shared value business model, which emphasizes growing our relationship with our neighbors to ensure we have a social license to operate. That means we have to date over 6,000 hectares of mapped, verified outgrower plots who not only received seedlings from us, but significant silviculture trainings, fire trainings, and they have been brought into our strategic timber supply chain. Next slide, please. Now, our challenge is that due to poverty in East Africa and high population growth rates, many of our smallholder tree farmers don't manage to get their trees to grow to maturity. By 6 or 7 years, they've cut them already for $10, for a fraction of the value of that tree, were it to sit in the ground until it reaches maturity. Why do they cut their trees? Primarily because they need school fees, they need to pay for medical costs. It's day-to-day cash. So we've worked with alternative livelihoods, developing apiculture, microfinance projects, and other livelihoods projects, but it's still not making the impact that we wanted. So 2 years ago, we decided that we needed to take a landscape approach, which is very key to the NGP principles, and part of that means working with our neighbors to turn them into landscape stewards. And that means we all need to benefit from the land that we're managing. And what we recognized was that the carbon markets were recovering and that we needed to benefit from the conservation areas that we manage, and the outgrowers needed to get interim cash flows for the trees that they're growing. Next slide, please. So together with NGP and following their principles, we developed a more mature tree grower support program that enables us to track and create all the data and all of that due diligence you've been hearing about in order to qualify for a carbon project with VCS. We recently submitted our PDD after spending a good 18 months and having a carbon consultant on board, because it is a very, very tricky landscape to try and navigate. And part of the intention is not just to get carbon finance, but you'll see from the blue pyramids in my slide, is to actually leverage that into timber diversification processing. As we heard from the Gabon Minister for the Environment earlier, we don't just want to grow trees and export them. We want to process them and create value addition in Uganda to stimulate the local bioeconomy there. Next slide, please. So in summary, this community-focused project is expected to generate over 2 million tons of carbon credits in the next 30 years. That does include some of that conservation area on the NFC plantations that I mentioned. In total, it's a landscape of 37,000 hectares. And one of the key safeguards that we put in place was the strengthening of 18 tree grower associations, including an NGO, including WWF in Uganda and other independent observers, into a carbon steering group. So together they will make the decisions on the price once our 3-month audit process for the afforestation credits is completed. Next. We're very grateful to the Dutch Fund for funding some of this project. And I just want to mention that although there is a lot of ESG due diligence required to get some of this funding, having FSC certification, being a member of WWF NGP, that certainly sped up the process for us. But I would encourage, if there's any lessons from this conference, climate change is real. And by raising the bar of FSC, raising the bar of due diligence, we're only going to make it more difficult for companies and communities to benefit. So please, would all parties keep that in mind. Next slide. Some of the positive benefits. When we designed the project, it was important that it would have a landscape approach. So households with a focus on women and youth, stimulating the rural economy, protecting riparian zones, significant commitments to afforestation, being net planters, changing the culture around cutting trees, around being landscape stewards, and for us as a company also having a more secure timber supply that makes us more attractive also for investment. Next slide. Thank you very much for your time. I'll hand you back to Luis.
Thank you very much, Candice. Excellent presentation. To the point, and also with a clear message in terms of we need to develop these complex projects addressing the multiple values on the landscape, but let's also keep in mind that by raising the bar, we might excluding those that we want to benefit more. And with this, I'll invite Vu to take us through the FOSDA project in the Central Annamites landscapes. Vu, over to you.
Thank you, Luis. I would like to share my screen. Do you see my screen already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to invite you to visit one smallholder group FSC certified for plantation in Central Annamite of Vietnam, one place in River Mekong. This is about the sustainable value chain of an FSC certified smallholder forest. Thus, we have support them from 2016. So the name of the association called it Forest Owners Sustainable Development Association of Thừa Thiên Huế Province. Short name is FOSDA. So they come from the individual smallholder gathering to become a group and support by the WWF Vietnam to achieve the FSC certified for their plantation. So after 5 years, they become a full legal association with more than 1,000 members and with more than 6,000 hectares of FSC certified. They come from the individual smallholder, but now they become more and more professional, operate with the full legal association, and they are on the progress of the setting up the Union of Sustainable Forest Cooperative. So cooperatives, what does this mean? This is come from the FSC certified smallholder group, and they transform to the association, and with the capacity building and using improvement, they transform to the cooperative. So what we see the highest impact from their development progress is, at the beginning, they are receiving our support. Our is mean WWF Vietnam, but now they become our partner who can provide the advisory service to replicate the best practice of the program to another province and expanding the sustainable supply chain. So this is their supply chain. FSC smallholder of the Acacia plantation. So they form, and now they have several sustainable forestry cooperatives under the coordination of the FOSTA, the umbrella association. So they supply the FSC sawwood to the local processing company, that this company also supply the raw material, the semi-product to the final processing company for furniture to export, like IKEA supplier. In the other hand, they also supply the chipwood as the FSC chipwood to another supply chain. So this is what we call it the sustainable supply chain of FOSTA. So what is the role of the NGP in these pictures? So NGP come to smallholder in Central Annamai and in Vietnam to create a platform for sharing and learning and catching up the opportunity for improving their business to become more bankable. So based on that, we continue to support them to incubate their business plan to become, let's say, more responsible to the conservation, more landscape approach, orientation, and finally can achieve the bankable project development target. So from 2019 until now, so NGP support the smallholder in Central Annamai landscape of Vietnam in several aspects. So it's not only focused on the acacia plantation timber, but currently there's also support more on the small and medium enterprise in the aspect of non-timber forest products and also agroforestry products like ginseng, like rattan, and coffee under the buffer zone near the nature forest. So this is, we see that NGP is played a very important role. Thus, we would like to continue to cooperate with them to develop more opportunity for the smallholder in the Central Annamai landscape to assess to the bankable project funding or investment from BFCD, for example, or Landscape Resilience Fund. So this is what we continue in the next coming time to continue to expanding the business of the FOSTA as the best practice in one province to replicate to another province in the Central Annamai landscape of Vietnam. So thank you. That is our story that I'm on behalf of FOSTA to tell to you. So welcome any question. So I can provide more clarification for you later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vu. Thank you very much also for taking us through the Central Annamites smallholders cooperatives and their work with the FSC certification. So having heard from 3 different projects coming from 3 different geographies and also how they are approaching work at the landscape level, involving the local communities, addressing aspects of conservation or restoration of natural forests and developing timber plantations that will connect with the multiple value chains. Shauna Matkovic will now take us through how we have been structuring the NGP model, aiming to bring these multiple partners working together on those landscapes and enabling them to contact and connect with different type of investors with the right profile of investors. So, Shauna, also good morning to you, and please take us through the NGP investment case. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Louis. So, and thank you for all the other earlier presenters, which helped provide an excellent framework for what I'm going to talk about now. I guess an important place to start is looking at the evolution of new generation plantations. So WWF's NGP has been around for about 12 years now, and it originally started as a learning platform. So how most of you in Vietnam, in Uganda, in Brazil, and in other parts of the world, you came into the NGP ecosystem, so to speak, through this learning platform, through the study tours. And this original platform had the purpose of bringing together industry players, NGOs, governments, research organizations, basically different parties working on the landscape to share best practices and lessons learned. So over these years, NGP has been working with its partners and its ecosystem to basically identify opportunities, understand the challenges, and figure out solutions on how to best improve the landscape so that everyone benefits. And from this, there's been a natural evolution. So where NGP started as an aggregator, bringing people together, it's now working, as you can see from the projects that were presented earlier, to becoming much more engaged and much more working almost as a project implementer. So as the demand for projects like this is increasing, NGP thought it was time to kind of sit back and develop its strategy around how to increase this impact going forward. So with that, a starting point was to identify the unique value proposition of NGP as it moves into project implementation. So even though it's relatively new as an implementer, it comes with 12 years experience. So it's not new with a new project, it's working with projects on the ground that have been developing these solutions for several years. And with that, it has its collaboration with WWF and WWF's associated forest programs. And it has a strong network on the ground, as I mentioned, with implementers, research organizations, and industry partners. So then moving forward, the question to figure out where NGP is best suited in the forest landscape finance approach, it was important to identify the investment gap. So realizing there are different parties operating in the space, servicing different challenges and capitalizing on different opportunities, we wanted to look at where's the opportunity for NGP. So we wanted to identify this gap of where NGP could fill it. So over the past 12 years of working in forest landscapes, NGP has been actively involved in both the commercial side and the NGO side of restoration and conservation activities. It has seen the commercial strengths of the efficiency, scale, and long-term self-sustainability or commercial viability of these businesses, but it's also seen the limitations with respect to a lack of resources that are able to address the environmental and social needs of the landscape outside of their operational focus. On the philanthropic side, it's seen the strength.
May I ask you,
yes.
Do you see there on what you are describing, NGP having developed different approaches when the conditions on the landscapes, they were different in terms of how the communities, they were structured and how we have...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So through doing this exploration exercise and what you've seen already today in the earlier presentations, there are two different approaches that NGP is working with its principles. So again, just going back briefly, the NGP principles are about maintaining ecosystem integrity, protecting and enhancing high conservation values, developing these projects through effective stakeholder involvement, and contributing to economic growth and employment. So though those principles remain the same, there's been different approaches and different landscapes to execute those principles. So what we see, for example, in Candace's example of New Forest Company is what we're calling the community company bridge. And this is a situation where there's kind of mutual benefit and reliance from working together. So where NGP supports communities and the companies to work together to mitigate risk and to leverage opportunities that they wouldn't be able to do alone. On the other side, we have the community to commercial evolution. Can you hear me still? I see my screen is frozen.
Yes.
Okay. So we have the community to commercial evolution. And this is where we look at projects like Beto introduced in Brazil, where you have a strong group of local stakeholders who are already working on the landscape. And NGP comes in to support these, to professionalize them, to support them with access to markets, and perhaps even later on investment to scale their operations. So there's these two different approaches that NGP is taking. With that, there's also three different activities that NGP is carrying out. So they work with both conservation and restoration of natural ecosystems. They work at sustainable wood production, and they work in agricultural improvement. So NGP doesn't tend to get involved in siloed projects. So where different landscape approaches might have a focus on a particular business model. So for example, only commercial reforestation. NGP tends to look at the whole landscape and see what the landscape needs in its entirety and tries to develop solutions that include all of those three activities. So within each project, you'll probably find a different mix of those activities within each approach.
Shauna, we are coming close to the time, but I'll still ask you, will this approach be part of the path in terms of delivering the multiple returns, and while looking into the very important aspects of carbon, biodiversity, and the social aspects in the landscape, but also in terms of looking for the economic activities that might provide the financial returns to investors?
Yeah, so as this strategy develops, NGP is really trying to focus its communication and its strategy on delivering these long-term outcomes. So compared to kind of short-term project funding, it's looking for long-term engagement with partners and investors. So where it is not looking for necessarily number of trees planted or number of jobs created, it's really looking for long-term impact creation. So improved biodiversity, improved carbon stocks, improved livelihoods. And it's looking for investors who are really interested in this long-term impact and not just the short-term project thinking. And with that, it's looking to, of course, leverage the increasing carbon markets as a way to attract investors and to bring monetization to these ecosystem services, and also look at how other impacts can be monetized going forward. So whether that's biodiversity, whether that's the sustainable development of local people, this is part of the process going forward for NGP and what it's looking to develop an MRV system around and develop a financing mechanism for this.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us through the NGP model and how we are working in these different regions with different profiles of projects, but bringing them to the right profile of investors who seek this long-term engagement and projects with multiple returns. So we will open up to questions from the online and in the meeting room audience. But in the meanwhile, I will invite Vu to share with us a very short video from the FOSDA project. I know that Vu wanted very much to show us
Thank you very much, Luis.
From the landscape. So, Vu, please go ahead.
Do you see that? Can you see and hear?
Yes, we
You
can
can only
see
see-
it. Yeah.
Quản lý rừng bền vững gắn với nâng cao chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng có chứng chỉ quản lý rừng bền vững FSC được xem là một trong những giải pháp thúc đẩy phát triển ngành lâm nghiệp của tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế, chuyển đổi sang hướng phát triển xanh bền vững, góp phần bảo vệ môi trường và đa dạng sinh học, giảm thiểu các tác động của biến đổi khí hậu. Những kết quả nổi bật và thành công của Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA sau 5 năm hoạt động trong quá trình phát triển nâng cao giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ FSC từ năm 2016 đến năm 2020, không thể không kể đến vai trò và sự hỗ trợ tích cực của dự án Mây tre keo bền vững thông qua tổ chức WWF Việt Nam. Hội chủ rừng và phát triển rừng bền vững tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA chính thức được thành lập vào cuối năm 2016. Đại diện và bảo vệ quyền lợi của các chủ rừng quy mô nhỏ khi tham gia sản xuất kinh doanh rừng bền vững, đồng thời thúc đẩy, hỗ trợ các hộ chủ rừng tích cực tham gia hoạt động quản lý rừng bền vững theo tiêu chuẩn FSC. Từ con số chỉ có 14 chi hội với 241 thành viên, với diện tích rừng trồng tham gia chứng chỉ quản lý rừng bền vững FSC là 950 ha, thì sau 5 năm hoạt động, đến năm 2021 tăng lên 37 chi hội với hơn 1.110 hội viên. Diện tích rừng trồng được cấp chứng chỉ FSC toàn tỉnh nâng lên trên 6.015 ha. Khối lượng gỗ FSC các loại khai thác 297.576 tấn. Giá trị xuất khẩu đạt 14.231.896 đô la Mỹ. Các hộ tham gia chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ FSC đang có đầu ra khá ổn định, được công ty Scansia Pacific, trực tiếp là công ty Minh An và Hòa Nga bao tiêu sản phẩm mua theo giá thị trường cùng thời điểm và được hỗ trợ thêm từ 15 đến 20% tùy theo cấp tỉnh. Một trong những giá trị quan trọng của rừng trồng theo tiêu chuẩn FSC đó là phục hồi lại hệ sinh thái tự nhiên của khu vực. WWF Việt Nam đã hỗ trợ Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA khuyến khích các chủ rừng trồng các cây bản địa, tạo thêm một hành lang sinh thái để các loài động vật hoang dã có môi trường sống khi diện tích rừng trồng đến thời điểm khai thác. Đây là một yêu cầu quan trọng của tiêu chuẩn FSC về việc duy trì và phát triển vành đai xanh vùng đệm, thích ứng trước tình hình biến đổi khí hậu hiện nay. Đến nay, Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA đã triển khai thành lập 25 hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững. Các hợp tác xã này có vai trò trực tiếp cung cấp các dịch vụ lâm nghiệp, tập huấn hỗ trợ kỹ thuật cho người dân trong suốt quá trình trồng và quản lý rừng theo tiêu chuẩn quản lý rừng bền vững của FSC. Hoạt động của Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA đã thường xuyên nhận được sự quan tâm của các cơ quan quản lý nhà nước từ trung ương đến địa phương và các tổ chức quốc tế. Đặc biệt, chuyến thăm hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững Hòa Lộc và Thường Nhật vào tháng 8 năm 2019, Phó Thủ tướng Trương Hòa Bình đã đánh giá cao vai trò của Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA, giúp các hộ nông dân trồng rừng thành lập được nhiều hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững. Đây là mô hình rất tốt và hiệu quả để nâng cao giá trị gia tăng của người dân trồng rừng. Chỉ đạo Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế quan tâm, Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn cần nhân rộng ra toàn quốc. Với sự tín nhiệm cao, năm 2019, WWF Việt Nam đã chọn Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA cùng các tổ chức của 5 nước trong khu vực tham gia hội thảo về mô hình chuỗi giá trị liên kết với các doanh nghiệp hợp tác xã về tiêu thụ sản phẩm tại Thái Lan, thu hút sự quan tâm của nhiều nước về mô hình thành lập hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững của Thừa Thiên Huế FOSDA. Diễn đàn nhiều bên cùng phát triển tầm nhìn Trung Trường Sơn. Với sự tham gia trực tuyến của các tổ chức nhiều nước như Luxembourg, Phần Lan, Hà Lan, Thụy Điển, Mỹ, Thái Lan, Indonesia, cung cấp nguồn vốn vay ưu đãi cho hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững và các công ty doanh nghiệp chế biến lâm sản, đồng thời hỗ trợ nâng cao năng lực cho các tổ chức xã hội. Sau 5 năm hoạt động, từ một đơn vị đối tượng hưởng lợi từ WWF Việt Nam, Đến nay, Thừa Thiên Huế Foda đã ngày càng vững mạnh và khẳng định được uy tín và thương hiệu, chính thức trở thành một đối tác của WWF Việt Nam và tổ chức đơn vị doanh nghiệp khác. Bên cạnh việc duy trì phát triển chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ rừng FSC tại địa bàn tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế, khắc phục được những tồn tại, không còn các lỗi lớn trong quá trình đánh giá chất lượng chứng chỉ rừng của những năm trước đây. Nhằm lan tỏa và nhân rộng hoạt động quản lý rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ, trong thời gian qua, Thừa Thiên Huế Foda đã vững vàng tự tin hỗ trợ kỹ thuật cho hộ dân tham gia chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ lớn có chứng chỉ FSC tại tỉnh Quảng Bình, Đắk Lắk, giúp huyện Lệ Thủy, tỉnh Quảng Bình thành lập hội chủ rừng phát triển bền vững để phát triển chuỗi rừng trồng gỗ keo có FSC, góp phần không nhỏ trong chuỗi cung ứng nguyên liệu gỗ, phục vụ sản xuất trong nước và xuất khẩu của ngành gỗ Việt Nam.
Thank you for bringing us a little bit of the Central Annamites here into the session and with much more detail and better understanding of the work in there. With this, I will ask Lyndall to ask to the audience which questions to our participants and speakers.
Thanks, Louise. Does anyone, does anyone in the room have any questions for any of our speakers today? No? Here we go. Anne.
I may volunteer to ask questions, I think. Maybe referring a little bit to the experience of the NFC and also that from Vietnam. Maybe my question to the panelists is that we've seen successful models of smallholder production and value chains from Vietnam and Mexico, for example, but it has not happened in too many countries. And especially the challenge has been that integration of smallholders into the higher value addition production models is still a puzzle. Shona mentioned that you are building capacities of the smallholders, and I think that's one of the maybe silver bullets there to address the issue. But how do you see the future, the scaling up of the smallholder tree growing globally in other emerging and developing markets, and their integration into I would say industrial value chains? Because I would see that we can't only operate in models where the smallholders, their cooperatives, associations are running the value chains by themselves fully. But I would see that especially if you're expecting the private sector to invest more in smallholder forestry, that would require also that type of larger scale industrial partners. I hope you got my point, so looking forward to your silver bullets.
Could you all hear that online?
I see Shauna raising the hand. Then Candice and Vu, you can also jump in.
Yeah, I will just quickly say from my kind of observations, I think this is part of the reason why NGP is going for this long-term approach. It's a long-term engagement. It also requires the caution of donor dependency. So you need to work together with the company who have this kind of long-term mentality. They're looking for viability. They're looking for self-reliance. Donor dependence doesn't help the communities. It doesn't help them. So it's really a cooperation. Again, the companies, though, don't necessarily have the resources to be financing this learning process and these activities. So there is also a need for funding that can fill this gap to get to this long-term outcomes that are needed. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the permanence. It's a key element here. But Candice or Vu, you want to add from your side?
Yes. Supplement for the idea from Shauna. like to say something as the example from Fosda case. You know, at the beginning, is the company had been buy-in. At the beginning, when we start to have the smallholder in Vietnam to develop their supply chain. So this company is, we call it an anchor company. We find out them and involve them in the pool at the beginning together with our advisory support to help smallholder get more information from the market. What is their requirement? And finally come up with the business contract between the Fosda and the company. What kind of the terms in the contract? Company commit to source the timber sustainably from the smallholder for at least 5 years, included in the contract, and they support partly the annual audit cost. And in the other way, the Fosda and their smallholder group commit to improve the quality of their FSC certified acacia forest, comply with the FSC, expanding the raw material areas, and within that kind of contract. So the company together with the smallholder, they expanding more than 6,000 hectares within 5 years. So let's say the role of the anchor company in the supply chain is very important. This is one of our approach at the beginning. So this is an example of the Fosda case for your reference.
Thank you, Vu. And Candice, I will take the opportunity to another question that is in the chat box to you from Kelechi Elenia. What sustainable forms of investment did you make to diversify the livelihoods of people in the landscape to reduce the cutting trees before the full maturity? I think somehow this can be related also with the previous question.
Okay, first of all, I would say I agree with my colleagues that there's a supply and a demand side to this. It takes time to build the quality into the system, but we need to be going in the direction that the market is desiring. And to that extent, I would also say that the regulatory framework can facilitate or incubate this in a more supportive way. I'll give you an example from Uganda where we have been trying to do some market shaping. We don't really get a premium price for being FSC certified. There is still a large amount of timber which is not necessarily legal or certified on the market. And yet probably 90% of all infrastructure investments in Uganda are coming somehow from outside, from donor aid. And yet that donor aid is not having requirements around legal timber, around certified companies. So if the right indications were coming from the market and the institutions that control that market, I think we could speed up some of this process of encouraging inclusive outgrower models through certified companies. And to answer your second question around livelihoods, there are quite a lot of traditional models involving agroforestry, whether that's intercropping, apiculture. I think where we've tried to elevate it a bit is the inclusion of microfinance partners, because we ourselves don't want to be lending money to our growers, but we want to make sure that they have financial literacy, that they have access to benevolent credit, not large amounts of credit that they can manage, that they can pay back in a year or in a season. And we've also developed an innovative program where we pay our neighbors to do risk management. I've heard some colleagues talk about fire management, building fences, having security around their plantations. We don't have any of that. We rather chose to negotiate with our communities that they could provide those services for us. And we have a contract in place where on an annual basis, depending on their performance, they get a ratio of payment. This has been going since 2016 in Uganda, and we were able to reduce our fire and security risks by over 70%. So it's worth sometimes flipping it on its head and saying, that's a risk, but how can I turn it into an opportunity to empower, train, and create a livelihood for my neighbors?
Thank you very much. And being certain that's the key for success, I've seen that Beto has raised his hand because that's also part of a question I have here to Beto. Hearing these examples and what our Candice has described in Uganda, and knowing what and how you are working in the project there with the Patachós, Beto, how do you see this mechanism also to be used in terms of scaling the projects and the activities to meaningful impact on the landscapes? And tell us a little bit also the way that you are working there with the Patachós.
Thank you, Luis. That's exactly the reason that I raised my hand, because hearing all the examples, and I'm thinking about the NGP whole on this process. I do believe that when you're talking about to work at landscape level, in many other regions that have opportunity to work or to share, sometimes you have all the factors. If I can establish a metaphor with a chemistry lab, so we have all the elements in the region, we have the stakeholders, the right stakeholders acting in our territory at landscape level. We have, temperature, pressure, but most of the time we can looking for a catalytic factor. And NGP sometimes is using as in our region, in the southern Bahia, because we have restoration activities, we have indigenous people working with forest management, we have FSC tree plantations in the place made by Suzano and Veracel, but we are looking for opportunities to put different stakeholders working together to establish a solution, to looking for solutions that we can establish at landscape level, to get an opportunity as a catalytic investment, a catalytic approach at landscape level. I think that is a key factor. And then that's the example that I was saying in Vietnam and other places. A catalytic investment could be changed, could be transformed a reality at landscape level. And I do believe that it's a key factor for forest investments in the future.
Thank you very much. And I think this is taking us close to the end, but I still want to pose a final question to Shauna, which is looking into the landscape of investors, Shauna, and now with the discussion and with this profile in terms of how we are trying to create those solutions at the landscape level when finding different circumstances, but in the end, we have identified here the object and the model that we want to bring to the investors. How would you describe? Is there a match between the needs from the multiple partners in the landscapes and what the investors are looking for today?
Yeah, there is, and I mean the evidence, I guess, is that NGP has been successful in raising this kind of investment so far. So recently, over the last couple of years, has raised about 10 million euros in project finance over the past couple of years, and is in the process of closing on another couple of projects. The investors' reasons for engaging in these projects are varied. So from one side, we see this, or the investors see it as an impactful way to learn about natural capital investment when they're new to the space. So they enter hoping to learn. So they want to achieve long-term impact while also learning about landscape investment, biodiversity investment, sustainable development of rural livelihoods. And on the other hand, many of them like the opportunity to deliver and generate climate benefits, and increasingly want to monetize the carbon value from these. So, and this is also looking at the NGP approach, where we've seen several examples today. We can see that these projects are what is being called high quality in the space. So high quality in terms of a number of different values being generated, several co-benefits being generated, and especially given the multi-stakeholder driven approach. So NGP, we can really see that this is at the core of NGP's projects, where it's secondary in many other landscape approaches. So I see more investors coming to this space from the impacts that can be derived and from the evolution of monetizing ecosystem services and co-benefits that are coming.
Thank you. And I think with this from my side, I will hand over to Lyndall to close there in the room. Lyndall, we have heard 3 projects with the landscape scale in different geographies from South America across Africa into the Southeast Asia. We have heard about how we have been adaptive in terms of the local circumstances from social economic perspectives and the environmental challenges, but with this building complex, but with multiple returns projects at scale and looking for the right profile of investors which are moving into this space. I hope we have been successful in sharing our lessons. And over to you to close there in the room. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Luis, and thanks to all our speakers, and particularly Candice here in the room. So with that, we'll close the session. And now, I'm very excited to say we have reached the final session of our day. This is a really fun and exciting session where we have several different project owners pitching their projects for some investment feedback. We have another hybrid session, which is moderated online. And you also have the pleasure of me handing over to my colleague, Pilar, but I think she might be, are you coming, Pilar? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to swap spots and go back up the back and hand over to Pilar.
So, thank you very much, Lyndall. Thank you very much, everybody here, for this long day of sessions and presentations. And thank you very much for the ones that have been watching this online. In fact, we don't have many people, but they have stayed for a long day, most of them. So it looks like it's been interesting. So we have arrived to our last session, session 8. Accelerating and upscaling projects, forest investment projects. This will be moderated by Matthew Reddy. He couldn't make it finally because of visa issues, but I think he will make a great job from home. So during this session, we will have first 2 technical assistance facilities. We have Martin Hall from UNEP. You can come to the table. And we have online Daniel Naef from Rainforest, who will join us remotely. And then we will have 3 interesting projects. One from Ghana, Kofi, that he's already joining us remotely. And 2 from the room. We have Sebastián de la Hoz from Guatemala, and Anali Bustos from Argentina. So you can go, and like that we don't move later. So Matthew, are you there? Yeah, I see you in the screen.
Yes.
Great.
Good evening. Good evening, Pilar.
So I let you the floor, and you can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, as Pilar said, unfortunately, I can't be with you in Seoul right now, which is a huge disappointment, but thank you for this opportunity to be able to join online. My name is Matthew Reddy. I'm the Senior Private Sector Specialist with the GEF, the Global Environment Facility. You will have heard some encouraging words, I hope, today from our CEO, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. And wasn't that a terrific session just before, because that leads so well to the subject matter of and themes that we'll be exploring in this session today, which is this idea of accelerating and upscaling. So think of those two concepts. We'll explore those concepts in this session as well. Investment in forest projects. And what I'd like to do is just lay out a few points for this session today. We'll be starting with Daniel Naeth, who is the co-founder of Brainforest. Joining us online, Martin Haller, who is the program manager of climate finance with UNEP. And then we go into, some really fascinating projects. This is what I love about the World Forestry Congress. It really is the World Forestry Congress. And so we have Kofi Deborah joining us online, who is the co-founder of and partner in Oko Forests, based in Ghana. Sebastian de la Hoz, general manager for Green Balam Forests in Guatemala. And Anali Bustos from restoring the Espinal Forests in Monte Alegre, which of course is in Argentina. And following these kind of pitches, we're going to explore a little bit about, what are some of the needs and requirements of finance? What are the types of finance that are needed? We just heard in the previous session in the comments, we need finance that's suitable for smallholders, inclusive finance, and for finance that's needed to be viable and not donor dependent. But of course, there is a role for the public sector in this, in de-risking. There are new models for carbon and biodiversity finance indeed, and innovative approaches. And we're going to listen to some of these innovative approaches today from the investors, but also from the requirements of the projects. So that's what we want to get out of today. And of course, at the end, we may even have some time for questions. Now, I know that this session's been running very well on time. I intend to do the same thing. Everyone will get 7 minutes and everyone will be timed, and you'll hear a little buzzer once that 7 minutes is up. So apologies, but we have to keep to the time today. And so without delay, I would like to introduce our first panelist joining us online, Daniel Naeth from Brainforest. Thank you, Daniel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Let me start sharing the screen. So I'm Daniel, co-founder of Brainforest. As mentioned, I'm dialing in from Switzerland and hope to make your last part of the day worthwhile and interesting. So we've all seen this. Behind the next crisis looms another one, which is why we focus on forests with our venture studio. They tackle both, or as they tackle both, the climate and biodiversity crisis. We do this through an entrepreneurial approach, so hence from an impact and commercial angle. And with that, we want to address by end of 2030, 20 million hectares of additional forests, which is about the size of double of South Korea or 5 times of Switzerland. To achieve this, we of course need solutions that can be scaled, that can be deployed quickly, and assure a certain level of quality. Just realized, I think you don't see the screen yet, do you? Yeah, that would make it more easy. So this is just as basically you've all seen this. This is kind of this looming crises, right? So, but from our entrepreneurial angle, it's important that we look not only from maybe what you would devise or more traditionally say as well, just the impact size, also the commercial angle. The size of hectare, of course, is quite substantial. And in order to get there, we of course need solutions that really can be scaled quickly and that can be deployed more rapidly. Our studio approach, and the studio is very similar to a venture builder or an incubator, is to identify the barriers and bottlenecks that really prevent the buildup of the financing of more biodiverse forests. We of course need to develop then the solutions and launch then these impact ventures. At the end, of course, multiple aspects play into the success of such an endeavor. Having the right idea is certainly important, but it's not the only one. It's also to have the right mix of capital. But besides that, also the right mix of people, and the combination of these being the ones that actually can make a difference, the people that actually are able to execute on these. Let's have a look at the first one, the idea part. Now, of course, technology, as also mentioned, is also important. It's crucial to leverage the right technology, but it's rarely the actual solution to the problem. Within Brainforest, we have two initial ventures that we spun out, and we are really looking, and this is very a crucial aspect of this idea part, that we're not just looking at single ones, but actually an ecosystem of such ideas and solutions that can build on each other. The first two ones, Xilva and the Ecosystem Value Association, as you see here on the left side of the network. Let me share briefly something about Xilva and the Ecosystem Value Association. So Xilva is a global forest marketplace that really connects these two parties, the capital provider and the forest projects on the other side. The goal is to really speed up the time it takes for the buyer to find the right project, from currently about 12 to 18 months of lead time, to shorten that to about 2 or 3 months only. So quite a significant change. There is an amazing team behind this with tremendous experience. Check it out on xilva.global. The other team, the Ecosystem Value Association, the second venture is a digital forest digital forest climate standard that really aims and tries to solve one of the issues that when you certify a project, it's the economies of scale often prevent the certain smaller scale size of projects to be certified in a more efficient manner. So the goal here really is to be able to also certify and include smaller patches of forests and to certify these at the minimal cost. Here also an amazing team is behind this with a super strong track record. I believe Alexander Zaye, one of the co-founders, is here in the room as well. If you haven't spoken to him yet, you definitely should. Now, let's have a look at the mix of capital and how we basically tackle this, or how we use this. So this graph shows on the left side, or basically on the right side, the return on investment of traditional projects, and on the left side, what you would see, the more typical philanthropy side. We, as Brainforest, we are a tax-exempt association that basically collects and leverages the philanthropic capital to come up with solutions, and then basically spin these out as impact ventures, as you've seen the two ventures that we have now at the moment. These then are able to attract traditional impact investments, so in a more traditional sense as well, exchange for equity, for example. And we have done this so far with 2 million on the left side on the philanthropic part, and 4 million on the right side through the impact investment capital. Now, at the moment, we are in build-up of the next stage and are looking for 10 million for additional philanthropic capital and 5 on the right side of the investment side. So join us and talk to us as well if that sounds interesting. We're on an amazing journey, and certainly would be fun to increase the leverage as well that we can have together. Now, talking about the right mix of people and who is behind this, of course, one cannot pull this off with just some people that have experience in one area. You need the right mix and the diverse set of people. We have forest experts, entrepreneurs, and individuals that really cover a very broad area. We also have a very strong board in the background with renowned individuals from the NGO side, WWF, for example, but also through investors, business angels, all the way to the side of the science, and through Professor Dr. Jabouri. We have also a very strong partner from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. We also have a hands-on advisory board with unicorn entrepreneurs such as Amir Swissa, for example, but also bioeconomy expert and initiator of Institute Amazonia 4.0, Carlos Nobre, and of course, more individuals. So that was already. Thank you very much. Get in touch with us through our webpage, brainforest.global, or follow us on Twitter. And make sure to have a chat also with Alexander Zayas. He's from us on site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. You know you're speaking to a Swiss person when you finish exactly on 7 minutes. That was quite perfect. Well done. And a brilliant presentation. And I love the name. I mean, you've got to say Brainforest. It was such a clever name, isn't it? But I think those two examples that you demonstrated there, you know, really are on this upscaling, this goal of 20 million hectares. Driving scale for certification, I think, is another way of considering upscaling. And of course, bringing that investment turnaround time from 2 years to 2 months. You know, I'd like to learn a little bit more about that as well. That's fascinating. Thanks very much. Okay, now we're turning back into the room now, and we're going to ask Martin Haller from UNEP to give his perspective. Martin, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks for that. I'll be following up just now, just with a bit of a scene setting, and then a few words about where my perspective comes from on this issue before we turn it over to the projects. I mean, I think in terms of the context, and that's been re-emphasized numerous times today as to where we're at. There's good news in that the importance of forests as a response to environmental crises is recognized. So we're beyond now just the awareness raising phase. I think we were in that for a couple of decades and looking to solutions. And that's good news. Also on the good news, we see, I think daily now, more pledges and commitments coming from financial institutions, from businesses in terms of pledges to investment in nature-based solutions, to net zero commitments. And so there's clearly a lot more interest now from the private sector in this kind of solution. Having said that, we're not quite all the way there yet. I was discussing with Espen Brandy just a few minutes ago and noting that, you know, although there are a lot of investors who presented today, none are purely private investors. None are, you know, from the purely private side. There are no pension funds, no institutional investors, but only the concessional side of things. So we're not quite there yet. Also, we note that although there's interest and growing commitments, on the ground, the action is severely lagging. And what do we mean by that? When we look at what can be invested in this sector, what are the business ventures that are being developed, that are finding the innovative ways to combine profitability with better environmental outcomes, better social outcomes, we see those as lagging behind. There's few, far between, and certainly not at the scale that is needed to attract the kind of investment that is needed for solutions at scale. And we see that as a problem, really, you know, that we're facing a bottleneck where with more money and more interest coming into this sector, the issue of the lack of pipeline of actual projects on the ground that can deliver the multiple benefits, we are really facing a crucial bottleneck. So from the issue to part of the solution, with these problems in mind, UNEP and the Frankfurt School of Finance of Management set up the Restoration Seed Capital Facility about 1.5 years ago with the aim to accelerate private investment in forest projects. With that, we try to address two issues. The first of them is that there are still too few dedicated investment funds that can channel private investment to innovative forest solutions. I mean, we do have investors that can invest directly in individual projects if the projects are of certain size, but we've heard about the problem of scale. And one of the ways to respond to that is to have investment funds that can pool together different projects and offer sufficient scale for investors to channel their money to the solutions on the ground. So to address this issue, the Restoration Seed Capital Facility offers a fund development support line, and this helps fund managers at the point when they have developed an idea and are pitching to investors. And typically they think that this will be a few months, but what we see is that it's more a question of 1.5 to 2 years. And to help them get through that pinch point, the Restoration Seed Capital Facility offers support. The second problem, and the one that concerns us more directly in this session, is that there are too few projects and ventures being developed on the ground. And typically, that means that the fund managers themselves still have to get very active in terms of identifying, screening, and developing projects on the ground. That is a very resource and time-intensive process, and the Restoration Seed Capital's facilities, pipeline and project development support lines offers support to the fund managers to get through that, with the aim, ultimately, to accelerate the deployment of private capital to the projects on the ground. So that's just one of the many initiatives, and we've heard of many further ones today, that are trying to promote greater investment in forest solutions. Because we all realize that ultimately many more ventures and projects are needed to be developed for the sector to scale up, and the more promising of them need to scale up and scale up fast. Now, one of the major challenges I think that we've identified in dealing with this sector is that the expertise in maximizing the environmental and social benefits of forests rarely overlaps with business and finance expertise. So there's a lot of expertise in the forest community, in conservation, in protection, but the people who hold that expertise rarely have the expertise to develop business models, to develop investment pitches, and that is a gulf that needs to be bridged if forests are to fulfill their full potential in delivering the goods, livelihoods, and environmental benefits on which humanity depends. I'll stop there and hand over to the projects of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin, for giving us that context. And I think this whole idea of developing the project pipeline, we're never going to get the scale or the level of investment that we need without viable projects. And it's a delight now to introduce some of these projects. This is an exciting time, and we're going to learn about some diverse projects from around the world. And first of all, we're going to turn to Kofi Deborah, who is the founder of Oko Forest. So Kofi joining us online from Ghana. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Matthew. And I believe you'll be sharing my slides. So just waiting for them to come up. And if not, I can also share them.
Yeah, please go ahead and share the slides. I think that might be
okay. Right. Okay. So I don't have. Maybe I need to be made a host because I don't see. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, I've just seen it. All right. Okay. Okay. Can you see them?
If you can put it onto the presenter mode, please, Kofi, we can see it really well then.
Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, awesome, great. Okay, right, here we go. So it's I got 7 minutes, so better get started. Okay, thank you so much for the introduction, Matthew. And I'm really delighted and honored to be presenting today at the 15th World Forestry Congress. So as you heard, I'm Kofi Deborah, and I'm British Ghanaian, and I founded Oko Forest in 2016. And we create stronger enabling environments where farmers can flourish. And and I know you've been listening to long presentations all day, so I'll keep it short. Excellent presentations, I'm sure. And I'm going to be sharing with you the reality of developing a scalable landscape regeneration project on the ground here in Ghana. And as we know, according to the FAO, there are 874 million hectares of arable land in Africa. And so if we take like a modest figure of 7 tons of carbon sequestered per hectare, it represents 6.1 billion tons potential for carbon sequestration. It's a huge opportunity that we're not meeting. And so our plan, so we're creating an economic agroforestry buffer zone to protect Kojai Strict Nature Reserve, and that's in Ghana's forest transition zone. And so essentially what we're doing is like we're creating this economic agroforestry buffer zone to protect the reserve itself and let nature do what it does best, and that's to regenerate. And so essentially we're boosting biodiversity and the incomes of the people who surround the reserve, mitigating their need to encroach and degrade the reserve. And so this project's also listed on the Explorer Land landscape storytelling platform by Open Forests. You can find out more information there. In terms of sort of our impact and roadmap so far, so we've planted 35,000 trees in the buffer zone, and we're planting an additional 50,000 this planting season, and we're almost completing a carbon credit accreditation journey with US partners Carbon Better. And it's essentially to help incentivize the farmers and then also the highly influential traditional customary authority as part of the benefit sharing arrangement. We also own a warehouse where we store and add value to maize, vegetables, and mushrooms to take to market. And we're expanding into additional 1,000 hectares as part of our carbon credit accreditation process. Okay, onto the problem, right? So, according to a 2013 World Bank report described the lack of accountability and transparency as a key inhibiting factor in the development of the Ghanaian land registry. Now, in our project, we found that 80% of farmers do not have formal land and tree tenure documents to prove ownership. And so this increases the cost of essential services such as insurance and loans. And and even worse, it locks farmers into 3-month cash crop cycles and away from the longer term, much needed 20+ year tree cycles. And then also in Ghana, the traditional authority is the custodian and broker of the land by law. However, they often do not have detailed land ownership records, especially in rural areas. And so, and this isn't just a problem for Ghana. A USAID report, Why Land Rights Matter, states that 50% of forest communities in emerging markets have insecure tenure, which is often a key driver of deforestation. So this really is a global problem. So onto our solution. So our solution is to put land and tree tenure data onto a public ledger, creating an enabling environment where landscape regeneration projects can scale. And because it increases transparency, trust, as well as investor confidence in investing in African carbon credit markets. And also key international organizations have repeatedly underlined the need for clear property rights because it improves governance, traceability, and creates an enabling environment where people can thrive. Now, if such a service was available in Ghana when we started operations in 2016, we would have reached a considerably larger amount of farmers. And then also what's great about this solution, it complements existing solutions such as the community resource management area mechanism that gives communities more ownership of their resources. And I'm more than happy to talk at length about the CREMA mechanism after this call if anyone's interested. I'll share my contact details after this presentation. And also once the farms are mapped, we can use Earth observation tools and the farms can be monitored using AI satellite data. Okay, and in response to this much needed solution, we have partnered with BenBen, an internationally recognized American Ghanaian blockchain firm who specializes in urban environments. And through our partnership, we'll be extending this to rural environments. And the platform shall serve as a land information repository, land management and process monitoring tool for climate-based investments. And onto the impacts, and to re-emphasize the impacts that I've already mentioned, I've grouped them into 6 categories, and and I'm going to just focus on two: increased income for farmers and more sustainable livelihoods. So a tree and land registry helps to increase investor confidence as well as the value of farmer-based carbon projects. Farmers will be able to access critical services such as loans and insurance at more favorable rates, allowing their businesses to grow in a secure manner. Okay, the last slide, onto the ask. So, yeah, over the next 6 months, we'll be working with 1,500 farmers in phase 1 of onboarding 1,000 hectares of agricultural land onto our carbon credit tree land registry platform. And to help reach this goal, we're raising $200,000 US. And I've noticed a number of very well-respected organizations at this Congress that we'd be delighted to work with and partner to develop this scalable project. So putting a tree and land tenure data onto a public ledger drastically reduces transaction costs by up to 70%. It's very expensive to register land in Ghana. So phase 1 also has setup costs, and we expect subsequent phases to be much more cost effective. So that's it. Thank you for listening. I look forward to feedback and the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Kofi. Perfectly timed, and you raised that critical issue for investors around, well, two critical issues, and of course that's the payback period and the challenge that poses for smallholder farmers, and indeed the way that you've overcome this tree tenure, land tenure, carbon tenure with customary land rights and using technology is very impressive. Thanks very much, Kofi. We look forward to following up on that project in particular. Now we'd like to change continents and welcome Sebastian de la Hoy, who's the General Manager of Green Balam Forests in Guatemala. So please, Sebastian, the floor is yours. 7 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sebastian, as Matt said. I'm presenting the Yash Balam Biological Corridor. This is located in the Maya Biosphere Reserve in Guatemala. The Maya Biosphere Reserve is 2.1 million hectares. It's divided in 3 zones: the core zones, which are the national parks, the multiple use zones, which has a project of community concessions, which is really known around the world, which is forest communities, local communities that manage the forest in exchange of timber, sustainable harvest in timber. And there's the buffer zone, which is 470,000 hectares, which in the last 25 years has been 80% deforested. And basically that's where we are trying to get involved in restore and conserve what is still there. So here, this is the Biosphere Reserve, Maya Biosphere Reserve. Basically, it has been deforested for cattle ranching is the main problem. And also, lately, there's the palm oil industry is getting also in the deforestation. As you can see in the map, most of the buffer zone is gone, is destroyed, and it's still going on. Yeah, it's not moving. So yeah, so basically what we're trying to do is we are trying to create a project that will help the government and help also the national parks with the capacity building, and they are lacking of resources for protecting this area. The buffer zone is, all of it is private owned. 80% has certainty in land tenure. So we are already, well, I manage Green Balam Forests. It's our company which is promoting this biological corridor. We created this company just because we saw the deforestation and the degradation of what was going on. Basically, the deforestation is carried on by the private sector, which is the cattle ranching and large-scale agriculture and sustenance agriculture. So we think that also from the private sector is the best way to recover, to restore or to preserve this, and it will be the fastest way to do it, because when you put money into it, then everybody will be interested in getting involved. So this is one of our projects. It's our pilot project. We started this project in 2020 with 55 hectares, and we tried many techniques for restoration and conservation and sustainable forest management, so that we can then practice this in a large scale. This is the Yash Balam Biological Corridor. It's a 15,000 hectare project. We already started buying some land there. We are focusing right now in acquiring the land with, where there's still forests, you know. Yeah, this is the biological corridor. We are planning to do a project. This is for 25 years. Of course, it will go on, but the financial analysis that we made is for 25 years. In this area, 70% is deforested, and it has the opportunity to be restored. So basically, this is how we pretend to create the project. First, we are looking to acquire some land and partner with some landowners from this area. We're going to do some studies. We have already started doing some studies, and yeah, and then basically the four main. We're going to do 3 techniques for restoring the area. We're going to do some conservation, which we already have in one of our properties that we just got with 430 hectares. We're going to do some agroforestry close to the communities, and then timber reforestation also. The main sources of income will be carbon credits and timber, and then we will also have non-timber products and ecotourism activities around, so that then in this mixture of activities, we will try to be more successful financially than cattle or other activities. Yeah, so for the ecological impact, well, the forest landscape restoration, ecological connectivity, ecosystem services, biodiversity, and carbon capture. These are some of the monitoring that we've had in one of our properties, and as you can see, there's like a very, very high biodiversity in this area that is at risk, and there's a lot of endangered species that we are being protected at the moment right now. So, and there, we have also wetlands. This area is connecting 4 protected areas: Tikal National Park, which is very famous, and other 2 protected areas to the north, and to the south we are connecting Cerro Cahui biotope and the biggest lake in the area, which has a fresh water source, and also we have wetlands in this area. For the social impact, we are building strategic local partnerships with government organizations and NGOs that are working around, also with communities. Yeah, and also we already started working with some of the with Rainforest Alliance, WCS. They are helping us to do the monitoring for the wildlife, and we are in discussions with INAP, CONAP, and MAGA, which are the government organizations that control these type of activities. For the economic impact, well, the land acquisition, it's very certain because the land tenure in this area is certain. It's private owned. We will do certification processes also, and basically it's going to be carbon financing, sustainable timber, agroforestry incentive programs from the government, and ecotourism. This is the money or the capital that we expect to to mobilize in 25 years. It will be like an investment, like a gross investment of $300 million, and it will have an income, a gross income of around $1 billion, combining carbon timber, the increase in land if the land is purchased, or if it's we get in partnership with our landowners. And also here we still have to put in the ecotourism income and the non-timber products income, which it's a very complex situation to predict, because it's very complex, you know. So it's different. It's like 5 or 6 non-timber products that are very big in the area. So it's everything. Everyone has a different business unit that we have to assess.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Okay.
We are
a
little bit over time.
Okay, this is the last one. And this is the seed funding.
Okay, quickly then on to the last one. Then.
So this is what right now we are looking for the seed funding just to finish the project, to the framework of the project. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sebastian, and bringing that Guatemalan buffer landscape with high biodiversity values there. I think that's absolutely fascinating. And this model of using mixed income sources from timber, carbon, non-forest products, as you described, which are a little bit less tangible, but you know, that diversity of income streams, I think, is a very strong element of your project. We're going into some fascinating geographies, and now we're going to turn to the a very interesting region, the Espinal forests in forest biome in Argentina. And to talk us through her project is Anali Bustos, who is running the Monte Alegre project. So Anali, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me in mind for this session. My name is Anali, I'm from Argentina, and I'm an ecologist focused on ecosystem restoration. Today, I want to present for you, how can I, is this? Okay. The situation of the native forest in an area of my country, which is the province in which I was born. This is the central area of Argentina. The name is Córdoba. And as you can see, in 1 century, this area has lost 95% of the forest cover. For me, this number is absolutely shocking. All that remains are the green dots. Those are mountain forests, and there are some forest restoration projects that are being implemented in this area, but not in the white part of the picture. And the question is why this situation appeared, and the answer is simple. The lands in the white part of the photo are low, flat, and very fertile, the perfect package for agriculture. So agriculture has been the main pressure over the native forest, but it also has also been accompanied by other pressures like urbanization, exotic plant species, the fires, natural or intentional fires. So, as a conclusion, I would say that we need to reframe our understanding on deforestation, because deforestation is not a problem. Deforestation is a consequence of our economic system today. At this point, many questions appear. So I'm wondering what can we do what are the possible solutions for this? Also, I think also about who are all the people who should be involved in solving this problem. Also, how much it costs, or who can pay for it, or what kind of circular systems can we think or reframe to find solutions. And also, I think about how can we integrate forests into this kind of circular economic schemes. What is the role of the national state in this, and how to create alliances with companies But also for me, the main thing is how can we combine the owners of the land so that they can quantify and value the services of the forest in these regions and stops seeing the forest as a loss of arable land. So I'm gonna tell a really short story. After finishing my degree in science, I was contacted by a family. They are farmers, and they have into their property a forest, a native forest of 100 hectares. So this forest was degraded, and they contacted me just to start restoration activities. So I started with this work in 2016, and the task never stopped, although sometimes there were changes on the rhythm of the work because the family sometimes considered that they didn't have enough resources to afford the restoration activities. And then something really good happened. It was that I applied to the Restoration Stewards program from the Global Landscape Forum. So I won this funding for the project. And this was really nice for the project because we could fix many aspects of the project. And then the family declared the forest as a private nature reserve. So the name is Monte Alegre Nature Reserve or Natural Reserve. The ecosystem is Espinal. This is a dry forest that is really particular and is just in this part of the world. And the most important thing for me is that because of these changes and the impact of the forest project in their life, in the family life, they decided to leave traditional agricultural practice to start the transition to agroecological practices. So after this, the important point is that this project has had a lot of visibility in the region, in my province, and also in the country. And it has visibility in the local media, and that generated interest by the local communities and by other landowners around this. So as I am the coordinator of the project, I'm being contacted by many other landowners who want to replicate the actions of Monte Alegre in their properties. And they are requesting for technical assistance, financial support, because in most of the cases they don't have resources to do these restoration activities. So this is a central point for me because they have the will, which is wonderful, but not the resources. But again, they have the will, and that's for me, from my point of view, the most hard part of the problem, because they have the land tenure. So I have been thinking about a project, and this is the title of this presentation, and is, well, I forgot to show the results of Monte Alegre. I will continue speaking. So my idea first is to create a work team to replicate the actions in Monte Alegre in other properties, with other landowners, with other families. So what I have in mind is to apply the learnings and lessons capitalized in the Monte Alegre project, starting a new forest restoration project in the lowland flat areas of Córdoba, working together with the landowners, but also engaging the local communities. Some ideas I have for this project is, well, the main goal is contribute to the sustainability, integrity, and ecosystem services and cultural heritage of native forests in central Argentina. And my idea, or what I have in mind, is in stage one, an assessment of the current state of the forest in these flat areas of the province. In this stage, the initial objective will be to form a technical team to collect all the previously existing information on the status this forest, and also to use many other tools like satellite images, analysis, or combined with field surveys to really have a good picture of the current state of the forest in Córdoba. And
Ali, we are a little bit over time, so
okay.
I would like to request a short summary to finish,
okay,
please.
Okay. So the idea is just to replicate this, and the important point for me is that the landowners are requesting for this help. And as you can see, I have some ideas and solutions in mind, but I also have many questions, mainly regarding the economic and financial aspects of the project. I agree with Martin because my background is in ecology and restoration practices, but I really need help to reframe and expand the idea in the other aspects, the economic and financial aspects. So I'm open and grateful to receive questions and suggestions and comments about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anali, and I think this question of scaling through farmer to farmer direct exchange, I think that's a very successful model and will hold great potential for what you're trying to do in that important Espinal forest region. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to turn to back to Daniel and back to Martin. Perhaps we'll start with you, Daniel, first, and share some reflections on what you've heard on these three fascinating projects, three very different geographies, but trying to tackle each of these, systemic challenges to finance in that local way. So, Daniel, if we may turn to you for your reflections on what you've heard today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot. Thanks as well to the presenters and the projects. Super interesting. I think so. Some thoughts or reflective thoughts maybe is one topic that just keeps I think either directly or indirectly popping up again and again is the economic incentive. It's I think so often when we want to have a change or when we wish a situation to be different in the future, there are two ways at the end, I think, often how one can look at it. And the one is, a much more intended different situation that maybe comes out of passion, out of will to change something for the good, which I think very often is as well a big driver in the projects and the entire space that we're in. The other aspect, I think, is often a brutally economic one, which particularly to convince and to kind of get those in joining such a mission. I think we often tend to forget that whereas for us it's clear the passion and it's obvious why we need the change, others, they can more easily be influenced by showing them that there's a brutally economic incentive there. And so I think that's one aspect that I thought was interesting, and I think it keeps coming up and again and again, because it's so central, I think, to understand as well from someone that has a pure economic lens, to understand not only how to what tones to hit, what kind of terms and answers to have, but also to kind of package them in a way that makes it easier for them to digest. So I think overall, just the economic incentive part, I think, is so crucial. And then the communication on how to bring it across for a person to more quickly understand and grasp the economic aspect of it. So I think that's maybe one of that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And I think that was one of the points raised, wasn't it? Is, this has got to be more economical than the short cycle cash crops or cattle ranching, and how do we, flip that or develop integrated approaches that can blend those economic systems together. So I'd like now to turn to Martin for your reflections, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I do have quite a few reflections and questions directly to the project, but I think more generally, I'd just like to have an overall reflection, which is, in this whole session today, up to whole event today, and in general in the conversation around this, we often jump straight to blended finance solutions and international investment. And I think what we see from these three fantastic projects is that very often, the solution might be simpler than that and might not involve, international movements of capital and complicated financial structures. And so I think it's really interesting to see here the diversity of needs, the diversity of economic situations. And yeah, as I said, I have a few questions directly to the project, but I think it's quite clear also to have the need to have that reflection around what type of financial needs are, and not necessarily jump to investment as the first answer.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. I think that's a really crucial point. And mainstreaming forestry investments and the work that you're doing, I think is very valuable in building and accelerating opportunities for investment. Now, Pilar, we have a few minutes. Thank you to all of our presenters today. That was wonderful, and we're on time. Well done. And I think you really communicated your projects well. We can probably take a couple of questions from the floor, Pilar.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Are there any questions from the audience? Anyone wants to make a question? It's been a long day, I know. Well, there are no questions. Martin,
well,
of course.
There are no
Thank
questions
you.
from the floor. Maybe I'll ask some questions to the projects then, if we have a few minutes, just to understand better. And Coffee, you raised this incredibly important issue of land tenure and the security of that. And I just wanted to know, I mean, the solution you outline is fantastic and innovative. I just wanted to know, how is that recognized legally, and also by the customary authorities that you mentioned, because I think that would be a crucial aspect for any investor or somebody looking to secure carbon rights.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so the traditional customary authorities, they like the idea because it allows them to have better sort of accounting and administration of their land. So a lot of the time, they're due money annually, but it's just very difficult for them to sort of like measure that. And so what would happen is, so the first port of call when you want to buy land in Ghana, you have to go through the traditional authority if it's not already sort of sold to a private individual. But rural land, mostly controlled by the traditional authority. And so once the platform generates the sort of the land tenure document, then that's then verified by the state, by the Lands Commission of Ghana. Yeah. So it is a legal document. Like it functions within the existing system. So we have, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just sort of like enhancing what is already there.
Yeah, thank you. I think that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And I think we have time for a final question, if there are any from the floor or people online.
Yeah, we have a question. Thank you very much.
I'm Narwhal again from Finland. Very technical question in terms of the Ghanaian project. One, I would say a bottleneck in many smallholder projects is our capacity to monitor and verify their activities with land. So could you maybe tell a bit more about your experiences of the satellite-based monitoring in your project, the feasibility, cost effectiveness, and so forth?
Yeah, in the project, so we haven't started. I'm saying that it would allow sort of those existing technologies to be to be used. I mean, so it's not something that we've done already, but it's just more to outline what could be done if we had such with such a platform.
Okay, well, thank you for those questions, and I'd like to take this opportunity now to thank all of our panelists and people joining, especially people joining online from different time zones and the people that are in the audience. So can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelists today and the presentations that we've heard. Thank you. And thank you so much to Pilar, to Ludwig, and to Lyndall for their work in bringing us all together and running this session today. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. I think Matthew's already left online. So thank you to our panellists. It's been a long day and we have thinned out, so I'm certainly not going to keep you for very long. But I guess just in summing up for the day, you know, I want to reflect on the incredible breadth of ideas and voices and geographies and backgrounds that we heard from. And you know, over the course of my career, I think, you know, when I started, I heard people used to worry about attracting people to our industry because it was seen as a sunset industry, and that's not what we hear now. You know, the future is bright. We have so many opportunities and solutions, and we heard so much of that today. And whilst I'm tired, you know, I go away energised and really excited. So, you know, I'm just so pleased about the great diversity and interesting perspectives that we heard today. Thank you so much to the people in the room, particularly those who stayed for the long haul. Thank you. And thank you to our online participants. I've been watching who's there, and there's a few there that also have spent many hours. This will all be posted online, and so you'll be able to pick and choose if there's parts of the day that you didn't see and you'd like to. And before we go home, I just do want to do a couple of thank yous. In particular, if you come to Pilar, she has been amazing, and if ever you need assistance with such an event, here is your woman. She has just been incredible, and I couldn't have done it without her. We wouldn't have brought it together without her, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful. And I also just want to thank Ludwig, who I think is behind the pillar over there. Oh, there he is. Thank you, Ludwig, for all your assistance as well. And as I mentioned earlier in the day, Ludwig will also be drafting an outcome statement from this day, so watch out for that. And with that, I'll wrap the day up, and thank you again. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the night, but particularly the rest of the Congress. Thanks very much, everybody.